Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow. Please donate through Audiobook Novels PayPal to help me keep uploading for you. Chapter 351, Episode 66, Beyond Good and Evil 1. I thought it was wrong at first. Then the gazes of the Demon Kings focused on me. Asmodeus clapped and the expressions of the party members were dazed. Started to feel more real for me. Kim Dokja's company won the grand prize. However, an ominous feeling preceded any joyful feelings. The grand prize? In this duet between good and evil? The reason for my ominous feeling was soon revealed. The good or evil of this year's grand prize hasn't been determined yet. The message about good and evil not being determined yet caused a stir among some of the Demon Kings and constellations. What does it mean that good or evil hasn't been determined yet? The Dakibi replied immediately. The winners of the past grand prize were decided by the consensus of the great Dakibis, the absolute good constellations and the absolute evil constellations. This time, we couldn't come to a conclusion for the first time. You couldn't come to a conclusion? The great Dakibis. The Demon Kings and constellations looked confused. The constellations belonging to the absolute good or absolute evil would naturally vote for their faction, but the great Dakibis couldn't come to a consensus. No such thing has occurred since the duet between good and evil started. No, it is the first time since the Holy and Demon War ended. You can't identify it? There can't be such a story. The balance of good and evil must tilt either way. The agitated constellations and Demon Kings cried out. It wasn't that they didn't understand. Many giant story scenarios were determined by agreement or manipulation of the nebulae. Just as Gigantomachia was sold as a type of tourist product, other giant stories were also sold as preferred stocks, making the good or evil of the story already determined. Yet out giant story was made by completely breaking down Gigantomachia. The giant story of Olympus' collapse was born out of nowhere. Since it was a story that wasn't scheduled in the beginning, it wasn't possible to decide the good or evil in advance. The Dakibi laughed like this situation was interesting. Well, what can someone like me know about the opinions of the big bosses? In any case, we are here to determine if the story is good or evil. If you have any comments, please raise your hand. The intention of the Dakibi became obvious. This son of a bitch. In the first place, it didn't matter to them if Kim Dokja's company won the grand prize. The important thing was the good or evil of the story we built, since it would change their status. This story is naturally evil. The first one to open his mouth was the Demon King Duke of Everywhere. Duke of Everywhere. His true name was Furkas, master of the 50th demon realm. The Demon King of Salvation is a demon king. He is less devious, but he is still a demon king of the demon world. Thus, all his actions are evil. Indeed, it was pathetic logic for the Duke of Everywhere who couldn't even spell properly. Then someone in the opposing camp raised a hand. I disagree with that opinion. Guardian of Youths and Travel, Raphael. Raphael shook a finger and started talking. For example, if someone steals something and becomes a wicked person. Everyone in the world called him evil, so he became evil. Then what if this evil man used the stolen money to save people? What if he saved a lot of people by giving bread to the poor and water to the thirsty? I nodded at Raphael's argument. Then is he still evil? Is he defined as evil? Well, the Duke of Everywhere was swayed by Raphael's logic. At this time, the Demon King sitting beside me raised a hand and helped the Duke of Everywhere. Do you want to discuss the paradox of good and evil here? Asmodeus' red eyes were incensed. Come to think of it, Asmodeus owed Raphael a debt. Raphael nodded. I can do it if you want. Raphael lay on a bed of clouds and flicked his fingers towards the air. Then, on the big screen of the stage, scenes of me and the party members performing in Gigantomachia started to flow. Raphael stared at the screen and started talking. In the end, all existences are made of stories and stories are made up of the sum of the events. However, it is hard to find evil in the events accumulated in this story. The paradox of good and evil. This paradox implied that the good and evil of all beings were defined by the stories built up by them. Raphael opened his mouth and pointed at the split screens. The first screen was a scene where I visited the underworld and liberated the giants. The Demon King of Salvation liberated the underdogs from the unjust story that suppressed them. The second screen was a scene where the party members resisted the transition of Gigantomachia from a tourist destination to hunting the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The members of Kim Dokcha's company responded to the unreasonable scenario composition of Gigantomachia. The final screen was a scene where the party members and I burned the torch and opposed Poseidon, a myth-grade constellation. They fought against a major object of force and overthrew the dominance of the giant nebula. Look, is it possible to find any evil in the events that happened? Many of the constellations nodded at Raphael's story, which described the details of the scene. On the other hand, the expressions of the demon kings distorted. At least apart from Asmodeus. How interesting. Then the angels are saying that the demon king of salvation might be a good demon king. Are you admitting it? Nope. Your words have a loophole. 1. As you say, the stories are the sum of the events. Asmodeus grinned at me. As you know, a story is never a solitary existence. A story is related to other stories and affects it. It is the same for Torch that swallowed the myth. At the same time, another screen appeared and started to play. It was the scene of the first scenario. The screen zoomed in on the eggs of the pregnant grasshopper exploded in my hand. The demon king of salvation left the people on the subway to die. He could have saved everyone. Some angels looked at me with dubious eyes. Asmodeus continued speaking. There was another thing. The next scene that appeared was the 8th scenario. It was the scenario where the strongest incarnation in soul sacrificed himself so everyone could live. The screen showed my 8 lives attribute. Asmodeus kept speaking. The demon king of salvation had extra lives and knew he was the strongest sacrifice. If he wanted, he could have ended the scenario before there were big sacrifices. The murmuring of the constellations intensified. The story continued. Sparing those he wants to live and ignoring those he doesn't want to live, the demon king of salvation is such an existence. He is a demon king who practices the discrimination that you dislike. Discrimination is the most serious sin in the star stream. As if to declare victory, Asmodeus asked a final question. Then he'll ask Eden. Do you still think the demon king of salvation is a good demon king? The crowd fell silent. Some of the angels were watching me with suspicious eyes while many demon kings were smiling. At this time, there was a constellation who rose. Everyone has such a contradiction. It was Uriel. The important thing isn't the accumulation of sin but the direction of change through these events. The demon king of salvation is heading towards the direction of good. These days, angels are very generous with the definition of good and evil. There is a recent rumor that you have a personal crush on the demon king. Is this true? What? I guess it's true. Last time you also wanted... Uriel jumped out. This CK now. Enormous sparks occurred around both tables. There was a flurry of curses between the archangels and demon kings and the opinions became turbulent. I wasn't the only target. Someone attacked Jung Hee-won's killing. Someone attacked Lee Hyun-sung's cowardice in the first scenario. There was also Lee Jae-hai who killed her friend. Our lives, the history we accumulated, was being torn apart. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is revealing its teeth. The faces of the party members were gradually becoming pale. They were people who had already been hurt. The people who risked their lives and somehow survived to this point had become the amusement of the constellations. Wait, is it necessary to do this? Uriel belatedly noticed something and shouted. But the constellations and demon kings were busy dissecting the wounds of Kim Dokcha's company. In the end, they started to bite at the past of Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young. It was the moment I learnt about Lee Gil-young's trauma and sponsor. Stop it. At my words, the crowd momentarily turned towards me. I knew it would be dangerous if I spoke the wrong words here. Now Kim Dokcha's company was like a sailboat placed between two currents. It was a small boat that could sink at any time. However, even a small boat could choose the direction it wanted to go. I was the captain of this boat. Isn't this enough? Don't you know that a conclusion can't be reached this way? I hadn't intervened because I had been waiting for the constellations and demon kings to realize it themselves. Do you think you can decide here what even the great Dakibis couldn't judge? Kim Dokcha's company wasn't good or evil. In the first place, I didn't intend to play with the concept of good and evil set by others. Your words are right. Unexpectedly, it was the 5th-ranked demon king, Black Mane Lion Marba, who spoke. He looked at me and continued. Surely it is useless to speak here. Stop the useless arguments. Marba. But... in the first place, I will ask you. A chill went down my spine. I will let you decide for yourself. Is this story good or evil? Isn't that why we created this place? With this, all the eyes of the demon kings and constellations focused on me. A cold sensation flowed down my spine. Then a system message popped up. You have a share in the giant story torch that swallowed the myth. Please determine the good and evil of the story. If I chose good or evil here, I would be taking sides with one of the good or evil that they claimed. It would be hard if that happened. It might solve the current problem for Kim Dokcha's company, but if we chose good or evil here, a terrible future might occur in later scenarios. I worried about it for a long time before making a decision. Couldn't be helped, even if I received the criticism of the Demon Kings and constellations. The torch that swallowed the myth is good. I stared at the protagonist who interrupted. The man in the black coat, who had been silent for a while, spoke nonsense. Yu Jong-hyuk kept talking. This story, it is good. I was so confused that I closed my mouth. I wondered if Yu Jong-hyuk had gone crazy or if he was trapped by something. Beside Yu Jong-hyuk, Metatron was slightly smiling towards me. Goosebumps formed on my arm. Don't tell me the reason why Metatron brought Yu Jong-hyuk. Those who have shares in the giant story can claim the right to good or evil. The subsequent messages caused the mouths of the constellations and demon kings to drop open. Incarnation Yu Jong-hyuk has a 22.8% share in the giant story torch that swallowed the myth. Due to Incarnation Yu Jong-hyuk's declaration, the story is tilting in the direction of good. It wasn't only me who could define the story as good or evil. It was because everyone in Kim Dokcha's company had a share in this story. Do you approve of the story as good? Yu Jong-hyuk was looking at me. It was an expression that I couldn't read. He seemed to be asking me what I would do now. Crazy bastard. What are you thinking? I spoke to him through Midday Tryst, but Yu Jong-hyuk didn't answer. I watched him and activated a skill. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. This person is currently in an emotional state that you can't understand. What? If there are no objections from another narrator, the corresponding story will be confirmed as good. There are 30 seconds before it is confirmed. Damn it. I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. The number counted down and I heard the Demon Kings screaming. I stared at the surprised faces of the party. Yong Hee-won, Lee Hyun-sung, Shin Yu-sung, Lee Gil-young. They were people I wanted to bring to the end of this world. I clenched my fists. Our story shouldn't be declared as good or evil. If that happened, I wouldn't be able to reach the correct ending of this world. Now that Yu Jong-hyuk declared it was good, there was only one way to reverse the ruling. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is opening his status. Black feathers pierced through my back and small horns rose from my head. The intense sparks caused all noises to subside. I stared at Yu Jong-hyuk and slowly opened my mouth. Chapter 352 Beyond Good and Evil 2. My declaration caused the system message in the air to blink. You are currently the best narrator of the story. You have a 33.7% share in the giant story torch that swallowed the myth. Thanks to your declaration, the story is tilting in the direction of evil. The confused party members rose from their seats. I raised a hand as if to reassure them. I spoke to Yu Jong-hyuk through Midday Tryst. Yu Jong-hyuk, if this continues, our story will be evil. Do you want that? My share in torch that swallowed the myth was 33.7%. Meanwhile, Yu Jong-hyuk's share was 22.8%. I was 10.9% ahead of him. The opinions of the two speakers are in conflict. The narrators should decide good and evil through consensus. If an agreement isn't decided within the time limit, the ruling will be based on the side with the higher number of shares. The end of the ruling has been extended by 10 minutes. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't answer. I once again sent him a message. I don't know what you are thinking, but good and evil shouldn't be decided here. Quickly withdraw the declaration. Then I'll withdraw mine too. The constellation guardian of youths and travel is looking at you. The demon king devil of lust and fury is pleased with your judgment. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is confused by your judgment. I was sorry for Uriel, but the story couldn't be determined as good or evil here. The demon king ruler of the East Hell is feeling more favorable towards you. The top of the demon kings, the master of the second demon realm, the ruler of the East Hell, was watching me with a warm face. They seemed to be misunderstanding something. I wasn't taking the side of evil. I impatiently cried out again. Hey, can't you hear me? Then Yu Jong-hyuk moved. Yu Jong-hyuk walked from the table and pulled out his sword. The incarnation Yu Jong-hyuk refuses to agree with you. I reflexively avoided his sword. In an instant, the table was split apart and the stage became a mess. The demon kings screamed as I also pulled out a sword. Yu Jong-hyuk's black demon sword and my unbroken faith collided. My wrist throbbed. This is crazy. The surprised Uriel tried to run this way, but a green barrier prevented the constellations from moving. At present, the constellations and demon kings attending the duet between good and evil can't be hostile to each other. The assistance of other people regarded the share's decision is prohibited. It was the worst. Great Dakibi Baram is looking forward to your choice. Great Dakibi Halong is looking forward to your choice. Even the great Dakibis exposed their presence. The Bureau was paying attention to the good/evil ruling of our story. Perhaps the scenario was now being relayed to the Starstream through another channel. I stared at the increasingly raging Yu Jonghyuk. I was unable to read his face. I didn't know why Yu Jonghyuk was suddenly doing this. However, I couldn't yield to this guy who knew nothing. Yu Jonghyuk, you might not understand right now, but listen to me. I had to somehow convince this guy. If our story is fixed to either good or evil, a terrifying disaster will arise. According to the original novel, the battle over the pride of absolute good and absolute evil would be huge this season. In the past few seasons, the duet between good and evil had tilted the balance towards good. In other words, the demon kings were sharpening their swords in this duet between good and evil. If good wins here, the second holy and demon war will start. On the other hand, if evil wins, the position of Eden will decrease and its destruction will be accelerated. I hadn't built up enough stories yet for the holy and demon war. However, I didn't want to let evil win. I'll explain the details later. Just listen to my words. Is this your prophecy? A shadow of deep disbelief was in Yu Jonghyuk's eyes. Prophecy. When I first met Yu Jonghyuk, I introduced myself as a prophet. I didn't know he still believed this, but it might work out better. Before I could open my mouth, Yu Jonghyuk asked me again. Or is it information from the book called Ways of Survival? What? My heart suddenly jumped. How? How did he know about Ways of Survival? The sponsor of Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk isn't happy with this situation. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire doesn't want you to fight. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is confused by the unexpected situation. The constellation Secretive Plotter is watching your decision. Sparks flew around Yu Jonghyuk's body. He frowned like he had a headache. As if rebelling against another will, Yu Jonghyuk continued, will this scenario end safely if I follow your words? Yu Jonghyuk, you know, is this the way I will be used in the future? Kukukukung. Is this how to survive in this ruined world? Suddenly, there was no strength in my hands. The fourth wall is shaking. My surroundings shook and a small vibration rose in the depths of my body. The tremors rapidly spread from the epicenter. I grabbed my wildly shaking right hand. I looked up and saw Yu Jonghyuk staring at the party members. Do they know? How much did Yu Jonghyuk know? Answer me, Kim Dokja. The energy flowing from the black demon sword became stronger. Yu Jonghyuk had opened up the power of transcendence. It meant he really wouldn't back down from now on. The character Yu Jonghyuk is moving the giant story. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is starting. Couldn't leave it like this. You are the best narrator of the story. You are controlling the story. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth isn't satisfied with your status. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth refuses your domination. What? The story didn't listen to me despite my high shares. Our torch, which broke through Poseidon's barrier, wound around Yu Jonghyuk's black demon sword. The white flame wanting to swallow me was approaching. The exclusive skill fourth wall is strongly activated. Doc Jassy, wake up. Along with Yusanga's words, I released my status. The giant story demon world spring is protecting you. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is showing hostility towards you. The two stories we built together collided in the air. The torch that swallowed the myth and demon world spring were like ferocious beasts. The torn strings scattered through the air like blood. What are you doing now? Are you crazy? The incarnation Jung Hee-won is jumping into the verdict of the giant story. Master, what is happening all of a sudden? Why did Ajusi pick evil? The incarnation Lee Jai-hai is jumping into the verdict of the giant story. Doc Jassy, Yu Jonghyuk, both of you stop. The incarnation Lee Hyunsung is jumping into the verdict of the giant story. Don't bother Hyung, you bastard. The incarnation Lee Gil-young is jumping into the verdict of the giant story. Ajusi, avoid it. The incarnation Shin Yusung is jumping into the verdict of the giant story. It was a welcome help. The torch that swallowed the myth was a story involving all of us. In other words, Yu Jonghyuk and I weren't the only ones who could judge this story. The narrators who have entered the judgment, please distinguish between good and evil. If you don't choose good or evil, you can't intervene in the confrontation. The party members were confused. They panicked at suddenly having to choose between good or evil. In the confusion, Lee Gil-young was the first to open his mouth. I will side with Daksha Hyung. Incarnation Lee Gil-young has a 3.3% share in the giant story torch that swallowed the myth. Due to incarnation Lee Gil-young's declaration, the story is tilting in the direction of evil. I quickly called out to them. You can't choose evil anymore. Choose good. Huh? Do as I say. Quickly. If Yu Jonghyuk wouldn't withdraw his declaration, then there was only one way remaining. It was to perfectly balance good and evil. The current difference was 14.2%. If the remaining 4 people's shares were joined together, slowly choose one by one. Yusung first. Yes. Incarnation Shin Yusung has a 3.3% share in the giant story torch that swallowed the myth. Incarnation Jung Hee-won has a 6.7% share in the giant story torch that swallowed the myth. Incarnation Lee Hyun-sung has a 7.3% share in the giant story torch that swallowed the myth. 3 narrators have chosen good. Stop. The last one to choose. Lee Jae-hai paused at my cry. The balance has tilted by 3.1% towards good. If the consensus fails in the next 5 minutes, the torch that swallowed the myth will be confirmed as good. The party members had a bigger share in the story than I expected. There was only Lee Jae-hai remaining. A juicy 5.8%. The difference between good and evil was 3.1%. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hai had a 5.8% share. No matter what option Lee Jae-hai chose, it was a situation where good and evil couldn't be balanced. My brain worked quickly. What if I could bring the shares of the other party members to my side? Narrators participating in the good or evil judgment can't gift shares. Damn, this convenient way didn't work. Yu Jong-hyuk's black demon sword was flying towards my neck. Stop it. Jung Hee-won, who was able to intervene in the duel, stopped Yu Jong-hyuk's sword instead of me. Lee Hyun-sung ran and hugged Yu Jong-hyuk's body from behind, while the children surrounded me like they were protecting me. Lee Jae-hai stood in the middle with a helpless expression. Why are the two of you fighting? Fighting now? Yu Jong-hyuk's gaze alternated between the party members. It seemed like he wanted to say something. No, I knew what he wanted to say. You are being deceived. His trembling eyes were pouring rage towards me. This guy, he deceived all of us. I thought this day would come eventually. In fact, I thought about it dozens of times a day. Everybody, get out of the way. Yu Jong-hyuk amplified his status, blew away Lee Hyun-sung, knocked down Lee Jae-hai and ran this way. Jung Hee-won and Yu Jong-hyuk's swords collided. However, Jung Hee-won couldn't use judgment time and wasn't capable of dealing with Yu Jong-hyuk. I placed the children behind me and stepped forward. The Demon King Monarch of Stars and Logic is rooting for you. The Demon King Devil of Principles wants you to win. The Constellation Morning Star Goddess wants good to win. A large number of constellations and demon kings are watching Kim Dokja's company. They were the messages of the existences watching me walk forward. Why were they so obsessed with good and evil? The exclusive skill reading comprehension is activated. I already knew the answer. They were bound to do so. The giant story practitioner of encouraging good and punishing evil is continuing. The giant story guardian of white evil is continuing. The giant story more evil than evil is continuing. The giant story the suitable good is continuing. Numerous strings were swarming like insects in the eyes of the constellations and demon kings. It was the stories they had. The stories were controlling them. They were on longer constellations or demon kings. They only existed to execute good and evil in this world. Most of them were merely breeding tools that the old stories used to propagate themselves. These stories were trying to devour our nebula. If the consensus fails in the next 2 minutes, the torch that swallowed the myth will be confirmed as good. I couldn't allow that to happen. I quickly made a decision and shouted, Jae-hai, choose good. But, quickly, Lee Jae-hai made a puzzled expression. It was strange that I took her to choose good when it was already the dominant one. Lee Jae-hai chose immediately. The balance has tilted by 8.9% towards good. If the consensus fails in the next 40 seconds, the torch that swallowed the myth will be confirmed as good. The difference was even larger. 8.9%, yes, this was for the best. I took a deep breath and used all my strength to call out the modifier of a certain being. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. I knew that he was watching. It meant the occurrences here were known to his incarnation. In this situation, there was only one person who would understand exactly what I wanted. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is laughing madly. Yu Jong-hyuk's black demon sword filled with the power of transcendence flew to my neck. It was an inevitable blow. Then a crack appeared in the ceiling of the banquet hall. Yu Jong-hyuk looked up at the ceiling, but it was already too late. The running Yu Jong-hyuk was crushed by the fragments of the broken ceiling. Some large pieces were avoided, but there were too many stones pouring down. I saw a shadow in the dirty dust. The hair was sweaty like the person had rushed here. The bandages half released from the left arm was blowing in the wind. In the dust, this person smiled as she trampled on Yu Jong-hyuk. I knew you couldn't do this without me. The incarnation Han Soo-young is jumping into the verdict of the giant story. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 353 Beyond Good and Evil, 3. Under the rubble, Yu Jong-hyuk's hands were sticking out. Han Soo-young stared down at Yu Jong-hyuk. This jerk, always appearing and trampling on people. Do you feel good doing so? Incarnation Han Soo-young has an 8.9% share in the giant story torch that swallowed the myth. As expected, Han Soo-young would have the correct amount of shares. Narrators participating in the good or evil judgment can't gift shares. It meant that those who hadn't yet participated would be able to exchange their shares. Han Soo-young watched me and grumbled through midday tryst. I lost 0.1% of this story to Lee Sealwa. Perhaps Han Soo-young had adjusted her shares ownership to Lee Sealwa as soon as she learnt the information here. Then she came straight to this place. Han Soo-young turned towards the surrounding constellations and declared with a growl, "I am evil. In addition, that fucking Kim Daksha standing over there is definitely evil." Han Soo-young made me evil regardless of everything else and continued looking at Yu Jong-hyuk and the party members. However, Kim Daksha's company isn't good or evil. This person shouting with her short hair flying looked amazing. At this time, Han Soo-young could be seen as the main character, not Yu Jong-hyuk. The time limit has expired and the judgment of good and evil has been finished. A total of 91.8% has participation in the judgment of good and evil. The participation rate of good and evil is 45.9%. 45.9%. Good and evil are in perfect equilibrium. The astonished demon kings and constellations were looking this way. I looked back at them and added, "We aren't defined by your definitions." The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is a story that can't be distinguished between good and evil. The message drove in a wedge. I could see the Dakibi in charge of hosting this event smiling. It seemed that he thought it would be like this, or perhaps he wanted this ending. The Bureau must be excited right now. It was due to the huge amount of indirect messages entering my ears. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is satisfied with your judgment. The constellation queen of the darkest spring is proud of you. The constellation father of the rich night is pleased with your medal. A number of constellations of the neutral system favor your nebula. The constellations of the neutral system have sponsored you 281,000 coins. It was expected that the constellations of the neutral system would like this. Some choices would occur while rejecting other choices. Someone has recommended your story to the star stream. You have acquired a new story. Of course, this didn't apply to all constellations. Your choice has caused resentment among some of the constellations of what? The good or evil of the story isn't determined. The atmosphere of the constellations and demon kings were rapidly changing. The constellations of the absolute good system opposed the ruling. The constellations of the absolute evil system opposed the ruling. An unusual flow was detected around the two tables, as if a riot would occur. Such a thing can't happen. Bureau, judge it again. What the hell is this? From the demon kings to the archangels. All the gazes of the attendees were fixed on the Dakibi. The advanced Dakibi felt the crisis and responded while sweating. Sorry, it isn't possible. No one can reverse the outcome of a story that has already been judged. That's the rule. Fortunately, the Bureau kept to its principles. However, keeping to the principles didn't always bring about a good result. I was going to wait and see this season. Things were flowing differently from expectations. The mid and low-ranked demon kings rose from their seats and released their status. If the targets can't decide good and evil, we have to make a decision in another way. Once the demon kings moved, the archangels stood up like they wouldn't lose. Many demon kings are showing hostility to the angels of the absolute good system. Many archangels are showing vigilance towards the demon kings. The balance of good and evil is shaking. The two camps confronted each other and it seemed they would rush forward at any moment. I stayed close to the party members and watched the situation. By my side, Jung Hee-won pulled out the sword of judgment and spoke in a tense voice. "Doc Jassy, it's okay." I guarded the party members, who seemed relieved. The constellation and demon war might take place, but such a huge event wouldn't occur here. The constellation scribe of heaven is dissuading the archangels. The demon king ruler of the East Hell is controlling the demon kings. Perhaps scribe of heaven Metatron and ruler of the East Hell Agars knew this as well. Good and evil must exist. If the scenario was triggered here, the two camps would be destroyed by a disaster. If I was right, the damn Dakibis of the Bureau would understand this the best. The great Dakibi Baram has revealed his presence on the stage. A great Dakibi appeared like he had been waiting. Great Dakibi Baram. I was familiar with him in the original novel. Stop it. I'm sure you know that fighting here won't solve the problem. The hard voice caused the demon kings and constellations to revolt. The Bureau can't intervene in this fight. Do you mean to end it like this? Some of the constellations and demon kings gathered here were close to the myth level. Thus, it was natural for them to not listen to the great Dakibi. The story might have been different if the Dakibi king came directly. Complaints came from everywhere and Baram told them. There is no reversal of the ruling. In addition, we can't allow hostilities in this place. The resolute declaration caused the sparks flying in the air to block the absolute good and absolute evil members. The opposing constellations were about to rebel again when Baram continued. Your complaint is that the status of good and evil can't be determined. If that's the case, how about one more giant story? What does this mean? We will open up a previous scenario to determine the status of this season's good and evil. I couldn't conceal my confusion at the words of the great Dakibi. This guy, what now? The star stream agrees with the decision of the great Dakibis. The duet between good and evil wants a new scenario to determine the status of good and evil. The probability of the star stream was moving. The rivers of the galaxy were flowing towards the desired story of many constellations. The scenario that this probability was moving towards could be found in the hands of the star stream. The ruler of the East Hell asked, "Do you mean to open the constellation and demon war now?" "If you want." Baram's declaration caused an uproar among numerous constellations. Baram made an unknown smile as he looked at me. "However, please set the stage of the scenario yourself." During the intermission, the constellations and demon kings spoke among themselves about where to set the stage for the constellation and demon war. Fortunately, the hostile gazes poured towards us seemed to relax thanks to the Dakibi's intervention. The party members were exhausted by the sudden situation and sat down. Han Soo-young kicked at Yu Jong-hyuk's hand that was sticking out from the pile of stones. "What is this? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Yu Jong-hyuk showed no reaction. I observed the hand of the buried man, but I was afraid to grab hold of this hand. The words spoken by him were still ringing in my ears. Or is it information from the book called Ways of Survival? Where did he hear the story? How far had the filtering been lifted and how much did he know about Ways of Survival? Han Soo-young and I cooperated to bring him out. Yu Jong-hyuk was unconscious. It was strange. He couldn't pass out just because he was hit by a pile of stones. Why is this jerk in this state? I looked closer and saw that Yu Jong-hyuk's body wasn't normal. I didn't know where he went, but his body was covered in large and small wounds. There were traces of him killing and cutting something. In the past 2 days, Yu Jong-hyuk seemed to have wandered through a scenario I didn't know about. Under these circumstances, he couldn't overcome his anger towards me and suffered severe injuries. Han Soo-young activated Midday Tryst and immediately sent me a message. Yu Jong-hyuk has noticed the existence of Ways of Survival. I know. Yu Jong-hyuk told me before you came. I gave a brief overview of Yu Jong-hyuk's words. Han Soo-young frowned deeply when she heard the story. This jerk. Where did he hear about it? I don't know. Where have you been? I killed the remaining prophets. I wondered if the information leaked from them. Did you figure it out? No. It was as I expected. The prophets would become characters once they ran out of information. The information didn't leak from the prophets. In my opinion, I looked at Metatron who was discussing something with the archangels in the distance. Perhaps Yu Jong-hyuk became aware of Ways of Survival through Metatron. Han Soo-young said, Asmodeus also knew about the existence of Ways of Survival. Perhaps most of the top constellations know. The top constellations. It was also time for the Seekers of the End to become active. Finally, I could start to see the end of this long-running scenario. I looked down at the fallen Yu Jong-hyuk. Han Soo-young stared at me. Kim Daksha, think about what's important right now. I nodded. I looked up and great Dakibi Baram was staring at me. We also have to participate in the constellation and demon war. Are you crazy? It isn't a scenario we can enter with our level right now. Han Soo-young was right. Originally, the constellation and demon war was a main scenario in the 80s. I hadn't intended to do this either. It was better to avoid the dangerous scenarios if possible. However, I couldn't do that with the constellation and demon war. It didn't matter if it didn't wake up, but once the scenario occurred, it absolutely couldn't be avoided. It doesn't matter if it is a higher-ranked scenario. The problem is the stage of the war. What? Baram clapped in the distance. The constellations sat in place and Baram opened his mouth. We will end the recess. Constellations and demon kings, please choose the stage of the scenario. As if waiting, the constellations and demon kings stood up and shouted. The stage of the constellation and demon war will be the 14th demon realm. Our guardian tree is a good giant story stage. What nonsense is that? The stage is. They all tried to make a place favorable to them as the stage. There was also a place I wanted as the stage, but no one would support me if I spoke. I thought to myself, how to do? Doc Jassy, do you want the island as the stage? Then I heard a message from Usanga in my head. Perhaps I can help. Huh? I found something interesting inside the wall. Interesting? There was no answer from Usanga. Instead, I heard a rustling sound in my head. After a while, an uneasy atmosphere occurred in the loud hall. Several constellations were whispering together. The information that just came in. What? Is that true? I noticed their whispers. Were they constellations with the power of revelation? The atmosphere was becoming graver. The whispers spread like waves. After 5 minutes, even Metatron was making a serious expression. The voices of the arguing constellations and demon kings died down one by one. After a while, they started to glance at each other. It was the demon kings who acted first in the fierce battle of wits. I'm sorry. There is a bit of work to do and I have to go. Me too. It is the same for me. Several demon kings suddenly disappeared from their seats. I watched their faces closely. They were those associated with the Seekers of the End. I'm sorry, but I have to leave for a while. Once the morning star goddess of the Guardian Tree Nebula spoke these words, the situation became a one-sided wave. I have a little work too. More and more people left and Metatron sighed lightly before glancing at Baram. I think you'll have to decide on your own. Great Dakibi Baram's eyes widened as he looked at the air. Interesting. A revelation at this timing? Several constellations noticeably flinched at the word revelation. Baram laughed. Good. Even if everyone doesn't speak, the stage has already been decided. I listened to the words of the great Dakibi and was in a daze. What the hell just happened? Then pain suddenly shot through my head. The probability of the star stream is doubting you. I perceived a terrible gaze starting at me. It was gazing at me as if it found something suspicious. The gaze lasted for a moment before disappearing. The star stream has turned its gaze from you. I wiped my sweat and cautiously called out to Usanga. Usangasi? What did you do? Usanga was silent like she was looking for words to explain. Then she said, Doc Jassy, do you know how constellations read the future? I know. There were two main ways in which the constellations could read the future. One way was to gather data to measure the future, like Hermes' system. The other way was to receive a revelation like the Moray, Eden, and some of the Demon Kings. It was a force called divine revelation. Usanga searched for words for a moment before replying with a light laugh. Well, I think I became a god. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 354 Beyond Good and Evil. 4. At this moment, Baihyung was watching the screen of duet between good and evil at the bureau. The stage of the second constellation and demon war will be the reincarnation island located in the Dark Fault. The moment the great Dakibi's declaration was heard, all the Dakibis of the bureau were in an uproar. No, why the island all of a sudden? Why are the great Dakibis thinking? Even the great Dakibis couldn't set the stage for the 80th main scenario. If the will of the star stream didn't move, the star stream is willing to open the 80th main scenario. A new main scenario has been created. Baihyung was surprised by the system message. Did the star stream really move? The series of shocking scenario changes made Baihyung stunned. Baihyung, a revelation was just received. A revelation? After a while, a new panel was prepared. The screen hadn't surfaced yet, but Baihyung knew what it was. The Plate of Revelation. An unknown slab that only the constellations and demon kings who had acquired the power of revelation could see. The material was unknown and even the space and coordinates weren't clearly known. The Bureau could only observe the strange object. Each nebula had a different name for this plate. Divine Revelation. A single word. The Old Devil's Whisper. It was an unidentified object that spoiled the information of the future, forcing the Bureau to pay attention to it. The method that the constellations of the star stream used to read the future was simple. Sometimes there was a hole in the Plate of Revelation and a series of story fragments would be released from the hole. The fragments that spilled out had information about the future. The constellation and demon kings recognized it, combined words and used this to predict the future or read their fortunes. The stigma called revelation was made. It was actually just reconstructing these words. Baihyung asked, "Is there another turn in the Plate of Revelation?" Yes, it has been a problem since it started shaking a few years ago. The original version of the revelation released future information, but it didn't have a significant impact on the Bureau's scenario probability. The future reconstructed through the revelations were uncertain and unclear. However, there had been a crack in this plate since a few years ago. Through that crack, whole information of the future came through. A strange hole occurred a few days ago. The hole that occurred a few days ago caused a problem in the probability that couldn't be overlooked even by the star stream. Information that shouldn't have been passed on crossed through that broken hole without damage. Baihyung still had a headache when he thought about the work at that time. Strange strings had emerged through the hole for a while. 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World. The name seemed like the title of a book, and the constellations of the star stream fell into chaos. What is 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World.txt? Does ruin mean the of every scenario? The constellations who neglected the scenarios and remained relaxed started to act like their feet were on fire after this revelation was released. The rumors about the apocalypse spread, and there were rumors about the end of the star stream. The screen is ready. Baihyung watched the black-white screen nervously. A few words that emerged through the hole caused the entire star stream to shake. What type of revelation would occur this time? After a while, the screen of the revelation appeared. Then there was a very small hole in the center of the plate. There is no change. The next moment, the Dakibis were astonished by the whitish object that appeared inside the hole. It was someone's mouth. Microphone test? The Dakibi cried out, "What is this?" The bureau was in chaos as the mouth kept on talking. "Can you hear me? I'm going to give you a revelation now. It'll only show you for a second, so look and remember." Along with the clear and cheerful voice, there was the sound of pages turning. After a while, fragments of a story passed through the hole. How to Survive in a Ruined World, the Third Way. The revelation appeared clearly. It was truly like a divine revelation. That method is on Reincarnation Island. The story fragments scattered in the air and the voice said, "Have you seen it? Then goodbye." The hole closed and the voice disappeared. Bai Hyung muttered, "Oh my God." None of the shocked Dakibis of the bureau could open their mouths. Bells were ringing from all over. The unstoppable inquiries of the constellations were pouring in. The duet between good and evil was still playing on the panel on the other side. "I will say it once again." The voice of great Dakibi Baram rang out. "The stage of the second constellation and demon war will be the Reincarnation Island located in the Dark Fault." After the duet between good and evil, our group immediately returned to Earth. All the way back to the industrial complex, the party members were excited. In particular, Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai were checking the performance of the plaques we received. Grand prize of duet between good and evil. In the star stream, the status generally rose only through the accumulation of stories. However, there were extremely rare star relics that raised the status without needing the accumulation of stories. This was the case with the plaques awarded at the duet between good and evil. "My sword seems lighter. Is this enough to be able to swing Hyunsung Ajusi lightly?" Lee Jae-hai's murmur caused Lee Hyunsung to tremble. Certainly, the plaque was more effective than getting 2 Quasimith grade stories. Given that all the Quasimith grade stories I acquired were those I gained after suffering and dying, it was a tremendous boost. 5 million coins exchange ticket. In addition, they received 5 million coins as prize money. Ha, Doc Jassy, we're rich now. I won't have to worry about coins for a while. Kids, how much did you get? Jung Hee-won was busy asking questions to the children who received the Best Chemistry Award. Shin Yu-sung, honestly, I was a bit more active. Give me another 100,000 coins. What nonsense is this? It will naturally be split in half. It is the same with the story shares. Lee Hyun-sung stopped the children. The party members seemed to be in good spirits for their own reasons, but on the other hand, they were also glancing at me. In fact, there is a question that everyone hasn't asked. Why did you Jong-hyuk and I fight? The party members had seen the scene with their own eyes, but no one asked me about it. Maybe they were instinctively avoiding the topic. Perhaps it was their own consideration as they waited for me to speak first. I was still listening to you Sanga in my head, while I carried the unconscious Yu Jong-hyuk on my back. You mean you leaked the contents of Ways of Survival through the hole in the fourth wall? Yes. The constellations accepted it as a revelation? That's right. I didn't understand at first. The information sent out of the fourth wall became a revelation to the constellations? In the first place, the role of the revelation in the original novel— No, wait. Don't tell me? There were many things in my head. Yu Sanga asked, Doc Jassy, have you noticed the fourth wall might be the original words? Yes. I don't know the exact sense, but originally the fourth wall is a stage term, a wall separating the play from the wall. The characters in the play would never be able to recognize the fourth wall. It is because they don't exist outside the stage. Outside the stage, it was the reality I lived in. Goosebumps formed on my arms. Indeed, if the name fourth wall had its origins in the same meaning as Yusanga's description, it was natural there would be a Ways of Survival inside this wall. It was because the contents of Ways of Survival were created in reality. In other words, the revelation was a spoiler that flowed from the novel to reality. One couldn't find the source, so it became a divine revelation in the eyes of the characters. Yusanga continued speaking. I always thought it was strange. The filtered information about Ways of Survival was suddenly released, however. That time coincided with when I entered the fourth wall. Coincides? Yes, the book blocking the hole I entered through was Ways of Survival. The title could be seen very well. Now I understood everything. The reason why the constellations and demon kings suddenly knew about Ways of Survival. It was why the development that wasn't in the original novel suddenly unfolded. The information they knew had all leaked through the hole in the fourth wall. It is a bit complicated, but this is a good thing. Right? Yusanga replied with a laugh. She was probably thinking the same thing as me. By the way, I can't use it very often. I noticed a lot of looks. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to go for a minute because the seniors are calling. Then Yusanga's voice disappeared from my head. She was the youngest member of the library, but she had a lot of sense. In any case, thanks to Yusanga's performance, we got a new card to use. The fourth wall allowed me to manipulate the revelations that the constellations received. Until it was revealed to be a false revelation, I could use the information to incite the constellations. Han Suyang walked beside me and opened her mouth. You haven't spoken in a while? I was just thinking to myself for a while. You must have a lot of thoughts. Han Suyang bit her lips and used midday tryst while talking. What are you going to do now? What else? I have to prepare for the next scenario. The Constellation and Demon War is the 80th scenario and it will start in a month. Apart from that, Han Suyang had a complicated look in her eyes. She was watching Yu Jonghyuk being carried on my back. Do you know what happens when Yu Jonghyuk will wake up? Yu Jonghyuk was aware of the identity of ways of survival. I didn't know what he knew, but I couldn't keep hiding information from him. He might be shocked and receive a terrible wound, but nevertheless, Han Suyang told me. For reference, I am against it. What? Han Suyang acted like she knew my thoughts. She sighed lightly and looked at the ground. With your personality, it is strange that you have been hiding it so far. Han Suyang seemed to misunderstand me. If I could have hidden it better, I would have hidden as much as I could. If possible, until the end of the story. Han Suyang shook her head. You can hide it as much as possible. Just pretend you don't know. Pretend to be a prophet as you have done so far. Do you think they will believe it? I have to talk now. It isn't just Yu Jonghyuk but the other party members as well. Han Suyang's eyes grew bigger at my words. What nonsense is this? Why are you going to tell them? They deserve to know. I tried it before. However, the characters can't know anything about ways of survival. They think it is just a joke. It might be different now. The filtering is released. Han Suyang opened her mouth before closing it again. Instead of pressing me, she searched the faces of the people who didn't know anything. A faint contempt towards me could be seen in Han Suyang's eyes. Is it for you or is it for them? You have already deceived these people. Now you are going to ask for forgiveness? I don't mean to be forgiven. Like Han Suyang, I also studied their faces. The strong but delicate Jung Hee-won. The sincere and unsophisticated Lee Hyun-sung. The tough but sweet Lee Jae-hai. The adult but pure Shin Yu-sung. I looked at their faces and recalled the descriptions I knew. Some of them weren't described and others had different faces from the descriptions. They were faces I knew but didn't know. Shin Yu-sung suddenly looked back and waved towards me. I spoke while waving back at the child. I want to be real companions. Han Suyang was silent for a long time before quietly turning around and disappearing into the factory. In the distance, a message from her came back like an echo. Didn't I say it clearly? I oppose it. Not long after, we arrived at the factory and each of us took a rest to recover. That evening, I summoned all the members of Kim Dokcha's company apart from the unconscious Yu Jonghyuk. I had Bayu block the channel and placed a thick barrier to prevent other constellations from listening. After some preparations, I looked back at the party members. I have something to say to you. I opened my mouth but couldn't speak easily. Perhaps she thought I was playing a joke, but Lee Jae-hai trembled. Ajusi, what is wrong with you all of a sudden? You are scary. I tried to smile at Lee Jae-hai. I had been troubled for a long time. I had been certain that this moment would come. Lee Hyun-sung and Shin Yu-sung were looking at me with worry. I saw the people who were worried about my first, even in this situation, and bit my lips. Some of you. The eyes of the group shook. I saw Han Suyang turn away. Then I spoke like I was pulling the trigger. You are characters of a story. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 355 Beyond Good and Evil. 5. The expressions of the party members changed at my words. Jung Hee-won's eyes were wide while Lee Jae-hai looked confused. Lee Hyun-sung had big eyes. Finally, Shin Yu-sung. Kim Dokcha has the wrong IDEA. The fourth wall was heard in my head. It isn't too late now. I didn't know if it was the will of the fourth wall or the weak part of my mind. The fourth wall reflected my feelings to some extent, so both might be true. Either way, this time I made a decision. I know it is hard to understand my words. I had to tell this story to the group of people. I'll slowly explain it from the beginning. I talked for a long time. One day, the novel I was reading became reality. In that story, I met them. I didn't tell them the whole story, but at the same time, I didn't lie. I knew about the group members before I met them. I didn't speak properly about the fact that I knew the future. I monopolized information alone and deceived people. I spoke about all of it. It was as if I was bringing out the old darkness. A little further away from the party, Han Suyang was staring at me with a frown. I understood her feelings. It was the same with Han Suyang of the 1863rd round. However, I couldn't live like Han Suyang. This story should be done properly. To move forward properly, some stories must be communicated. Someday, just as Yu Jonghyuk. I am a regressor. Maybe Yu Jonghyuk also felt like me. He knew the future, experienced the same story again and again, and met the party members in countless rounds. Then he sent them away. Could understand Yu Jonghyuk's feelings when he poured out the story without any tricks. Thus I brought you here. My story was over. Yet no one opened their mouths after the story was over. It wasn't that they didn't understand my story. It was a long story that even a young child could comprehend. Nevertheless, the party members didn't speak. I bowed and continued. I want to sincerely apologize to all of you. I'm really sorry to only be telling you this now. I wanted to know, what was the group thinking? What were they feeling? Even so, I didn't use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. In this situation, it really would be a deception if I read them using this skill. I wanted to use my own strength without relying on any skills. I wanted to believe that whatever they thought and felt inside, the actions they chose was really their decision. I slowly looked up and met Lee Jaihai's eyes. Lee Jaihai's eyes were red. The moment I saw these eyes, I suddenly realized something. I already knew these eyes. Then Master knew all of the future. They were exactly the same as when Lee Jaihai heard Yu Jonghyuk's story. Lee Jaihai slowly opened her mouth. Then until now, you knew all about the future. As if the original character was reading the given script, Lee Jaihai spoke. I also responded to her like there was a script. That's right. Yes. Lee Jaihai gritted her teeth and told me. Then now, why are you telling us this? The wounded sword demon was furious. I read the original novel and could predict what she would say. What the hell are we to you? Lee Jaihai's shoulders trembled slightly as she bowed her head. The situation that followed continued to flow in my mind. Lee Jaihai would pull out her sword and might attack me because she couldn't suppress her anger. There were many such occasions in the original novel. However, Lee Jaihai chose a way that I didn't expect at all. Let's say that you knew the future. It was all planned and Ajusi used us for your purpose. Let's say we are characters of that damn ways of survival and everything is set. Lee Jaihai was crying, watching me while biting her pallid lips. Then, why did you throw your life away for us so many times? I saw the tears falling down her cheeks and tried to open my mouth several times. It was an unexpected question. It was because it was unexpected that I couldn't answer. Answer me. If we are really characters in a fictional novel, why did you die for us over and over? It was a question that I couldn't answer with the ways of survival that I read. The fourth wall is shaking violently. Lee Jaihai wiped her eyes and hit my shoulder as she walked past me. Jung Hee-won hurriedly chased after her. Doc Jassy, we'll talk later. Shin Yu-sung hesitated as she stared at me helplessly before following after Jung Hee-won. Lee Hyun-sung had blank eyes as he walked out of the room with a bowed head. The only ones remaining were Han Soo-young, Lee Sealwa and Lee Gil-young. Lee Gil-young was staring at me with complicated eyes, while Lee Sealwa bowed her head like she was shocked. Han Soo-young patted Lee Sealwa's back and snapped at me. Kim Doksha, leave for a while. A hospital room. I gazed at my mother's sleeping face. I visited the hospital room in the interlude because the party members didn't return after a long time. Since the last major surgery, my mother slept like this all day. She had shaded eyes and haggard cheeks. I peered at my mother's face and was reminded of a time when I visited her in prison. What did my mother think when her son visited her and only talked about a novel? Your expression is dark. You are awake? I woke up from the moment you entered. It was a voice that didn't contain any energy. I dragged a matted blanket up and covered my mother's neck. My mother smiled faintly. It is good to almost die. My son is taking care of me. Get better quickly. Talk to me. Anything is fine. I struggled for a moment before opening my mouth. In the 154th round of Ways of Survival, Yu Jonghyuk brought up the story of his regression with the party members. Did you talk to the group about Ways of Survival? How do you know? My mother stretched out her bony hand and grabbed mine. You thought they would blame you. You thought they would feel deceived and ask why you hid the information. It didn't happen like that. You don't know how to seek forgiveness. I silently nodded. Answer me. If we are really characters in a fictional novel, why did you die for us over and over? Lee Jaihai's voice was revolving in my ears. My mother said, it isn't up to you to decide if it is a matter to forgive. Then, maybe the person behind you can tell you. I turned my head and saw Jung Hee-won standing at the door of the hospital room. I excused myself and left the hospital room. Jung Hee-won scratched her cheeks and suggested, shall we take a walk? We walked down the corridor of the hospital wing. It was a simple corridor where no decorations could be found. It seemed to be Yu Jonghyuk's taste. This guy had been tinkering with the factory in the last 3 years. In fact, the end of this corridor contained the hospital room where Yu Jonghyuk was lying. Jung Hee-won looked out the window and opened her mouth first. Thank you for telling me. I didn't know how much Jung Hee-won had been troubled before saying this. It was worse because I couldn't see her face. The party members could be seen outside the window. Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung were bickering while Lee Hyun-sung, And Lee Sealwa comforted Lee Jai-hai. Everyone will be fine. Jai-hai will take a bit of time, but he won't see. Before I could finish my words, Jung Hee-won turned to look at me. Her face was smiling as usual. I closed my mouth and Jung Hee-won asked, "Are you surprised because I'm fine?" "That's not it." "No, it isn't." Jung Hee-won had long known that I had future information. Perhaps among the characters, she was the person who knew the most about me. Jung Hee-won spoke as she started stretching. "It isn't a big deal. This is a world where monsters and dakibis exist. It is something special that turned the novel into a reality. I understand the past now. The reason why Doc Jassy said I didn't appear in the future. Does that mean I wasn't in the novel that Doc Jassy read?" "Yes." Bayu floated like a cloud and moved above Shin Yusung's head. Jung Hee-won told me. Then I was able to safely come here thanks to Doc Jassy. That, Hee-won-si. Thank you for finding me. I'm not being sarcastic. I mean it sincerely. I knew. I was already familiar with the tone Jung Hee-won used to tease me. Even so, I didn't know what to say. Don't be gloomy and depressed by yourself and look forward to the future. If you like, give me a promotion faster. Now this is a handshake to cheer up. Jung Hee-won grabbed my hand with a strong force. Something warm suddenly rose inside me. I firmly bit my lips. Jung Hee-won, she isn't okay. I could feel the pulse from Jung Hee-won's hand. She would also be sad. She would be in pain and it would be hard for her. Even so, Jung Hee-won held my hand tightly for a while before letting go with a smile. Then she asked, "By the way, Doc Jassy, I have a question." "Yes, ask." "If this world is a novel, it means there is a protagonist." As expected, Jung Hee-won was sharp. I told the group about ways of survival, but I didn't say who the protagonist was. However, Jung Hee-won was already aware of the identity of the protagonist. Jung Hee-won was staring at the end of the corridor. "Is that why you were fighting?" "I haven't exactly spoken to him, but it seems so. Since you started it, you need to see the end properly." "Do you know?" I nodded. "That person won't be easy." I knew. Still, it couldn't be avoided. For the next 2 days, I was in Yu Jonghyuk's hospital room. I hardly met with other people. I was worried but decided to remain calm. I believed that the people needed time to think. It wouldn't be too late to talk once the party members were ready. Yu Jonghyuk still didn't wake up. The wounds of his flesh have almost recovered. I think Kit is a problem of the mind. A problem of the mind? It seems he is refusing to wake up. Perhaps he experienced a severe shock. Those were Aileen's words. She exchanged the story pack and left, leaving only Yu Jonghyuk and I in the room. The floating dust settled on his nose. I opened my mouth while watching Yu Jonghyuk. "You grabbed me first and dropped me down the bridge." I knew he couldn't hear me, but I still wanted to talk. "Get your hand off me and get lost, you damn jerk." "I believe you. You are definitely a prophet." The first time I encountered him on the bridge. Suddenly, a laugh emerged. "Honestly, you aren't in a position to blame me for anything. You are a regressor. How many people died because of you?" Once I started speaking, the memories poured out like a waterfall. It was like Pandora's box. It felt as if a lot of time had passed. I had spent a lot of time with this person. I thought I understood you better than anyone, but I don't know these days. Why did you do that during the flood of disasters? That person is my companion. Why did you call me a companion? You wouldn't say that normally. Stabbing me in Dark Castle, even though I told you to kill me at the time. Kim Dokja. No, Kim Dokja. Every single memory caused numerous emotions to rise. The scenarios, which were really serious at the time, became stories once they were over. We were left with the stories. Still, I am grateful for the revolutionary game. I lived at that time because of you. Still, it is weird. Why did you sell my name when hitting the wrong industrial complex? Well, maybe you were trying to fuck with me. I poured out the things I was thinking about and gradually became sleepy. I hadn't slept properly. The complaints continued even as my consciousness dimmed. The times I fought with him passed like I was reading Ways of Survival. The disaster of questions. The strongest sacrifice. Peaceland. The tomb of the scenario. The Demon King selection and Gigantomachia. It was hard to find a battlefield where I didn't fight with him. I thought back on those times. Perhaps it will be okay. I could convince him somehow if it was the Yu Jonghyuk I knew. We had never talked about it properly. What if I took the time to explain it step by step? It was Yu Jonghyuk, not someone else. I could see Yu Jonghyuk's back in the distance. I forgot it was a dream and approached him. Yu Jonghyuk. At this moment, there was a stinging pain from my head and words appeared. It was a scene from Ways of Survival. The scene where Yu Jonghyuk was betrayed by Anna Croft and lived miserably. They were the last words Yu Jonghyuk left. "I will absolutely never forgive you." Yu Jonghyuk turned around and spoke to me. Killing energy was emitted from the black demon sword. Kim Dokja. I felt a coolness from my neck and woke up. I gasped while sweating before realizing it was a dream. The dim moonlight was coming in through the window. It was a bare hospital room. I slowly rubbed my eyes. Then I realized something was wrong. Yu Jong-hyuk? The bed was empty. Yu Jong-hyuk couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. The selected ringer solution was floating in the air. I hurriedly got up, but I couldn't feel Yu Jong-hyuk anywhere. On the bed, the pocket watch with the familiar design remained. The remaining time until the Constellation and Demon War was 26 days. On this day, Yu Jong-hyuk left Kim Dokja's company. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 356 Forgotten People of the Scenario 1. It had been a week since Yu Jong-hyuk disappeared. In the meantime, the atmosphere of Kim Dokja's company changed a bit. The people were visible reticent. Rather than express it or talk about it, they silently trained. Jung Hee-won was one of them. They trained their skills and their bodies. They pretended to do this while watching a certain person. I can't stand it anymore. How long will this atmosphere last? Lee Hyun-sung, who was using Great Mountain Push against the ground, was shocked by Jung Hee-won's exclamation, while Shin Yu-sung's shoulders shook as she used advanced diverse communication. The most surprised one was Lee Jae-hai, who was training in kendo. Jung Hee-won pressed her. Jae-hai, are you not going to talk to Doc Jassy anymore? I don't know. Are you still angry? No matter what, you should have a conversation. Lee Jae-hai shouted. I'm not angry. If I think about it, it isn't a big deal. It is similar to the prophets. I know Ajusi is a good person. I just don't like the word character. It had been a week since Kim Dokja dropped the bomb. The party members thought about Kim Dokja's words in their own way. In summary, this was the feeling. On the first day, all party members felt shock. On the second day, they thought it was similar to what already happened. Jung Hee-won said, thinking about it, this is the same thing as the constellations. On the third day, some people were amazed by the novel. Lee Sealwa said, how much importance did I have? On the fourth day, they thought Kim Dokja was like a god of this world if he read the novel. Lee Gil-young said, I knew that Hyung was a god. On the fifth day, there were people claiming that Kim Dokja should be the one comforted. Not the party members, Shin Yu-sung said. Perhaps he is the one having the hardest time right now. Lee Hyun-sung heard the story and said, certainly, we don't know how Doc Jassy is feeling now. A few days ago, Jang Hyuk-si disappeared. The party members nodded in agreement with Lee Hyun-sung. Eventually, their gazes once again concentrated on Lee Jae-hai. Jae-hai. Lee Jae-hai was red-faced as she yelled. How can I say anything when Ajusi is walking around like a dead man? Still, then why didn't Daksha Ajusi say anything? He just deceived us the whole time. Jae-hai. Jung Hee-won called out and Lee Jae-hai bowed her head. Jung Hee-won kept speaking. We can't ignore Doc Jassie's choice just because we don't understand it. I don't know the reason, but it must have been necessary for Doc Jassy. Doc Jassy would have thought about it in his own way. Uni, do you think we are just characters? I also don't know. However, so what if we are characters living in a scenario? It isn't Doc Jassy's fault that such a novel exists. It made sense. Kim Dokja didn't create this world. He was just a reader who accidentally read the novel. Characters in a novel, that's how it was. From the moment this damn scenario started, they were puppets of the constellations. It didn't feel very real to hear such a story now. Lee Jae-hai bit her lips for a long time before opening her mouth. I understand. I'll go and speak to him. Instead, Yu-sung and Hyun-sung Ajusi should go with me. Shin Yu-sung and Lee Hyun-sung glanced at each other after hearing Lee Jae-hai's words. I visited him after dinner yesterday. I talked to him 3 days ago. Lee Jae-hai's face was pale as she looked around the party members. What? I am the only one who hasn't gone. I had mixed feelings about the party members who came to me one by one. Lee Sealwa appeared in the middle of the night and inserted a story pack into my perfectly fine arm. Then when I opened my eyes in the morning, there was a huge monster and insect king in front of me. I was the one who did something wrong, so I couldn't figure out how to react when the party took care of me this way. If we are characters, Doc Jassy threw yourself several times in front of these characters. I remember it and am sure the others do as well. Those were Jung Hee-won's words. Ajusi, I'm young and am not sure why you said that. Still, I know it is very hard for you right now. Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young had told me. Doc Jassy, my manual doesn't tell me how to deal with this situation. So don't be too troubled and come back as usual. Lee Hyun-sung was Lee Hyun-sung as always. I'm not good at comforting people. If I'm really in that novel, shouldn't you already know? In addition, Lee Jae-hai, the comfort accumulated like spring raindrops. It was quiet enough not to notice it was comforting. Snow was piling up underneath the walls. It marked the winter season. I looked down at the citizens who were in the process of removing the snow. In a world turned upside down and where monsters were rampant, we still had to clear the snow. The snow that wasn't cleared in time would become solid ice and would be a nuisance. Are the preparations good? I turned around and saw Kyrios floating in the air. Kyrios had regained his momentum and had been in charge of training the group's martial arts. I'm working hard. The 80th scenario Constellation and Demon War would soon begin. Currently, the maximum scenario we could advance to through the context of the constellations was the 65th scenario. In other words, we had to build enough stories to break through the 65th scenario and reach the second context of the constellations. After that, Kim Dokcha's company would also qualify for the 80th scenario. The stories are steadily accumulated and we are smoothly clearing the scenario. In any case, the scenarios in the 60s have a similar difficulty apart from Gigantomachia. From Demon World's spring to torch that swallowed the myth. We secured a different probability than before and cleared the scenarios vertically. In the scenarios in the 60s, there was no nebula that could deal with us. In addition, the promised advertisement with the mass production maker began and the share prices of Kim Dokcha's company soared. At the same time, the advertisement of the mass production maker appeared on the panel in midair. The scenario, it has numerous paths. Along with my voice that was speaking, several cars on the screen were racing towards the portal. There was only one car that didn't choose the portal. It was the Zgrade Ferrigini that Han Suyong was driving. Everyone has their own way. The Zgrade Ferrigini passed the scattered cars and ran through the darkness. The screen zoomed in on Han Suyong's face as she lip-synced to my words. However, the real power is to run on a road without a road. The logo of the mass production maker appeared on the black screen. I felt a bitter taste in my mouth. This old man's inspiration wasn't normal. He used the words he told me in the advertisement. I couldn't believe this advertisement would work on the constellations. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon likes this advertisement. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband wants this Zgrade Ferrigini. Your ad has stimulated the desire to buy in some constellations. There it was. Kyrios clicked his tongue while watching the advertisement with me. The transcendent from Murim seemed unable to accept modern civilization. I can't understand. Why ride that machine? I can run a lot faster than it with my martial arts. That's true. The disciple of breaking the sky hasn't returned yet? I shut up at the sudden question. He could only be talking about one disciple of the breaking the sky sword saint. I'm not worried because he is someone who will find his own way. I was worried. I didn't know what that sunfish was doing again. My depression returned as I thought about the regressor. I couldn't completely cover my anxiety despite reminding myself that not many things could touch the present Yu Jonghyuk. However, I was forced to believe in him right now. It was like the days when I only knew him in print. He will appear somewhere in the next scenario area. He is such a person. Reincarnation Island won't be easy. I know. I nodded. Kyrios was a transcendent and had already visited the Reincarnation Island. Kyrios' gaze turned to below the walls. I was able to see Jang Haeyoung, standing alone a bit further away from the party members. Take Haeyoung with you on this journey. This guy has made progress in breaking the sky. He won't be a burden. I was going to take him anyway. Jang Haeyoung was an indispensable figure for this scenario. The place where he got the name King of Transcendence was the Reincarnation Island. I waved lightly and Jang Haeyoung, who was looking over here, quickly turned his head away. I gazed at the distant sky again. I could feel the vibrations of the watch needle ticking around my wrist. There were 21 days until the Constellation and Demon War. I quietly turned on the smartphone and opened the file of Ways of Survival. It was because of this novel that I hurt the group members, but it was also because of the novel that I could see them. In the midst of these contradictory feelings, I opened the section on the Constellation and Demon Way. The first sentence of the Constellation and Demon War began as followed. Finally, the season of destruction was slowly coming to this world. The Nebula Eden. At the entrance of the martial arts hall, which normally wouldn't be popular, crowds of angels were gathered together. Ah, that incarnation is... That is a human body? The angels were peeping at a man with a bare upper body swinging a sword through the air. At first glance, he seemed to just be holding the sword, but he was actually cutting the air with the sword. Any angel with good eyes could tell that the blade was pointing down at a very fine speed. It was Yu Jonghyuk's repeated training when he wanted to forget time. It was to lengthen the time of the moment and to feel the eternity that was coming at that time. The surrounding air was roughly shaken by his movements. It was restrained like a crouching dragon. The fact that it was understated meant that there was something that hadn't erupted. It's great. Even narrative-grade constellations can't easily rush at you now. Yu Jonghyuk turned his head and saw a pale-faced archangel. The person who recorded everything in Eden. Metatron laughed as Yu Jonghyuk's eyes asked why he came. I came to give a bit of advice. If you are going to remove your top every time you train, you should move to another place. The probability density of Eden in this place is the most appropriate for training. It is thanks to you that the little angel's morals are... Metatron, why did you show me that revelation? Metatron knew the other person wasn't listening at all and changed his words. I told you it was a bargain. You will side with good at the duet between good and evil. It was nothing more than that. Are you trying to split apart Kim Dokja's company? Why would Eden do such a thing? I know that you are paying special attention to Kim Dokja. I guess that you are trying to keep his power in check. Your words don't make sense. Metatron shook his head as if he couldn't tell which side made sense. Yu Jonghyuk kept swinging his sword through the air. It was like he was slowly cutting a virtual adversary. If you are going to continue with the illegal demonstration, please leave Kim Dokja's company officially and join Eden. Then you will be allowed to take off your top. Give me the next chapter of the revelation. Is that all the information you had? Haven't you thought that I might be giving you false information? It is better than the demon kings who lie. Is that why you came to us instead of Asmodeus? If the demon kings know the information, then you will definitely know it as well. Ha! Metatron still hadn't forgotten the day Yu Jonghyuk invaded Eden alone. He broke through the entrance guarded by the Power's angels and Virtue's angels. Even the demon kings didn't dare do such a thing. In fact, if Metatron hadn't stopped it, then Yu Jonghyuk would have died in Michael's hands on that day. Yu Jonghyuk said, "Give me the revelation. Isn't it enough that I've played your game until now?" Metatron's mouth twisted unpleasantly. A cold light flashed in Metatron's eyes as he gazed at Yu Jonghyuk. Incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. The information I gave you isn't technically a revelation. It was information received from a special existence. Special existence? Do you really want to know? Metatron stared at Yu Jonghyuk for a moment before slowly looking up. Yu Jonghyuk also raised his head. For a moment, the sky of Eden distorted. Some of the angels around the training hall sat down with a small scream. Yu Jonghyuk instinctively grabbed the black demon sword. A demon king? No, it was more chaos than demonic. Your sponsor feels uncomfortable with this heterogeneous being. Yu Jonghyuk blinked and his surroundings changed. It was the center of the star stream. An intangible darkness filled this space. There was a big existence that was too much even for the transcendent Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk asked, "Who are you?" The constellation's secretive plotter is looking at the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. The darkness spoke. It has been a long time, puppet of the oldest dream. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 357, Forgotten People of the Scenario. 2. The winter time flowed quickly. Kim Dokja's company rapidly cleared up to the 65th scenario and reached the second context of the constellations a week ago. We finally succeeded in meeting the minimum challenge condition for the 80th scenario. The advertisement payment has arrived from the mass production maker. You have received 2,500,000 coins. The nebulous funds accumulated quickly. 2.5 million coins. It seemed that sales of this grade Farigini were booming. Now we had been paid a portion of the sales revenue and we would continue to receive more income in the future. It's time. Finally, the day of the scenario arrived. I looked around at the prepared party members. Lee Hyun-sung, Young Hee-won, Lee Jae-hai, Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young. In addition, there was Jang Hae-young. "Dokjasi, is it really okay to leave this way?" Lee Hyun-sung spoke in a somewhat uneasy manner. It was understandable. A week ago, my order was to rest and do nothing until the 80th scenario opened. This relaxed discipline doesn't make sense. Discipline. It was the words of a true soldier who lost his cartridge and safety pin. No matter what we do, it is impossible to catch up with the top-ranking constellations. The important thing isn't what we do here but what we do in that place. By the way, I feel like a person is missing. Soo-young-si went first. She doesn't listen to orders. The company didn't have any employees who were good at listening. Well, Han Soo-young would surely survive. I turned my head and saw my mother and the other wanderers watching us from the front door of the industrial complex. Then we will be going. Take care. I entrusted the security of Seoul to my mother and the wanderer forces. They were people who didn't feel greedy for the latter scenarios. Rather than clearing the scenario, they were determined to live in their own way. Lee Seilwa and Gong Pildu decided to stay in Seoul to supervise and manage the incarnations. I will leave Seoul to you. Lee Seilwa nodded. On the other side of the square, Gong Pildu was surrounded by incarnations targeting the early stage scenarios and was explaining something in a brusque manner. The important thing is to seize the best position. You have to occupy the good land before anyone else. Understood? It should be okay. I will join later with the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Go ahead. I nodded to Kyrios in the distance and sent a signal into the air. Soon, there was a low-grade Dakibi responsible for the scenario transfer. Kim Dokja's company. Are the preparations finished? Start transferring us. The low-grade Dakibis recited something and we were sucked into the portal that appeared at our feet. It was a pretty advanced portal which meant I didn't feel dizzy when the space changed. How much time passed? You have entered the waiting room for the 80th scenario. Rather than the peaceful scenery of Gwangwaman, a pale marble waiting room appeared. The waiting room was seething with constellations and incarnations who had arrived in advance. When will the scenario start? Open it quickly. There is no time. There were familiar faces among the constellations. One of them was the brash swamp predator. I thought he was dead because he hadn't been seen since the start of the Demon King selection, but he was still alive. Jung Hee-won muttered from behind me. There seem to be many great constellations. Ajusi, there is Runveer Khan and Feihu over there. I can see Papyrus and Tamna. The members of Kim Dokja's company stuck to my back like penguins enduring the cold. They seemed like rural people who just came to Seoul. Lee Jai-hai licked his lips and asked, Ajusi, what should we do? Smile while you can smile. In the distance, a few constellations from Olympus waved to the side. Dionysus and Aphrodite. They probably didn't come to perform again this time. After that, several constellations from Vedas were soon, including the supreme god of light Surya. Maybe Anna Croft and Yu Jonghyuk would also be mixed in among them. The Demon King Duke of Everywhere is staring at you. The Demon King eyes that see the forbidden is checking you. As expected, these guys were here as well. The constellation guardian of youths and travel yawns as if bored. The constellation savior of corruption is revealing a ferocious spirit towards you. The archangels of Eden as well. The scale of the 80th scenario was truly different. We had to now compete with these terrible narrative-grade constellations. In the center of the square, a Dakibi emerged. It was Baihyung. Everyone is gathered. I am Dakibi Baihyung and am in charge of the scenario. General, this scenario was hosted by a great Dakibi. It seemed that Baihyung's status in the bureau had increased considerably. Originally, the stage of the Constellation and Demon War was scheduled for another place. Then Reincarnation Island was selected as a scenario area for special reasons. Well, don't we all have to do what our bosses want? Several of the constellations burst out laughing. This was the humor of the star stream or the bureau. That Baihyung jerk, he was in a form that wasn't scary. Some constellations might be unfamiliar with this stage. It is a very old place and it is rarely used anymore. It has been lost in the flow of the time. Along with Baihyung's words, images started to flow on the screens in the sky. The stage of the upcoming scenario was Reincarnation Island. We came here to participate in the Constellation and Demon War. I don't care about the stage. Don't expect much. This is a world with a bunch of sword masters and ninth circle magicians. The constellations spoke sarcastically like they had already experienced the scenario. Then Baihyung said, Sword Master. This time, you can leave those worries behind. It is because this worldview is special. Baihyung's words caused a fuss among the constellations, but he continued speaking. In the days when the island opened, there were no concepts like Sword Master, Ninth Circle Magician, or even magic circles. This is an old island. Many constellations listened to Baihyung's words. Those paying special attention were members of the Gourmet Association. Perhaps they knew some information about this island. Well, you'll know once you personally experience it. They'll start with the explanation necessary for the scenario. Before entering the main island that is the stage for the Constellation and Demon War, you will experience the tutorial area first. Soon a map of the island appeared. There was a large island floating in the middle of the universe, with numerous small islands surrounding it. Baihyung pointed to the outermost islands. You will start at the island's edge, the small islands. Through this tutorial, you will learn how to adapt to the island. Then you will be given a scenario where you will advance to the main island, the main stage of the Constellation and Demon War. Based on the explanation, it was an existing rule of Reincarnation Island. It was a welcome thing for me. Of course, it wasn't the same for other constellations. Tutorial? We are constellations. Are you joking right now? No, of course, you don't necessarily have to perform the tutorial. There are many ways to go straight to the main island. Therefore, don't be too angry. Dakibis usually speaking like this meant that if they didn't proceed with the tutorial, the scenario would be like hell. In fact, if they knew what would happen on these islands, perhaps half the constellations here would withdraw their application. Baihyung noticed my gaze and winked at me. Originally, scenarios should start without any explanation and mine has been going on for too long. Please pick a small island to start at. If you want to start on the same island, you can choose the same island. Baihyung concluded his explanation and the constellations started to pick their place of departure. My party members picked the same island. There was no need to split apart when we could go together. Some constellations noticed and chose the island that I chose. They were going to come out like this from the beginning. I looked around at the party members. Do you remember what I said yesterday? Jung Hee-won replied. Once the scenario starts, we have to run to the middle of the island. Yes. Don't think about fighting with other people and run straight to the middle of the island. This scenario was completely different from all the other scenarios we experienced. It might be the tutorial, but there was a chance the party members might not survive. I knew from reading Ways of Survival, so none of the party members questioned my suggestion. I somehow felt bitter. The constellations were ready and Baihyung's words were heard. Let's start the scenario transfer. I held unbroken faith in my hands. Every minute in the scenario was important, including the time it took to draw the sword. Everyone, let's meet in the village. At the same time, my party members and I turned into a group of lights. A new main scenario has arrived. Main scenario number 80, Reincarnation Island, has begun. The message was heard and the darkness became brightly lit. The smell of grass entered my nose. I was thrown into the forest area of the island. I didn't see any of the party members around. They had probably been transferred to other places on the island. You are currently in the expedition area of Island 531. Find a village with guides. Hidden scenario survival game has begun. At almost the same time, the messages of the Dakibis poured from the sky. It won't be fun like this, right? The taste of survival is a good start. Constellations, please feel like you have returned to the past through a fierce competition for survival. Plus, hidden scenario survival game. Category hidden. Difficulty level SSS. Clear conditions. Enter the island's village or kill your competitors who entered together with you. Time limit 24 hours. Compensation 50,000 coins. Clear the tutorial area. Failure, death. Plus, I thought it would be like this. The Dakibis who chose this island as the stage couldn't afford to let go. At almost the same time, I felt an ominous presence around me. It was too late to hide my figure. The Demon King Magic Peacock of Geometry is showing hostility towards you. There was a presence in the bushes. It was one of the Demon Kings who followed me. The Demon King of the 65th Demon Realm, Andrilphus. Demon King of Salvation. You defeated Demon King Amdusias? Dark blue demonic energy was burning from the hands of the colorful feathered person. Andrilphus was a demon king known for having learnt all types of magic. Don't be arrogant like a stud horse. The peacock-like person spat words out of his beak and ran towards me while chanting a spell. Perhaps he set me as the first hunting game. I also ran towards him. Andrilphus muttered, "Your footwork is terrible and your skills are absurd. It is the level of a normal human. You managed to beat Amdusias with only this." I ignored him and ran hard. It was much slower than usual because I wasn't using Way of the Wind. Andrilphus mockingly declared, "Die." The magic he cast was the 9th Circle Hellfire. It was literally borrowing the flames of Helland. I wouldn't be able to endure a direct hit. However, something strange happened the moment he cast a spell. The Hellfire, which should have burnt the whole forest, only made small sparks before turning off. This island's probability doesn't allow the spell Hellfire. The confused Andrilphus stared at me. I was now right before his nose. This island has no sword masters or 9th Circle magicians. The astonished eyes of Andrilphus grew bigger. Then is Hellfire possible? It was unbelievable, but this was the law of the island. It was the place where the most powerful probability of the star stream dominated. There is the powerful effect of probability on this island. The attributes window isn't available on this island and the overall stats will be reset. The system wasn't available on this island. The usage of most skills created after the first generation is limited on this island. On this island, the proficiency of stigmas and stories are reset. All the fighting skills obtained were useless. Andrilphus, who was belatedly trying to cast a defense skill, got a stiff face. I ignorantly swung my sword without any skills. The blow, which contained no skill, pierced the heart of Demon King Andrilphus. Unbroken faith was a few times heavier than normal. My hand holding the sword trembled. The benefits of my overall stats had disappeared. In the forest, the hot sun was burning my skin. I pulled my sword out of the Demon King's dead incarnation body while sweating. It was hard to even hold the sword thanks to my poor muscles. This is why I don't like the old stories. This world had no sword masters, no SS grade hunters, no systems and no attributes window. The old stories are responding to your gaze. Reincarnation Island. This was the tomb of the first generation stories that died out in the star stream. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 358, Forgotten People of the Scenario 3. Lee Hyun-sung had a thought. This must be how his grandfather who fought in the Vietnam War felt. It was a lush, leafy forest. Lee Hyun-sung hid between trees that boasted an unusual size and remembered his survival training. Go to the nearby reed forest while crawling low. Lee Hyun-sung moved through the forest by alternating between low crawls and high crawls. He wanted to run to the fields straight away, but there were a few groups of constellations moving. Lee Hyun-sung saw someone moving and quickly hid himself at the base of a tree, holding his breath. The Demon King of Salvation definitely chose this island. How are we going to distribute it if we hunt him? The one who cuts off his head will get half. There were the murmurs of the constellations. They were all targeting Kim Dokja. He wanted to run out and get their heads straight away. Unconditionally run towards the center of the island. Kim Dokja had told them. Only then could they survive this bloody survival game. This was the message of a man who knew the future of this world. He felt he should have asked Kim Dokja more details about ways of survival. The more information in the manual, the better. What would happen to his future self and the life he was living? It isn't the time to think useless things. Lee Hyun-sung slapped both of his cheeks. There must have been a reason Kim Dokja didn't tell him those things. Now was the time to focus on the situation. Rustle. There was another noise from nearby. No voices could be heard. Someone was coming this way. There were cautious movements. It was a person who had the basics of using cover. The sound was getting closer. Rustle. If they kept coming in this direction, they would encounter Lee Hyun-sung sooner or later. Lee Hyun-sung nervously pulled out a dagger. Kim Dokja told them to avoid combat as much as possible, but that couldn't always happen. I should do it well if I can't avoid it. In the past few years, Lee Hyun-sung became much stronger than before through training. Now he wasn't the soldier who turned away from injustice in the first scenario. Finally, the other person was right in front of him. Yet something felt strange. The pattern of a special uniform could be seen through the long reeds. Lee Hyun-sung muttered reflexively, "Hwonsi? Yua." The sword of judgment popped through the bushes. Lee Hyun-sung reflexively bent his waist and avoided the sword. After a while, Jung Hee-won's head protruded from the bush. "Hyun-sung-si? I'm sorry. It's fine. Are you okay?" However, he wasn't able to be glad about meeting his colleague due to the desperate situation. He sighed and saw the two children glued firmly to Jung Hee-won's waist. They were Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young. Lee Hyun-sung watched the sickly pale faces of the two children and asked, "What is the status of the children?" "I don't know exactly. I just met them. They must have seen something shocking. A shocking sight. Certainly, this island was a strange place." The Heracles shield on Lee Hyun-sung's back was very heavy. It was an item that he normally would have felt the weight. Lee Hyun-sung carried Shin Yu-sung and said, "I think we should go to the center of the island and meet Dokjasi." "Where is the center of the island?" "The direction of the smoke." He looked up and saw smoke rising through the big trees. It wasn't too far away. Lee Hyun-sung started to move with Jung Hee-won. Maybe it was due to the presence of a strong colleague, but the heartbeat seemed to be moving at a different tempo. How long had it been? They soon arrived at the edge of the forest. A large field unfolded in front of their eyes. It wasn't far away from the location where the smoke was ignited. The problem was that there were a bunch of people blocking the field. Jung Hee-won frowned and opened her mouth. "Do you think they are chasing us?" The constellations armed with weapons and star relics were searching around the field. Among them were people Lee Hyun-sung had seen earlier. "Don't fight and run. It is better to avoid them, but once they entered the field, they would surely become visible." There was a way around the forest, but they couldn't guarantee how long it would take. Then Shin Yu-sung opened her mouth from Lee Hyun-sung's back. "A juicy." "Excuse me." Shin Yu-sung's finger pointed to the forest on the opposite side of the field. Something was running. There were rough and wild cries. Lee Hyun-sung was familiar with the monster species that emerged from the forest. They were monsters that regularly appeared in fantasy manhwa and novels. Jung Hee-won asked, "Aren't they orcs?" "They are too weak to appear in the 80th scenario." Orcs. They were representative monsters that emerged in numerous fantasy genres. I've never fought an orc up to now. It was strange when thinking about it. Orcs were famous monsters that everyone knew about. Yet they made it to the 80th scenario without meeting any orcs. In the field, the constellations exclaimed, "Ignoring us to this degree. Releasing this crap." They also thought it was absurd. As if there was no need to use a weapon, a single constellation stretched out his fist towards the rushing orcs with an annoyed expression. They were usually monsters that would be killed in one blow. Yet at this moment, something strange happened. An orc swung its axe and the fist of the constellation was broken. The moment the bewildered constellation was about to shout something, another stone axe came flying from somewhere. The head of the constellation literally burst apart. The incarnation body of the constellation fell down stupidly. The orcs roared and laughed, turning the field into a terrible place of slaughter. Quackak, the fearsome constellations who could break mountains and split apart the sea. These constellations were dying, their bodies torn apart by only two orcs. Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung fell down as well. It was reality without a sense of realism. It was that easy to die? A constellation? To an orc? Run away. The orcs tore apart 10 constellations in an instant and were approached this forest area. "Please don't let me meet orcs." I repeated this prayer in my head as I moved through the lush forest. My breathing was intermittent in this heat and my steps were heavy. I hadn't walked for very long, but I was feeling exhausted as sweat flowed all over my body. I didn't know the absence of my stats would be this great. It was unavoidable with only 1 point in physique. To make matters worse, it felt like my shoulders were being forced closer together. This was the reality of the island. Reincarnation Island. It was the place where the oldest stories of the star stream were gathered. Here, all the buffs accumulated from outside data were released. In other words, it was a place where only the innate abilities of the body were available. This was why I could easily defeat the 65th ranked Demon King. Many constellations neglected physical training. Then once they entered this island, they made a mistake of misinterpreting their combat power. It was the same for Andrealphus. You have killed 1 competitor to date. You will receive additional rewards when entering the safe zone. I tried not to miss the occasional message as I moved through the shade created by the lush trees. In order to prevent dehydration, I plunged my face into a rare stream and drank the water. It was clear and cold enough that my soul felt purified. The first-generation water is so clean. In fact, I wasn't adverse to the old stories. As a reader, I liked the old stories. A story of heroes filled with dreams and adventures. Fighting dragons in forgotten mountain ranges or looking for a legendary sword with beautiful elves and brave dwarves. The problem was that I now entered the old story. A world without the power of the attributes window and no convenient functions. The danger here wasn't only the monsters. Since I couldn't receive the effects of the skills, my immune system would decrease and I had to be wary of the cold and diseases. In the original novel, some constellations died after being affected by infectious diseases. In fact, the following sentence had appeared in Ways of Survival. The constellations, who were accustomed to the attributes window and the convenience of the system, died powerlessly. They were able to raise a proper resistance to the world that couldn't be read with their sensibilities. The constellations, who reigned in the star stream, died because they couldn't overcome diseases or orcs. Some constellations couldn't endure the disgrace and took their own lives. It was funny. The participants of Island 861 are wiped out. The participants of Island 1896 are wiped out. It had started. By now, the entire island would be engulfed in a terrible tragedy. The constellations died to lesser monsters that they had been ignoring in the meantime. Many constellations are greatly shocked by the difficulty of Reincarnation Island. Many constellations are sending a protest message to the Bureau. It was useless to protest. The island was originally like this. Demon kings or archangels, anyone could die in this place if they were a bit careless. I reflexively held my breath as I heard a sound coming from a nearby bush. I only knew 1 monster on the island that made a cry like this. It was a small monster half my height with green skin. A goblin. I sighed with relief. It was worth an attempt if it was a goblin, not an orc. There was a deafening roar. I reflexively swung my sword in the direction of the cry. My body was dragged in the direction of the swing due to my poor strength. Fortunately, the first one who jumped out was hit by the blindly swung sword and rolled on the ground. The problem was after this. 1 law of the first generation. Goblins will never move alone. 2 goblins jumped out after the injured goblin and rapidly narrowed the distance, swinging their clubs. The club swung by one of them caused a long scratch on the outside of my left thigh. Damn, in this place, the goblins were scarier than the demon kings. The exclusive skill 4th wall is activated. If it hadn't been for the 4th wall, I might have died to the goblins like other constellations. Then an ominous voice was heard. The administrator of the island is concerned about the fairness of the skill you are using. The administrator of the island declares this skill isn't available here. The probability of the star stream agrees with the administrator's complaint. The 4th wall is revealing discomfort. Kim Dokja so RRY. I have no strength on this is land. I felt the barrier covering my spirit fading. It felt like a sensation sleeping inside me was activated. At this moment, I realized what was happening. The thickness of the 4th wall has become thinner. Your mental strength, reinforced by the 4th wall, has returned to its original state. The physical pain relieved by the 4th wall has returned to normal. Damn it. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 359, Episode 67 Deceased of the Scenario. 4. I swallowed my curses. If the 4th wall became thinner, there was a strange pain during the battle that I had forgotten. The cuts on my shin and arms were sore. My sweaty shirt was more uncomfortable and the heat of the forest made me dizzy. I would have exercised more if I knew this would happen. A spiked club flew towards my head. I rolled my body and avoided a goblin's attack. My joints creaked as I moved hastily. The goblin followed my avoidance path with the club like they were catching a mole. The fuzz on the back of my hand rose as blood stained the thorny club. It was obviously a smell I've encountered many times, but it was strange. The 4th wall has become very thin. The 4th wall is shaking dangerously. I jumped up from my position and corrected my sword posture. The two goblins lost their companion and were surrounding me with red eyes. At any time, they would rush forward and kill me. The moment I read this desire, the fear of death came to me. Beyond the thinning fourth wall, the emotions I had ignored were gushing out. The story I looked at was actually something like this. I controlled my trembling breaths. I had to fight. I could fight. All my companions fought through this fear. I was the only one who cowardly avoided the pain using the wall. Kim Daksha held unbroken faith with trembling hands. Let's think. How could I hurt the goblins with my current body? Skills couldn't be used, but stigmas were still available. The level was reset, but it was possible to use stigmas. The problem was how to apply the stigma. I saw the approaching goblin and cast Song of the Sword. This isn't your stigma. The effect of the stigma is fixed to the minimum. The second day, sunny. I went out early and checked the weapons. Unbroken Faith emitted a faint sheen and returned to its original state. It would have been nice if a fire arrow emerged. Shit. It was comforting to feel that my sword was a bit lighter. Keek. The goblin laughed at my resistance and swung its thorny club. The club hit the sword and my wrist seemed to break. The goblins looked sloppy, but they were more powerful than humans. They were monsters optimized for survival on this island. Then the second club flew towards my waist. It was too late to block it with my sword. I swung my feet and kicked the club. There was the sensation of thorns piercing the soles of my feet. I bit my lips from the terrible pain. The angry goblins cried out at the smell of blood. If the stigma couldn't be used, then I had to try the second method. The giant story demon world spring is responding to your will. On this island, skills were sealed and the proficiency of the stigmas was reset. This didn't mean there was no power available. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is responding to your will. Something existed even in the first generation without magic circles. It was stories. Currently, you can't exercise control over these stories with your power. Your stories are rejecting your domination. The problem was that my strength was drastically reduced and the stories didn't listen to me. The giant story demon world spring is looking at you with regret. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth covets your weakened body. Blood rose inside me because of the heat. The goblins momentarily shrank back from the power of the stories felt from me, but they soon recovered their momentum and rushed forward. The stigma was blocked and the stories didn't listen to me. I gritted my teeth as I watched the incoming goblins. In the end, there was only the last method. I hadn't wanted to use this if possible. It happened the moment I firmed up my heart and raised my magic power. A dagger flew through the bush and pierced the goblin's head. The goblin collapsed in front of me. The blade headed towards the other goblin's neck with fantastic swordplay. I watched the girl's ponytail flying and sighed with relief. Ajushi, are you okay? The mud-covered Li Jai-hai turned her head and stared at me. In fact, the use of Song of the Sword wasn't just to confront the goblins. Like the system message stated, Song of the Sword wasn't my stigma. If I used the stigma, the master of it would surely become aware of my existence. Phew, I'm glad it is Ajusi. Li Jai-hai washed her face in the stream. Li Jai-hai had also experienced a considerable degree of hardship. What the hell is this place? Skills and stigmas are all useless. I would have died if I hadn't received training from Grandfather Kyrios. Are you injured? No, I hid well. By the way, what's wrong with you? It just happened. I was placing the cut medicine received from Li Silwa on my wounds. I couldn't believe I was injured this much fighting the goblins. I couldn't guess how hard it would be in the future. Li Jai-hai watched me and grabbed the cut medicine like she was frustrated. Give it to me. You can't apply it to your back. Li Jai-hai placed the cut medicine on my wounds. Be gentle. I might die if you press hard against it. Don't be a crybaby. By the way, were you this small? My muscle mass was just reduced a bit. Your shoulders look similar to mine? My pride was hurt, so I took back the cut medicine. No, I tried to take it back but failed. It was because Li Jai-hai was more powerful than me. Li Jai-hai spoke in warning. If you move, your shoulder will break. It had been a long time since I felt so helpless. Now it's all done. The effect of Li Silwa's cut medicine was quite good despite the probability of the first generation. It wasn't dramatic, but the wounds covered by the cut medicine were healing quickly. There were magic and martial arts even in the first generation. Li Jai-hai and I continued to walk through the forest after taking care of my wounds. Fortunately, night was coming. Li Jai-hai measured the smoke rising from the center of the island. It seems we will have to camp here today? I nodded. We can move all night, but nighttime skills weren't available and we could meet enemies that were much worse than the goblins. The night of the island has come. At night, some of the system's functions are restored. The Dakibi bag feature is now available. I immediately opened the Dakibi bag and bought a few necessary items. There was portable accommodation for 2 people and safety devices for securing the perimeter. There were also recovery items just in case. Lee Jai-hai received the items from me and blinked. What? You could buy something like this in the first generation? In the end, the coin usage scenarios remain the same. Whether it was the first generation, second generation, or third generation, the essence of the scenario was money. Thus, it was obvious that the use of the Diakibi bag would be granted. Lee Jai-hai was setting up the tent and looked at me like I was pathetic. Ajusi, I heard you've been to the army. Why don't you know how to set up a tent? It has been a long time since I was discharged. Why are you so good at it? I was in the scouts when I was an elementary school student. Come to think of it, there was that setting for Lee Jai-hai. Lee Jai-hai watched me struggle from the strength reduction penalty and set up my tent for me. Night in the forest was cold. We gathered the surrounding twigs and lit a fire. In front of the blazing bonfire, Lee Jai-hai and I were immersed in our own thoughts. I wasn't using Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, but I could see that Lee Jai-hai wanted to say something. I patiently waited. Lee Jai-hai threw a dried branch onto the burning flames and finally raised her courage. Ajusi, can I ask you something? When did that novel start? I thought this question would come out. I decided to answer honestly. More than 10 years ago. My memories were a bit dim, but I hadn't forgotten what happened in the days when I first clicked on Ways of Survival. How do I appear in the novel? The question was normal. I would also be curious if I was in Lee Jai-hai's shoes. I took my time to recall the description of Lee Jai-hai. Admiral Lee Jai-hai, the girl who pulled out her sword to protect her companions. Her pride was strong, but she was more affectionate than anyone else. Her heart was always revealed on her face. I tried not to touch on Lee Jai-hai's wounds as much as possible as I carefully chose the details to tell her. Lee Jai-hai had a suspicious look on her face as she opened her mouth. So good that I feel bad. There was that much detail? The novel is a bit long. Even so, oh, how do you remember all the details? I read it a lot. Still, to remember it so meticulously, I feel bad. This was my only answer. I was a middle school student at the time and my only hobby was reading the novel. Ajusi was a middle school student? Puhahat, then you were younger than me when you first read it? That's ridiculous. Everyone was 15 years old once. The constellation Abyssal Black Flame Dragon is raising his head. Lee Jai-hai laughed like she heard something interesting. That's right. I was also 15 once. Lee Jai-hai looked down at her sheath with nostalgic eyes. A small keyring was hanging from the sheath. I read Ways of Survival, so I naturally knew the identity of the keyring. Are you okay? Do you know about this keyring? A little bit. There is nothing private. The keyring Lee Jai-hai always carried with her was given by her friend who died in the first scenario. The sentences of Ways of Survival passed through my mind. Jai-hai, kill me. It's okay. Lee Jai-hai was the wounded sword demon. Even if her characterization changed one day, this face wouldn't change. Lee Jai-hai was a person who never forgot the sins she committed. Do you know what happens to me at the end of the novel? Lee Jai-hai's words caused a story I had long forgotten to appear in my mind. I knew the ending of Ways of Survival. Jingle. Then a bell ringing entered my ears. It was a sound from the safety device I placed beforehand. The sound of the bell soon continued in a horror-like rhythm, as if to rip off my ears. Jingle, 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 jingle. Ajusi. Something was coming this way. It wasn't a goblin or orc based on the interval of the ringing. It was a much stronger monster. I gauged the direction of the rising smoke and said, "You will live to the end and be happy." It was the same in the novel. It was a lie. However, the novel was a lie in the first place. I lived so far to make my lies a reality. Run towards the village. I will buy time. I don't want to. Ajusi, you run away. Aren't you weaker than me? You can't deal with this monster. It isn't possible even if we join forces. Lee Jai-hai was only able to deal with goblins with her current abilities. I spoke calmly, go to the village quickly and get help. That way, both you and I can survive. You can move faster than me. But, hurry. I have some way to avoid it. Really? Of course. Don't you know who I am? Lee Jai-hai nodded as if relieved. Hold on for a while. I will bring back help. A few seconds after Lee Jai-hai disappeared, a giant green monster appeared in the forest. It was a monster over 3 meters with a terrifying atmosphere. Damn, it was a troll, not an orc. I was lying when I said there was a way to avoid it. The entire party couldn't cope with this troll. It would be good if they weren't wiped out. Grr. The troll found me and revealed horrible teeth as it laughed. The troll's iron club was covered with fragments of the constellations, as if it had already broken the heads of numerous constellations. I smiled bitterly and gripped the sword. I would probably die from just one hit of that club. At least, if there was no one to help me. Grr. In the first place, this island was impossible to attack in a normal way. As always, There were hidden pieces in impossible scenarios. It was time for them to show up according to the original novel. The moment the troll's growl soared into the sound, a piercing sound was heard. A familiar blade was piercing the belly of the troll. It was Li Jihai. I knew this would happen. You are a liar. The Admiral doesn't abandon her colleagues, even if it means dying. This operation was possible from the beginning because I believed in Li Jihai. The angry troll drew out the sword and made a strange noise. The wound was restored in an instant. It threw the sword and Li Jihai laughed from beside me. Let's die together, Juicy. I saw the troll running towards us and laughed too. Li Jihai wouldn't die. The history of her life would eventually save her. The moment the troll's club fell, a sound was heard from the forest. It came. A silver sword split apart the darkness. I watched carefully. The pure sword that wasn't an ether blade cut the fearsome troll's neck like a toy. The favorite themes of the first generation Forgotten People are love, friendship, and romance. First generation. One of the oldest stories in the Star Stream. The master of that story was talking. Sacrificing your lives for your colleagues? This is the first time in 381 years. I looked closer and it wasn't only one person. There was no need to speak. They are such friends. Really, there are still good stories out there. The laughing voices spread out. Something was strange. This wasn't in the original novel. Then I saw the faces of those walking out of the darkness. It's been a long time. Has it only been 3 years in outside world time? Surprisingly, it was someone I already knew. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 360 Episode 67 Forgotten People of the Scenario 5. A handsome beard and thick eyebrows. The thick lips that showed a unique, upright personality. The man who appeared from the darkness was exactly the same as when I met him 3 years ago. Goryos' first sword? I didn't know we would meet in such a place. Kim Dokja. A constellation of the Korean peninsula, Cheokjeongyang was on Reincarnation Island. I was indebted to Cheokjeongyang from Dark Castle to the Demon King selection. I swallowed down my pleasure. Cheokjeongyang was a good constellation, but his purpose here was unclear. It was time to look at the other person's purpose. It would be difficult if his purpose conflicted with me. I was worried because you haven't been sending any indirect messages. I have been refraining from broadcasting on the stream for a while. On closer examination, Cheokjeongyang's entire body seemed much more refined than before. Something flashed in my mind. Did you come to the island before the start of the scenario? It's been 15 years already. 15 years? At this moment, a sentence of ways of survival rose. Reincarnation Island is located in the Dark Fault. It might be 3 years in Earth hour, but time within the Dark Fault was a few times faster. In fact, Kyrios and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint had also been here. At present, the time density of this island was around 5 times that of Earth. The reason you are here? Cheokjeongyang shook his head. It might be an outer god, but I still wasn't able to withstand it. There was a scene playing in my head. It was 3 years ago, the day when the 73rd Demon Realm was destroyed. Cheokjeongyang lost his incarnation body while dealing with the disaster. The prideful Cheokjeongyang was greatly shocked that there was such an existence in the world. Thus, it was even more amazing. The other constellations had their egos crumble at the mere sight of the disaster, while Cheokjeongyang was still trying to tear down the disaster. Perhaps this was the theme of the constellation called Goryos' First Sword. I felt that I had to train again from the very basics. This island is the perfect place for such training. Cheokjeongyang spoke while looking at the people moving through the bushes in front. They had good mobility even in this hot and sticky forest. They were probably the forgotten people of this island. One of them noticed my gaze and walked over. You managed to survive. Usually, the constellations from the outside die in less than an hour. Apart from that monster Cheok over there. Thank you for your help. I am Kim Dokja. I deliberately didn't say my modifier. Among the first-generation Forgotten People, there were many people who considered the modifier to be pretentious. The man laughed as if he liked my answer. I have long forgotten my name. That is what everyone does when they're here. The man spoke and moved ahead. The forgotten. They were those who forgot their names after numerous reincarnations. However, they didn't really forget their names. It was just that reminiscing on the past became too painful. An old scent was felt from the bodies of the forgotten who were opening the path. A very strong, curved, and hardened story. Li Jihai whispered. How are they so strong? It was natural to be curious. The forgotten people themselves didn't feel particularly great. Yet they used a single strike to kill the troll we struggled with. The quantity and quality of their stories seem better than us. No matter how good the stories, it is useless if they can't take advantage of it properly. Li Jihai stared at me with questioning eyes. The moment I tried to speak, I was interrupted by Cheokjeongyang. He's right. Even if there are 10 swords, humans could only hold 2 swords properly. Goryos' first sword. His body was a sword, his heart was a sword, his story was a sword. Li Jihai looked down at her hands like she gained profound enlightenment. In the meantime, Chiak Jungyang stared at me with a deep gaze. You have collected many great stories. You won't fall behind the top-rated constellations right now. You're overpraising me. By the way, you've accumulated too much in a short period of time. Do you know what state you are in right now? I closed my mouth. In these eyes, I was currently in a very precarious state. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is aiming for your incarnation body. The story person who opposes the miracle is doubting your qualifications. The story one who killed an outer god is dissatisfied with you. It was the same in practice. I raised the giant stories wrong and almost had my life snatched away by the stories. If that happened, I would become the same as the constellations I met at the duet between good and evil. Don't forget, after an existence creates a story, the story creates an existence. I already knew. I came to this island knowing it. I will keep that in mind. Not long afterwards, we arrived at the village. You have arrived in the first safe zone. You have met the conditions to clear the main scenario of the 133rd small island. You have met the conditions to clear the hidden scenario. You have received additional compensation for killing a competitor. Additional compensation is being prepared. The village was peaceful. After passing through the main entrance, there was a lifestyle that revolved around a huge hearth in the center. It was different from city life. A stay-at-home woman in scruffy clothes was feeding a cow while a bearded man was doing laundry. There were also children who seemed younger than Gil Young and Yusung. It was an incredibly rural village where the first-generation forgotten people lived. It is really amazing here. Yusangasi? Sorry. Did I surprise you? It's fine. Is it okay to talk now? Yes, it is break time. The wall is also busy. For some reason, Yusanga's voice felt closer than usual. The fourth wall had become thinner, making her activities more convenient. This village is like a mural that many artisans painted over the years. I was inwardly amazed as I heard Yusanga trying to find the right words. It was apparently ordinary, but as Yusanga put it, the reality of this village was never ordinary. I might be a visitor, but I could tell by the sight of the residents living their lives as usual. They looked bored, as if they had seen this hundreds of thousands of times. Shit, I almost died. This crazy island? Are they really orcs? I looked up at the true voices and saw a group of constellations appearing at the opposite entrance of the village. I quickly looked at the faces of the group. Unfortunately, the faces of my party members couldn't be seen. Instead, I saw an unpleasant guy. Demon King eyes that see the forbidden is looking at you. The Demon King with fiery eyes in the shape of a black panther. He was one of those I saw when I visited the 1863rd round. The master of the 61st Demon Realm. Eyes that see the forbidden, Floros. He was the one who died from Yu Zhonghyuk's fist in the 1863rd round. The Demon King followed me to this island. Floros stared this way with strange eyes before turning his attention elsewhere. It was obvious even without reading his face. He probably judged that this wasn't a favorable place to fight. Chiak Jungyang standing next to me would have surely noticed it. I glanced at Chiak Jungyang beside me. What did you have to say? It's nothing. They were really strong and reliably shoulders. I was envious. Is this the end of the scenario? Hey NPCs, guide me. The constellations entered and the village became a bit crowded. One of the residents frowned at the turmoil occurring everywhere and responded. This is the end of the small island. There is no sincerity in your words. Well, the scenarios are all created by the Dakibis. Now that there were no monsters, the constellations were regaining their spirit. The story weak against the strong and strong against the weak has started. The voices of the stories were flowing from the eyes of the constellations. As expected, Chiak Jungyang was correct. There were no exceptions, whether they were constellations or incarnations. If we didn't live the stories properly, the stories would live instead of us. Are there no additional rewards here? Should we search through the houses? There might be some hidden pieces. The residents felt tired and replied in a voice that found the situation troublesome. There are no such things. The small island scenario is over. Those who want to go to the next scenario should enter the hearth in the center of the village. It is the portal. Some of the constellations frowned at the cold tone and Demon King Floros stepped forward. The NPCs are really noisy. It is up to us when we want to leave here. Perhaps he was looking for an opponent to go against as he suddenly raised his status. I have found a village like this. It isn't bad to rest for a while. Bring out some drinks and food. This body is very hungry. The violent words caused the other constellations to laugh. Li Jihai frowned and came forward. Just wait. Perhaps there was no room for us to intervene in this fight. In fact, the villagers weren't fazed at all by the threat of the Demon King. The man washing his laundry yawned with boredom. NPC, always NPC. These days, the kids think of life as a game. An old man carrying a Korean frame said, "It is a strange fate today. I have no enthusiasm and passion." The woman feeding the cows also added some words. "Spit. This is why I was against opening our island. No matter how urgent the need for coins, do I have to watch these snobs entering? It is better to raise a few cows." The flowing words were heard clearly. The situation headed in a strange direction and the constellations started to notice. Floros let out a roar. "Why are these group of bugs?" The little boy sucking candy in front of them said, "You are the bugs who haven't lived for 1,000 years." Floro's mouth dropped open. He was the one who reigned over the 64th demon realm, and it was natural for him to react like this. It must be the first insult he had ever received. A wicked expression flashed across Floro's face. The scenario didn't tell me not to kill NPCs. The Demon King let out a powerful status. The moment he roared and revealed his fangs, all the residents of the village gazed at Floros in unison. The man doing the laundry, the woman placing food and water in the trough, the old man carrying the frame. It looked like the whole world froze. The constellations sensed the strange air and faltered. The same was true for Floros. He was a fairly keen Demon King and must have noticed something weird. Perhaps he was thinking this way. What the hell are these guys? However, he couldn't back down here. His ego as a Demon King wouldn't tolerate being suppressed by the inhabitants of a small village. In the end, Floros chose the one who looked the weakest. Die! Floros' claws aimed towards the little boy eating the candy. However, this was a completely wrong choice. He clenched his fists. Then the fist was there. Something exploded. The fragments of an incarnation body scattered through the air like fireworks. Floros' incarnation body lost his head and slowly sank to the ground. Eyes that see the forbidden has been eliminated from the scenario. The constellations witnessed the death of the Demon King in front of them and withdrew with a shudder. What? This? The residents showed little response to the astonishment of the constellations. It was a serene atmosphere, like no one was holding a funeral for the bug. The man started the laundry again and the woman gave water to a cow. The old man shook his head and cutting at a tree. The kid sucking the candy declared, "Get out of the way. I don't want to see you anymore." The pale incarnations and constellations fled through the portal. In any case, the small island scenario had ended. There was no reason to hesitate anymore. After disappearing through the portal, there were less than 10 constellations remaining. The huge story torch that swallowed the myth wants you to go to the next scenario. From the moment I faced this child, my giant stories reacted violently. Maybe they noticed something. I smiled bitterly and approached the child who killed the Demon King. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is threatening you. I didn't know that Floros would be so helpful. I was relieved to find what I had been looking for. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth declares that it will destroy your incarnation body if you keep approaching him. I ignored its words and continued forward. The swirling giant story was emitting threatening air currents. I was annoyed by the childish story who thought it was a provocation against him. What? Do you want to be like that guy? You taught the breaking the sky sword saint and Kyrios. The expression of the child changed. The inhabitants of this place were all reincarnators. Their age couldn't be read from their appearance. The child in front of me was a reincarnator who had lived for at least 10,000 years. The child narrowed his eyes and asked me, "Who are you? What is your relationship with those children?" The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is revealing its teeth to the presence in front of you. There was another reason I came to Reincarnation Island. Based on the future battles with myth-grade constellations, I had to obtain something from this place. I swallowed the rising blood and spoke in a congested voice. "One invincible fist, please teach me story control." TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 361, Inaudible Words. 1. TL note. This is the first chapter that uses female terms when referring to Jang Haeyoung. Perhaps it is because it is from Jang Haeyoung's perspective. Jang Haeyoung's gender is still ambiguous to me, but I will be using female terms for her here. Jang Haeyoung moved through the forest of the small island and was reminded of Kim Dokja's words. "You are the hidden card of this scenario." Before the scenario started, Kim Dokja had called Jang Haeyoung separately. Jang Haeyoung suddenly heard those words and was embarrassed. He hasn't been interested in me so far. Jang Haeyoung was sad. No matter how much time he spent with the other party members, Kim Dokja neglected Jang Haeyoung. 3 years after the end of the Revolutionary Game or the Demon King selection, Jang Haeyoung had long felt alienated. It felt like she had been excluded from all the main scenarios. "Why didn't you ask me to join Kim Dokja's company?" This was the most disturbing thing. She wanted to ask. Why didn't Kim Dokja invite her to join the nebula? Perhaps she was forgotten. The unidentified wall says, "Don't trust Kim Dokja too much. Shut up." The unidentified wall says, He is just using you. Maybe this really was the case. Kim Dokja was the most practical person Jang Haeyoung knew. Nevertheless, Jang Haeyoung replied, Kim Dokja isn't such a person. Why do you hate Kim Dokja? The unidentified wall asks, do you want to be friends with him? It would be good if we were friendly. We haven't talked much lately. The unidentified wall asks, why? Do you like him? I like who I like. Jang Haeyoung replied bluntly and bit her lips. My favorite is the Demon King of Salvation. The unidentified wall is looking at you. That's him. It is different. In any case, I just want to get along with him. The unidentified wall is sighing. Even if he kills you one day. Why are you saying such ominous things? The unidentified wall had never liked Kim Dokja. It was from the first time it met Kim Dokja all the way to the present. Don't get in my way. Last time, I didn't get a giant story because of you. The giant story that told of the victory in Gigantomachia. Torch that swallowed the myth. Jang Haeyoung had watched through the screen and was overwhelmed, moved and finally sad. She thought she should have been there. She should have hurled herself into that blazing flame. She should have been part of the giant story. Yet she couldn't. The unidentified wall says, trusting people will only make you disappointed. You have suffered enough in your last life. She had no confidence. Would the torch have gone out if she jumped in? What if the giant story was ruined with her involvement? What if Kim Dokja didn't want her involvement? Jang Haeyoung was different from the other party members. She was a resident of the demon world and came to Earth. She wasn't a companion who fought with Kim Dokja since the first scenario. Thus, she couldn't say that she wanted to go together with him. There was an insurmountable wall between them. It was a wall that couldn't be reached no matter how she tried. Jang Haeyoung didn't have a history to share with them. This way. Just a bit more. Hwantse, please give me Gil Young. They'll take him. It's okay. I still have enough stamina left. Voices were heard in the distant bushes. Jang Haeyoung reflexively hid herself behind a tree. A wounded man and woman were running while carrying a child on each of their backs. They were people Jang Haeyoung knew. Jung Hee-won and Lee Hyun-sung. The two of them were being chased by monsters. They were followed by half a dozen orcs and 2 trolls. Based on the direction, they seemed to be moving across the field, the source of the smoke. It was the wrong choice. The direction they were heading in had more fearsome monsters than orcs and trolls. If this continued, they would be wiped out. Jang Haeyoung reflexively clenched her fists and got up. To be exact, she tried to get up. The unidentified wall says, don't save them. What nonsense is this? The unidentified wall says, if they die here, you can be Kim Dokja's only friend. At almost the same time, the running Jung Hee-won tripped over a stone and fell. Jung Hee-won and Lee Gil-young fell onto the ground. The orc close behind them raised a glaive. It was too late to evade. Jung Hee-won shouted, Gil-young, run. Jang Haeyoung looked at the falling glaive and thought, maybe the unidentified wall was right. If these people died here, thank you. The conversation she had with Kim Dokja before coming here flashed in her mind. For what? The words you said at that time. Kim Dokja muttered with his usual distant face. You said it. Even if the other side of the wall can't hear it, still, leave something on the wall. Jang Haeyoung had wondered. Did she say that? When? Was she drunk? Kim Dokja continued. Thus, I'm doing it. As you said, one day somebody might look at the traces on the wall. Jang Haeyoung could see Jung Hee-won closing her eyes as the glaive fell. Lee Hyun-sung was shouting something while Jung Hee-won covered Lee Gil-young. By the time she came to her senses, Jang Haeyoung was already running. Your new attribute is preparing to bloom. Her fist stretched out. The orc's glaive broke like straw before her transcendent fist. Jung Hee-won stared up at her with wide eyes. Jang Haeyoung looked down at this person and thought, fool, Kim Dokja wouldn't recognize their feelings. The Demon King of Salvation was a demon king, not a god. He would have no interest in what they did. However, just because it couldn't be communicated didn't mean their hearts weren't there. Jang Haeyoung stood as if guarding the party members and said, leave it to me from now on. It wasn't too late to make history from now on. She still had a lot of time. I breathed out and opened my eyes. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3 has been turned off. Exiting the third-person viewpoint. Fortunately, Jang Haeyoung met with some of our companions. I was nervous that she would be delayed, but luckily, it went according to plan. They met with Jang Haeyoung and now they would be safe. I raised my stiff body and reconfirmed the message in front of me. You have earned the right to use the skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint as a reward for clearing the hidden scenario. It wasn't possible to use skills on Reincarnation Island. The story was different after completing the hidden scenario, survival game. The exclusive skill Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is fixed at the lowest level. A system error has occurred. There is no level concept for this skill. This skill isn't affected by the first generation probability. At first, I thought it would be better to get the license for bookmark. Then I thought about it, and bookmark was a skill that borrowed other people's skills. In other words, if I got a license for bookmark but no additional license for the other person's skill, bookmark would be useless. It was an island with too many constraints, but it couldn't be helped. The thing I needed to go on this island was more important than skills. I heard Li Jiahai's voice in the distance. Great master. It was already the second day. Li Jiahai was chasing one invincible fist Yu Hozong around. Great master. Please tell me that story. It was the same with Yu Hozong gave a cow food. Just one phrase. I can really learn well. Li Jiahai annoyed Yu Hozong even when doing his laundry or cutting firewood. How did you do that yesterday? You stretched out your fist and his head exploded. Of course, Yu Hozong didn't say anything. I thought it wouldn't be easy to learn story control. It took a long time for Kyrios and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint to learn this technique. Story control. It was the name of a pure technique, not a skill or stigma. There were many explanations for it in ways of survival, but I didn't know it precisely because there were many voices. Thus, I was actually a bit worried. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is growling. I had to do something about this brat soon. It was this evening that Yu Hozong first became irritated. Stop chasing me. In addition, why I am your great master. Well, you are the master of my master's teacher. I smiled as I heard Li Jiahai's words. It was true. Li Jiahai's master was Yu Zhonghyuk. Yu Zhonghyuk's master was the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's master was one invincible fist Yu Hozong. Yu Hozong stared at Li Jiahai and sighed. It isn't something you can learn. Those like you who are accustomed to the system won't see any effect, even if you train for 100 days. You taught great master. They were transcendents without any sponsors. They are different from you. It was a sober refusal. You never know. You'll do exactly as you tell me. Your position is wrong from the beginning. This isn't something you can learn, just be doing as I say. Have you felt nothing while following me for 2 days? Yu Zhonghyuk's great master. They even had the same surname. Gave an unlucky smile. In fact, I knew. Yu Hozong was testing us the whole time. Haven't you heard anything here? Li Jiahai and I looked at the surrounding scenery at the same time. The man cleaning up the pig's poop stared at me, like he was asking what I was looking at. The story master of cleaning defecation is determined to live happily today. The woman harvesting the crops was drinking rice wine while humming a song. The story master of labor is humming while helping its master's work. The old man carrying the axe sighed and sat down on the ground. The story millennium woodcutter is saying that young people these days don't know how to respect adults. There were no great stories. They were stories made by cleaning up animal poop, singing while working or cutting wood. These stories were different from other stories that I knew. There was a strange harmony in the stories. They felt different from the stories seeking power or the stories that tried to dominate their master. An ensemble of one story and one being created over many years. Yu Hozong said it takes 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years to obtain only one sentence. Those are real stories. Real stories. It was an interesting expression. Don't you have stories? Train well in that method. It is useless to learn other stories now. But I can't become as strong as you. That depends on what you do. The important thing is to look at the story correctly. Look at it correctly? A story that is too big makes it impossible to know the direction of the story. I had heard such cryptic words before. Was it from Lycaon when learning Way of the Wind? I had this thought and suddenly started to worry. Could I learn story control when I couldn't even learn Way of the Wind? I was troubled when hearing people talk about talent. Yu Hozong sighed and opened his mouth again. Phew, these damn kids. They'll tell you just once. At these words, Li Jiahai sat in front of him like a demure student. I also approached and listened to his story. What do you think is a story? Li Jiahai rolled her eyes and answered, a tale? Pitiful. Don't just scold me. Let me know. I have to explain from the basics. Yu Hozong clicked his tongue and raised his left hand. What do you call this? Left hand? Yu Hozong raised his opposite hand. Then what about this? Right hand. Then what about when they are joined together? Li Jiahai pondered for a moment before answering. 2 hands? Then the story replied on behalf of Yu Hozong. The story ambidextrous boxer is having fun. Yes, this leads to the words 2 hands. Many people call it a relationship. They perceive it as a similar form. Li Jiahai had a blank expression. It was an expression that showed she didn't understand. Yu Hozong spoke like he knew. So what would you call this? Yu Hozong grabbed the twig on the ground with his left hand and asked, one is the left hand and one is a twig. What would you call them if they are tied together? A left hand holding a twig? Or left hand and twig? I felt a cool sensation. It isn't easy. Do you know why? Li Jiahai shook her head. Yu Hozong said, there is no correct relationship between the two. Whether it is left hand and twig or left hand holding a twig, it isn't something that falls naturally. It is awkward. Yu Hozong held the twig like a dart and threw it at a tree far away. The twig flew quickly and stuck into a tree. It looked natural, like it was originally part of the tree. It is the story that narrows that awkward distance, connects the most distant things in the world. If you want to control the story, you have to make sure to understand the story. It was a seemingly confusing explanation. Li Jihai stared at the twig on the tree blankly. I carefully picked up a stone that was rolling on the ground. The power to connect the most distant things in the world. It was difficult. Yu Hozong saw my actions and clicked his tongue. Stupid guy. I just gave an example. A relationship can't be made and a story generated by holding something. It takes a long time to narrow the distance between the materials and yourself. The next moment, something strange happened. The full probability of the first generation is responding to your actions. The story material has an affinity for you. The stone in the hand looked up at me in a pleasant manner. The story, the stone, and I has begun. Yu Hozong stared at me with a dumbfounded expression and his lips trembled. You, what the hell are you? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 362 Inaudible Words. 2. The stone in my hand trembled like it was alive. You have acquired a new story. The story, the stone, and I wants to continue. It was a first for me. I just touched the stone and a story occurred? There were all sorts of complicated hypotheses in my head, but I didn't have an answer. The probability of the first generation is around you. Currently, the fourth wall is in a very thin state. The only doubts were these two system messages. Yu Hozong stared at me with suspicious eyes. I see you are a reincarnator. Is that right? T seemed he had the wrong hypothesis about me. Were you stoned to death in your previous life? That's why the stone is… No. Oh, you're a stonehead. That's why the stone. I picked up a branch thrown by Yu Hozong. The material of the story is sensitive to you. The story Kim Daksha likes a branch has begun. I glanced towards the dazed Yu Hozong who had a gaping mouth. I'm afraid that my head isn't that bad. By my side, Li Jihai glared at me. Yu Hozong shouted with wide eyes. Hold this. I accepted the flower that Yu Hozong gave me. The story material has an affinity for you. The story Kim Daksha with a flower has begun. Yu Hozong continued to give me things and I accepted all of them. The story material has an affinity for you. The story material has an affinity for you. My surroundings were filled with singing stones and flowers. After much agonizing, Yu Hozong made a decision. Grab me. Where do you mean? Here, grab me here. Yu Hozong's eyes were blazing. I understood his anger. The real stories that took 10, 100, or even 1,000 years to build up were easily obtained by me. He was bound to feel like this. If you wish, please excuse me. I sighed and placed a hand on Yu Hozong's shoulder. Why was this small shoulder so hard? Yu Hozong said, there is no change. Is it limited to inanimate objects? HRMM. The character Yu Hozong shows a small liking towards you. The shocked Yu Hozong withdrew from my hand. What is this? The next second, I heard a message in my ears. The story person who is loved by all has been acquired. It was the other residents of the village who showed interest in me while Yu Hozong was in shock. It has been a long time since I've seen this crazy talent. Huh, this is a rare friend. Did you come from the outside? Are you interested in the cattle feed? I accepted the cattle feed that the woman gave me in a dazed mood. Human Kim Daksha. This was the first time I received such attention in my almost 30 years of living. I was talented? Dakjasi is definitely talented. You've been reading this novel for over 10 years. Perhaps her librarian's work had been busy lately because Usanga sounded tired. Is it related to reading the novel? I can't think of anything else but that. This has never happened in the meantime. Come to think of it, that wasn't true. There were some characters who had good feelings towards me as soon as they saw me. Maybe it is because the wall is thinner. I heard Usanga's words and thought it was possible. I didn't know the exact reason, but it was possible the failure of the fourth wall had closed the distance between the world and me. Then how far did this power apply? Looking back, Li Jihai seemed to have her own sense of pride as she muttered to herself while holding a branch in her hand. I poked her with my finger. The startled Li Jihai screamed. Ajusi, are you crazy? The finger that touched poop. It didn't work. Now let's see. I poked the shoulder of Chiak Jungyong sitting next to me. Is this a challenge? That's not it. This didn't work either. Then what were the principles behind it? No matter how I thought about it, I couldn't figure out how my talent worked. It is really fucking talent. I can't explain it any other way. The one who spoke with Yu Hozong, who had been preoccupied with his thoughts for a long time. Ferocious anger was seething on his face. Yu Hozong approached me with a child's stride. You might not know, but I hate strange fates the most. In particular, I hate those like you who don't try hard and easily obtain something. One invincible fist Yu Hozung was such a person. He liked people with a persistent spirit and cared for those who strove to overcome their insurmountable talent. In Yu Hozung's eyes, a man like me was a criminal who would destroy the first generation with talent. For the first time today, I am going to break my belief. Huh? I will teach you story control. I didn't know why Yu Hozung changed his mind. The only certainty was that he discovered some possibilities from me. As if to leave a lifelong disciple, Yu Hozung troubled me day and night. Phenomena and truth aren't the same. Using a story properly means understanding its language. Solid ground is needed to leap into abstraction. That is the details of the stories you have built up, etc. There were so many ghostly words that I thought it would be better to read Ways of Survival again. I ate a tangerine that the villagers gave me and thought hard about it. Stupid guy. It is a face that doesn't understand anything. I'm sorry. Don't try to understand it if you don't know. Not everyone will learn control in the same way. What are you saying? It was like I was struck. It is your problem from the beginning. You lack respect for the elderly. You must learn how to listen first. I don't think I can listen better than this. I'm telling you to listen to the words of your story. Words of the story? Was this mentioned in Ways of Survival? You already have the talent to communicate with stories. It is the talent to listen to their emotions and words. It was true. I didn't know when, but I was able to read the stories, just like they were people. However, I want to control the stories, not chat. The stories aren't controllable. The one saying this was the person who taught the method to control stories. Can you control your thoughts? Of course I can. Then don't think of anything for 5 minutes. I nodded as if it was easy. Don't think. Damn, I was thinking don't think. I tried hard to escape my thoughts, but it wasn't easy. In 5 minutes, many things passed through my head. For example, the probability of Yu Jonghyuk becoming a girl and killing the Demon Kings, or Han Suyong suffering from an unknown delirium, declaring, "I'm sorry for plagiarizing Kim Dokja at the time." I raised both hands and surrendered. "I can't do it. You're a fool. The story Demon King of Salvation is laughing at you. This is what you have to do from today. Listen to the words of the story. But don't be afraid. No matter how big the story, they are stories that you gained." Turning away, Yu Hozung looked like a teacher for the first time. A story can dominate us, but sometimes it tells us the way. From that day on, I started practicing story control. To be precise, it was practice to hear the voices of the story more accurately. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is annoyed by your interest. The stories were unfamiliar to me, but after a day or two, they started to gradually open up. I listened to the voices of the stories that had refrained from expressing their emotions so far. The story king of a kingless world says it was very happy at the time. The stories told their tales and I heard them. The stories became the memories we accumulated. The feeling of pleasure as the 4-in demonic beheading sword broke the absolute throne. Yes, I really enjoyed it. It was because this was my first story. The story person who opposes the miracle says the returnee was really troublesome. That's right, the Myung Ilsang bastard was really tricky. I fought with Yu Jonghyuk and Han Suyong and still almost died. The story one who hunted the king of disasters misses the taste of the snake wine. The story one who killed an outer god is asking you to remember. Every time I heard these words, I was immersed in my memories. On the other hand, it was hard to suppress the urgency if I delayed here for too long. Han Suyong, Yu Jonghyuk, Anna Croft, those who pursued a different ending from me might already be knocking at the door of the next scenario. The story Demon King of Salvation says you shouldn't run away anymore. I focused on the story again. From a certain point, the voices of the stories grew and I found it hard to distinguish between reality and the illusion. My sense of space was fading. I couldn't tell if I was in the story or if I was listening to the story in reality. The story revolutionary of the silver screen is hungry for a new revolution. Yes, I'm sorry. I neglected you for too long. The story Gourmet Association's heretic is complaining of hunger. The story Miracle Gambler wants another big bet. In between, dreamlike screens passed by. Doc Jassy. We almost died. Do you know? A juicy. The voices of the party members were faintly heard from somewhere. Oh, how cheap. You are training alone? We will learn quickly. Who can we learn from? I had a thought while listening to those voices. If this was really a dream, it was a sweet dream. Why am I not getting a story? Dok Jae-hyung got a story from doing this. Get your hands off him, Lee Gil-young. You stay away, Shin Yu-sung. In my dream, I heard the children muttering things like Ajusi and I or Dok Jae-hyung and Lee Gil-young. I didn't know how they would use such stories even if they did obtain them, but the giant story Demon World Spring is looking at your story together. Why? I listened to the voices of the children and felt warm. In my dim vision, countless stories were watching the scene with me. The story person who is loved by an archangel likes your stories. The story king of a kingless world is watching the children. The story giant's liberator is looking at the party members with fond eyes. All the stories resembled me and I resembled all the stories. If so, that guy alone on the other side was surely part of us. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is turning away from you. I spoke to it. Stop being grumpy and come here. There was no answer. The one who threatened other stories with its size was turning its back to us. His head was drooping like a child reading something. Maybe I already knew. This was a small child immersed in its own story. Still, such stories couldn't exist alone. I spoke carefully to its back. It looks interesting. The torch that swallowed the myth looked up at me and raised its body. You? The story will a very large body glared at me. Strangely, I wasn't afraid of it. This guy was a story. All stories had to flow somewhere. Where do you want to go? Couldn't easily answer my question and shut its mouth. Probably couldn't answer. I knew its heart. Come with me. To where? I slowly opened my mouth and spoke. I wanted all my stories to reach. The story asked, what is at the end of the whole story? I don't know. Still, at least we won't be alone. The story hell of eternity is looking at you. After a while, I felt the stories wrapping around my fingertips. My body floating in the waves of the story gradually became heavy and I slowly opened my eyes. I couldn't tell how much time had passed. My legs were numb. I looked down and saw Lee Gil-young and Shin Yu-sung leaning against them while sleeping. They weren't stories. They were children with real bodies. I lightly stroked the hair of the children. The giant story torch that swallowed the myth is listening to your story. At this time, the only survivor of the 331st island was moving towards the next scenario. You have slaughtered all participants on the island. You are the only survivor of the 331st island. You are qualified to enter the following scenario. A black coat was flapping and the black demon's sword shone. Looking at the portal to the next scenario, Yu Jong-hyuk was reminded of the insidious presence he met just before coming here. The outer god in the third round whose identity was unknown. I can't tell you the full contents of the revelation. It is too much of a breach of probability even for me. However, I can give this much. This way it will be a fair fight. He turned on the smartphone and a text file appeared. Han Soo-young record of the 1963rd round. First. Yu Jong-hyuk moved towards the portal while opening the first chapter of the story he didn't know. TL note. Due to personal reasons, I have quit and will no longer be translating Omniscient Reader. A new translator has already found, so there should be no gaps in the chapters, but some terms and stuff might change. Chapter 363 Inaudible Words. 3. Chapter 363. Episode 68 Inaudible Words. 3. TL. Hi, everyone. This is the new TLer for this novel, A Passing Wanderer. Pretty much all the names of characters introduced so far will be changed to better reflect the official Korean romanization standard/spellings. Certain technical terms will also be changed to better match that of the Korean terms used as well. My apologies for any inconvenience caused. If you have any questions, please refer to Wikipedia's revised romanization of Korean for more details. It had been a week since my arrival in the village. After all the fables settled down in their places, I began preparing for the next scenario right away. TL. Previous term for Sura changed from story to fable. The Isle of Reincarnators is formed around 3 islands, the small island where the probability of the first generation of fables is applicable. The middle island, where the probability of the second generation of fables is applicable. Finally, the main island, where the probability of the third generation of fables is applicable. Unlike how it was in the small island, IDB directly clashing against the constellations from the middle island onwards. Meaning, the beings that managed to survive while breaking past the rather realistic probability of the first generation were waiting for me there. The great fable, Torch That Swallowed the Myth, urges you to get a move on. As usual, one of the guys remained temperamental, but, well, I figured that I had gained enough control over them by now anyway. Yu Ho-song said this before fables would try to control their user, but at the same time, they would also show the person the way forward, too. TL. Yu Ho-song. The great fable, Demon World Spring, is waiting for your decision. These guys would have to continue existing within me from now on. Would get to tell new stories and they would shine as new and different fables as well. Miss Hui-won. Good to see you that you're unhurt. TL. Young Hee-won Jong Hui-won. Can't you change your repertoire of greetings already? I almost died for real this time, you know? I was told that my companions arrived around a week after I began my fable control training. Apparently, they got lost at the outskirts of the island and that delayed their arrival somewhat. I looked around and asked her, where is everyone? They are in training right now. We walked for a bit and soon. The sight of the kids, Lee Hyun-song, and Jang Hae-young sitting cross-legged on the ground caught my eyes. It seemed that their training wasn't easy, judging from their current facial expressions. TL. Li Hyun-sung E Hyun-song Jang Haeyoung Jang Haeyoung. But that was rather obvious. Even at the shortest estimation, the Fable control training would at least need around 2 months. The Yu Jung Hyok from the original story needed to waste over 3 weeks, even with his incredible talent, so… TL. Yu Jong Hyuk Yu Jung Hyok. I quietly observed the fables of my companions. Fable, Kim Dokja Company's code of conduct, is writhing around in pain. Fable, one who hears the monster's voice, is moaning in pain. Fable, one who craves for the trust of his comrades, is in great pain. Like how I earned my fables, they too had earned theirs. Going through the same scenarios didn't mean that we'd automatically earn the exact same fables. Their fables would be different from each other's because they all possessed different levels of sensibilities. The flow of time here is slower compared to other islands, so it'll be fine to take it easy with your training. You shouldn't try to rush it. You will be able to fight properly in the Great War of Saints and Demons only after you've completed your training, you see. TL. Constellation and Demon War Great War of Saints and Demons. I understand. Fable, Demon King's fanatical believer, is singing a song. Oh, Dokja Hyung said it back then. I am the god of the world. Follow me, and you'll learn the truth of the world. And when Gilyong wakes up, please tell him this. Something really bad will happen if he continues to acquire twisted fables. Lee Gilyong E. Gilyong. Zhang Hui-won broke into a fit of giggles, and I reprimanded her with a slightly more serious tone of voice. This isn't a joke, you know. I'm not joking either. Mr. Dokja, you really need to consciously recognize your position. I'm talking about recognizing just what kind of a person you are to these kids. Do you think they would have made it this far without you, Mr. Dokja? I wordlessly stared at Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gilyong as they pinched the backs of each other's hands even during the training itself. These two kids trusted me and were willing to come this far while sharing our imperfect story together. TL. Shin Yu-sung. A brand new fable that had not existed before has begun sprouting within you. It's the same story for me. The last person I looked at was Jang Haeyoung. Trickles of cold perspiration soaked her forehead as she maintained the intense battle against her fables. I don't want to hear it. Honestly, I don't want to. But you must hear it. No matter what, you must. My ears overheard the fable's voice coming out of her. With that, I could guess which fable Jang Haeyoung was watching right now. Most likely, she'd get to awaken a new attribute on this island. And then, she'd use that as a foundation to become the king of the Transcenders. ED. Transcendence Transcenders. Mr. Dokja. Yes? Are you aware that you've been behaving indifferently only towards Miss Haeyoung? That wasn't my original intention. Things somehow worked out that way. That story you told us, shouldn't you tell that to Miss Haeyoung as well? The story I told my companions. It was quite clear what Zhang Hui-won referred to in this case. This world is constructed with a novel as the basis, and I'm the sole reader who read that novel. Currently, I've told that story to only a small number of my companions. Most other people, including Kyrios and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, didn't know this truth. Jang Haeyoung was no exception. I lowered my waist and observed her face a little closer. Deep double eyelids, and gently curling golden hair. Even without moisture retention, pale smooth and soft skin. Slightly plump cheeks, and charming dimples that appear when she smiles. Due to an oddly androgynous atmosphere, her gender is hard to identify with her face alone. The descriptions from within the text of Ways of Survival, and the comments I had left behind in the past, were all coming back to me now. Her appearance that exactly matched my imagination became an indescribable guilt weighing me down. I'm not sure how much I can be honest with her. Pardon? I couldn't tell Jang Haeyoung the truth. I mean, how could I? Tell her that I created you? That you were born because of my comments? I've been thinking about this quite often lately. Maybe it wasn't that the novel I've been reading became reality, but that novel was simply a recording of this world. What are you suddenly talking about? Maybe that was what I've been wishing for. Just like what the much younger Kim Dokja had been thinking, a long time ago. Zhang Hui-won looked back at me with a puzzled expression, and I replied with a weak grin. I like being with you, Miss Hui-won. Yes, me too. It's the same story with our other companions as well. For now, that's as far as my thoughts have gone. I apologize for being selfish like this. She was lost in a train of thought for a little while but nodded her head soon enough. Well, it's fine. Mr. Dokja, you are doing what you want to do, anyway. I understand. Thank you. By the way, when our companions wake up, please give them this. And this is… It's the information on the upcoming scenario. The memo pad I handed over to Zhang Hui-won contained information on the middle island, our next scenario. Hang on, Mr. Dokja, again you… Zhang Huiwen and her quick wits seemed to have realized why I was handing this thing over to her. I knew that you'd show up around today or so. I sought out Yu Hosong first before leaving the small island. Whatever the case might have been, he taught me the fable control, so I wanted to express my gratitude. Well, that was a lie. I had an ulterior motive for being here. May I ask, why did you accept our group? Yu Hosong frowned deeply after hearing my sudden question. It's just the whims of an old geezer. It was a rather bizarre sight to see a kid who looked to be 10 years old or so refer to himself as a geezer. But it wasn't an improbable spectacle either, because the invincible fist Yu Hosong was an existence that had lived far longer than your regular demon kings or archangels, after all. The 0th Murim, known only through legends being passed down. The greatest expert under the heavens in that Murim was none other than Yu Hosong. If you're done asking your questions, get out of my sight this instant. I do not wish to look at your ugly mug any longer. He was putting up the exact same act of driving away one's guests, just like in the beginning. Don't you want to come with us? What rubbish are you spewing now? I'm aware that once the scenario on the small island concludes, you are allowed to advance to the next one. The upcoming Great War of Saints and Demons is a scenario like that, after all. Yu Hosong's brows greatly quivered. Just then. Even back in the original story, there was a turn where the Great War of Saints and Demons took place in the Isle of Reincarnators. The meeting of the new and the old, a fusion scenario with the first generation. Most likely, the Bureau should be busy with advertising this scenario using such slogans on the outside. Which was by design, actually. It was a scheme to use the first generation of fables, only spoken through rumors and hearsay, as the focal point of the advertisement itself. The thing was, though, the Bureau's scheme to make lots of moolah could also serve as an opportunity for the forgotten who were left behind and abandoned by the passing of the eras. It's possible that you might be able to leave this island by using this chance. The Isle of Reincarnators was like the living museum of the star stream. The reincarnators of this place could live forever in perpetuity on this island, but at the same time, must suffer the curse of never being able to step outside. All because of the contract these people signed with the master of the island. How long are you planning to remain as a relic of the bygone era, like some kind of a stuffed animal? Yu Hosong slowly closed his eyes. It looked as if he was trying to calm his rising anger. What do you expect from us after leaving here? The forgotten being strong is only applicable within this island. The first generation no longer matters. Nobody wants to see such a tale. For sure, he was right about that. The majority of the reincarnators wouldn't be able to properly display their prowess after leaving the island where the probability of the first generation was still active. The first generation of the forgotten wouldn't be able to adapt to the outside world ruled by the system, rife with powerful ki and magic. However, not everyone would be like that. The transcenders who studied under you are playing active roles in the outside world even now. Meaning, there are definitely some who yearn to see the fables you have created. I'm sure there are. However, I'm also sure that such a thing can't become the trend. Does it have to be, though? What's that? I'm asking you whether it needs to become the trending topic in order to become a good fable or not. Since when did you start caring about such a thing? Anyway? Yu Hosong's eyes shot open and the proverbial flames were flickering within them. Are you suggesting that, after all this time, I should become a plaything of the constellations once more? If I take one more step here, make that one last push, then I'd definitely get my head blown away just like other demon kings. So I couldn't take that step. What I did take, though, was just half a step instead. You've been listening to the story of the fables for a long time. I had to shake this guy up exactly to the length of my half step, so that he'd willingly take the other half by himself. Don't you think it's about time that you start personally telling your own story? Yu Hosong's eyes opened even wider, clear ripples visibly spreading out within his irises. I formed a wordless smile and turned around to leave. Fable, Pebble and I, is cackling to itself. TL. Stone and I, Pebble and I. Well, I've cast my stone now, and the rest wasn't up to me anymore. Because the one to make this seriously scary transcender move his butt would be someone else, actually. Are you really leaving without saying goodbye? Everyone is focused right now and I don't want to disturb them. Besides, we should meet up again pretty soon. Anyway, also, there's something that I must do after going there first. I chose not to say any special goodbyes to my companions, but did say my farewell to Zhang Huiwen. She carried a rather rueful expression, but it seemed that she had accepted my decision as was. Please, you must survive. Let's meet again. We lightly bumped fists. Just before my departure, the villagers came to see me off. Would you like some bread on your journey? It's been freshly baked this morning. I thought you liked stones, so I brought some of my collections. Several villagers I had grown friendlier with during my stay gifted me with some food. As the villagers grew further away in my view, I spotted Yu Hosong among them. He too wished for some kind of a change to take place. And that was why he probably decided to teach me and my companions while praying that the skill he taught would change the island, flip the great war of saints and demons on its head, and eventually transform the star stream itself too. Fable, reincarnator of 10,000 years, is singing a song of farewell. Fable, world's most ancient farmer, is wishing you Godspeed. Some would leave while some would remain behind. The moments of the most distant things meeting and then parting again would be remembered by the fables. That was how this world continued to exist. As I turned around, I heard Yu Hosong's voice projection enter my ear. It's possible that the master of the island might become interested in you. It'll be better for you to be more cautious. I returned a light smile as my reply. There was this message that kept repeating itself in front of my eyes since a while ago, you see. Master of the island is paying close attention to you. I approached the village's giant brazier to find that Chiak Junjiang was waiting for me. Let us travel together. Sounds good. We'd get separated during our transfer to the Middle Island anyway, but still, I felt somewhat more confident now that we were making our entrance together. By the way, about the next scenario. The scenario of the Middle Island was a preparatory one for the main island's great war of saints and demons. Chiak Junjiang nodded his head, seemingly having misunderstood what I said somehow. Now that I recall, you are a demon king, are you not? All right, if I'm destined to fight you, then I swear to give it my all. No, hang on a sec. That's not what This great one shan't be tethered to the unnecessary personal emotions of fate during our true battle, so you can rest easy. No, hang on. I'd much rather prefer that you be tethered to your unnecessary emotions, though. Somehow, I now had to pray fervently that I don't become Chiak Junjiang's target during the upcoming scenario. Tutorial scenario has concluded. Transfer to the Middle Island has begun. Main scenario has been updated. Accompanied by the update message, the surrounding view began changing bit by bit. You have arrived on Middle Island number 3. Thankfully, I couldn't see Chiak Junjiang next to me. The moment my transfer was complete, the acrid odor of blood stung my nose. I was greeted by the grisly sight of dead corpses belonging to constellations and incarnations strewn about on a vast plain. This sight was more than enough to dampen one's spirit, but I was relieved to see it, actually. It was far more advantageous to start the scenario later than the others, as that would lower the odds of running into powerful constellations that had entered here beforehand. Probability of the second generation is active within the relevant area. A portion of your skills have been unlocked. A portion of your overall stats have been restored. Along with the crackling noise, I felt my shoulders grow just a bit wider, while my height grew too. I had been feeling really constricted for some time, but now, it felt like I could breathe a bit easier. A new hidden scenario has arrived. I quickly opened the scenario's info window. Hidden scenario snatching modifiers. Type main. Difficulty? Clear conditions. Take away the modifier necklace from the enemy designated as your target. In case the participant does not possess any modifiers, it will be replaced by his or her true name. Time limit. Reward. Randomly obtain one of the target's fables. Acquisition of a ticket for entry into the main island. Failure? This scenario was the final hurdle before advancing to the main island. The content of this scenario was simple in nature. I needed to take away the mark of the modifier from someone who was designated as my target. A small necklace shimmering in silver already found itself dangling around my neck by then. Demon King of Salvation. It was the necklace with my modifier written on. Number of survivors on Middle Island number 3 is 262. 262, huh. That was a far higher number than I expected. However, it wasn't enough to change my plan, because the really powerful constellations should have advanced to the main island by now. No, the really important bit was just who got tagged as my target, but the powerful ones had already disappeared from here, so it must be. Your primary target has been decided. Modifier of your primary target is ... Right after that, I discovered a group of constellations busy running towards this location from a distance, a group that was urgently running away as if they were being chased down by something. Along with the noise of the ground exploding, a part of the group became bloody sacks of meat and flew away like a splitting ocean wave. And I could see the one giving chase to the escaping constellations through the rising murky dust cloud. God damn it. Why was that bastard still here? Episode 68. Inaudible Words. 3. Finn. Chapter 364. Inaudible Words. 4. Bloody hell, I definitely didn't want to run into that guy here. I quickly hid behind the mountain of corpses while witnessing the waves of magical energy blowing around like violent storm winds. Not too long afterwards, I heard the voices of those hurriedly running away. That crazy monster. You walk. The constellations were crushed mercilessly and were killed off, leaving behind only their death throes. Fables flooded out among the bits of body parts flying about, and the blood shed by the incarnations dyed the land crimson red. Run. Hurry. Right behind them, the slaughterer responsible for this bloody spectacle finally arrived on the scene. I saw the purple-colored aura bright enough to be visible even from behind the tall mountain of corpses. All I could do was to silently watch the proceedings, unable to even breathe properly. The great fable, torch that swallowed the myth, is growling. The great fable, demon world spring, is shrinking back. Here came the possessor of the incredible status that could even negatively affect my fables. Fable, flame that annihilates evil, has begun its storytelling. The flame that annihilates evil, one of the fables that would display the greatest effect when dealing with evil-leaning constellations. I knew the owner of this fable really well. Flowing locks of platinum blonde hair, violet-colored eyes, the radiant wings of an archangel spreading behind his back. He was the sole archangel among Eden that displayed its hostility towards me. Constellation, savior of the corrupted, has begun its judgment for salvation. The savior of the corrupted, Archangel Michael, a being who possessed the same modifier words just like me. TL. The Korean words for savior and salvation is different by only one letter. Here, MC is not saying his modifier has the word savior in it, but the same first two letters. Kugugugugu. The sword of savior held in Archangel Michael's hands split the world in half. The purple-colored fog on the blade spread out, and this fog ignited into flames that soon started burning the atmosphere itself. The flames crossed the air in the blink and reached the constellations trying to escape. Ahak! 5 or 6 constellations running away screamed at the top of their lungs and crumbled to the ground. Fables became ash within the purple-colored flames and scattered away. The only things remaining on the spots once occupied by the dead constellations were modifier necklaces gleaming in a silvery hue. Michael flew in the air and landed beside them to confirm the dropped loot. It's still not here. He seemed to be searching for something. A bizarre light shot out from his eyes as he began observing his surroundings. Feels like there's one more rat hidden somewhere nearby. Could I win if I was to fight Michael here? I grew quite a bit stronger after learning Fable Control, but still, I wasn't confident of winning against that guy for the time being. Not only was he the strongest battle angel in Eden, he was also infinitely closer to becoming a myth-grade constellation. 2. If he decided to go all out, then he'd not be in a disadvantageous position against even Poseidon, who fought in Gigantomachia. Even if I knew all the info on the guy through ways of survival, well, the silvery light oozed out from Michael's 2 eyes. That was Eye of the Archangel, one of the exclusive skills possessed by archangels that detected the presence of evil. It seemed that he could use that skill now after the probability of the second generation had been unlocked. His eyes, burning like the ghostly flames of Dakibi, began scanning his surroundings. The range of his vision slowly shifted and was heading in my direction. My heart began beating faster bit by bit. Should I make a run for it? It was at that moment that the pebble the villagers gave me writhed within my inner pocket. Fable, Pebble and I has begun its storytelling. And something quite unexpected happened next. Due to the effect of the fable, your detectable presence has become similar to that of a pebble. The demonic energy emitted by you has become assimilated to the surrounding nature. Michael scanned the mountain of corpses I was hiding behind without much of a reaction, before eventually withdrawing his vision while muttering to himself. Was I mistaken? He then complained with an unhappy-sounding voice as he rose up in the air. All because the scribe issued a time-wasting order. His wings spread out widely and his figure disappeared into the distance in an instant. Only after his presence was completely gone did I stand up from my hiding spot, while wiping the cold sweat off my forehead. Fable, Pebble and I is pestering you for praise. You did well. Thanks. Fable, Pebble and I is giggling happily to itself. I had no idea that this fable could help me out in this manner. A fable that could turn my presence into that of a pebble. I did feel a bit mixed about it, but still, it might come in handy later on. I then quickly took a look around the devastated surroundings. Number of survivors on Middle Island number 3 is 224. In that brief amount of time, 38 people got slaughtered. Most of them were incarnations or constellations only on the level of historical figure grade, but there were some fable grade mixed in among the victims as well. TL. The historical figure grade was first introduced in CH40, but it seems to have been not TL'd by the former translator for some reason. Also, previous narrative grade will change to fable grade, as they both use the exact same Korean spelling. The sight reminded me of what it looked like right after a natural disaster swept by. This was the true power of the archangels. The high-ranking demon kings should also possess a similar level of power, too. Now that was a close shave. If things went wrong, I was planning to use revelation even. You were watching? Yes. I was on a break, you see. I recovered a bit of my energy after hearing Yu Sang's clear voice. TL. Yu Sanga. Right, even if the enemies that I had to fight against were extremely powerful, I too held several hidden cards up my sleeve. By the way, don't the conditions of the corpses seem a little odd? I nodded my head and looked down at the sagging corpses. To be more specific, I wasn't looking at the remains, but their modifier necklaces, which seemed a bit off. Most of those had either disappeared or a portion of the modifiers were damaged. Yusanga asked a question. Even if we say that necklaces have disappeared after they were hunted down as targets, but why would only portions of modifiers disappear like that? The ancient, the aged, and several modifiers were missing words here and there. It was as if someone deliberately stole only certain letters and nothing else. Some people are exploiting the loophole. Loophole? Do you remember the condition to clear this scenario? Wasn't it? Snatch away the modifier necklace from an opponent designated as your target. Correct. But in reality, there's no reason to hunt down your target, you see. What's important here is to get your hands on the necklace itself. Yusanga replied in a surprised voice. Could it be? Just as I nodded my head, a new message entered my ears. It is possible to collect modifier syllables in the corresponding area. You can craft a new necklace with the collected syllables. There are those who steal modifiers from other constellations and create the modifier necklace that their targets are wearing. Basically, a modifier was a combination of words. For instance, my modifier, Demon King of Salvation, was made up of the following syllables: Mon, King, of, Sal, Va, and Time. Meaning, as long as you collected those syllables, you didn't have to snatch my necklace away but would still be able to construct the same thing as mine. Why is the Bureau permitting this kind of shortcut? The condition of snatching away the designated target's necklace can potentially slow down the progress of the scenario, you see. Also, there's a possibility that your target has already escaped from this scenario too, which will further complicate the situation. Constellations hated slow progress, and they really loved the fast-paced action and the continuous rush of that refreshing feeling. Which means all these people were sacrificed for just a single word. I nodded my head again. Most likely, powerful constellations slaughtered the lower-classed ones and combined the necessary modifiers belonging to their targets. Well, that would be a lot quicker than searching for a target that constantly ran away from you, after all. Rather than praying for the dead's safe journey to the afterlife, I began rummaging through the discarded necklaces that now resembled corn on the cob, missing many of its kernels. Yusanga didn't say anything. You have acquired the modifier syllable of. There were almost no useful words remaining. The majority of them were common adpositions. Without a doubt, all the necessary words had already been collected by other constellation as the pieces for their puzzle combinations. I did rummage through the pile of corpses that Michael left behind and found a few useful items, though. As expected, it seemed that a constellation like Michael wouldn't hesitate to throw away items that weren't star relics. Indeed, his wealth was on another scale. But besides all that, why don't you come out already? Michael is far away by now, you know. My voice quietly resounded out in this empty, devastated location. No presence of a person could be felt, but I still spoke up one more time. You should come out while I'm still being civil, okay? There was one other person hiding within the corpses. This person managed to perfectly hide their presence, but I was pretty sure of them being there. Why? Because I clearly witnessed them going into hiding just as the bloody slaughter commenced. Accompanied by boozoo noise, a corner of the corpse pile collapsed and fell, as a certain someone stood up. An incarnation that somehow managed to avoid the detection of Eye of the Archangel revealed themselves. Demon King of Salvation. A blonde-haired woman full of wounds was glaring straight at me. Blood continued to flow out from both her torn arm and the grievous wound on her stomach. Even at a casual glance, they seemed to be pretty serious injuries. I spoke while looking back at her. Looks like things are not going as well as you hoped. Anna Croft. I recalled the moments when Anna Croft first made her appearance within Ways of Survival. The prophet of Asgard and capable of freely using precognition and retrocognition, she was the one character that possessed the skills to counter the regressor Yu Jung-hyuk. Because of that, she became his chief rival in the latter half of Ways of Survival. During the original storyline, that was a woman willing to bear any cost for the sake of her great cause. One of the most powerful incarnations, and a character who'd become the master of Zarathustra in the distant future. Something that even constellations feared such a person was sagging powerlessly right in front of my eyes. I crushed one of the Great Return pills I bought earlier and shoved it inside her mouth. She opened her eyes around 30 minutes after that. As soon as she did, she spotted me and while breaking out in a near convulsion, stood up from the ground in great haste. Sit down. Your physical condition is still dangerous. She confirmed that her wrists and ankles weren't bound, and quickly stepped back, still being wary of me. Why did you save me? I've got a few things to ask you, and what makes you think I'll answer your questions? She growled like a wild beast. This was a slightly different appearance from the prophet that I remembered. Why are you participating in the great war of saints and demons? So I can earn a great fable, obviously. Could there be any other reason? But shouldn't you be getting ready to tackle a different great fable scenario by now? Am I wrong? Anna Croft bit her lips after hearing my question. In the original storyline, she shouldn't be taking part in the Great War of Saints and Demons, because she was supposed to participate in another great fable scenario called Ragnarok instead. That is, the light in her eyes shook visibly, and that was the same thing as me hearing her answer. You've been discarded by the nebula. This problem doesn't concern you. She began gritting her teeth now. I could easily understand the rage contained within those words, though. Anna Croft and I clashed against each other a couple of times so far, and that changed the future of the original storyline she was supposed to live out. Back during the Gourmet Association or back during Gigantomachia, she didn't get to achieve any notable feats. As her repeated failures accumulated, the Nebula Asgard simply chucked her into the midst of the Great War of Saints and Demons, all by herself, after she was deemed no longer useful. Was this because of me? The future that I changed didn't just transform the fate of Yu Jung-hyuk and my companions. I spoke to Anna Croft as she glared at me with eyes filled with contempt. What if you get to earn a myth-grade fable in this place? What did you say? Wouldn't Asgard have to reassess you in that case, then? The myth-grade fable, her irises quaked visibly after hearing that term. What are you trying to say here? I can help you. I'm asking you what your motives are. I don't have any ulterior motives. I only wish for you and Zarathustra to grow without any issues. That is all. Character Anna Croft has activated lie detection LV.8. Character Anna Croft has confirmed the applicable remark to be true. Her expression was dyed in pure astonishment, but it recovered quickly enough. The light in her eyes reverted back to the one belonging to the calm, level-headed prophet from my memories. And what do you want in return? As expected, prophets were quick on the uptake, and that made my life easier. Lend me your ability for a bit. Most likely, Anna Croft had no idea that the first being I met on this middle island happened to be her, and just how glad I felt about this lucky encounter. Somewhere in the mountainous region of the island, Asmodeus rubbed its chin while looking at the modifier necklace it earned as it stood on top of a tall, ancient tree. The Hunter of Dages. Now originally, Asmodeus was supposed to target the modifier, the Hunter of Grudges. Unfortunately, other competitors hunted down its target already, and thanks to that, it was left with a tattered necklace that said the Hun of instead. So, I've already acquired Dages, and that means all I need to find is Gru. The problem was, there weren't that many constellations remaining on this island that still possessed the modifier containing Gru. The side effect of participating later because I was taking care of my dependents is fairly large, isn't it? Asmodeus stayed on top of the tree and scanned every corner of the island to search for the remaining constellations. It was at that point that the Demon King heard the explosions ringing out from the forest up north. Judging from their scale, it could guess who was behind them. Yet another round of cleanup had commenced, it seemed. It proved to be entertaining if Asmodeus decided to stick its nose in there. But then, a familiar voice entered its ear canals. According to precognition, it is somewhere nearby. Oh really? Asmodeus' expression brightened up the instant it heard those voices. It lightly jumped off from the treetop and arrived before the owner of the voice with a gobsmacking turn of speed. There they were, a man wearing a white coat and a platinum blonde woman. Asmodeus smiled brightly. Demon King of Salvation. Looks like we were fated to cross paths in this manner. The Demon King of Salvation. The owner of the syllable it was looking for was now standing right in front of its eyes. However, the man didn't seem to be flustered at all. TL. There was a Korean pun at play here which can't be TL'd into English, unfortunately. Grudge is written as Unhun while Salvation is written as Kuon. As you can see, on part is the same in both words. I didn't come here to fight Asmodeus. That's not something for you to decide. Because... You need the syllable Gru, right? Killing me and taking away Gru is an option, sure. However, I have a more interesting offer. Do you want to hear it? Asmodeus formed a dazed expression for a bit, before making its reply. It's already quite amusing that you are making me an offer. Yet it's also supposed to be interesting, too? Now I want to hear about it more than ever. Asmodeus' voice was thickly dyed in excitement and madness already. It even sported an expression that said it was seriously weighing the pros and cons of devouring the tasty prey right in front of its eyes, or an even more delicious potential prey later on. It then continued on. However, if I don't find your offer interesting, then you will. I'm not the only one with the syllable Gru on this island. Another owner of Gru? Asmodeus' expression shifted once more. Could it be? If we're participating in the Great War of Saints and Demons, we should start acting more seriously now, don't you agree? The reflection of Kim Dokja in the eyes of Asmodeus was grinning like a true demon king at that moment. Are you interested in Archangel hunting? Episode 68. Inaudible Words. 4. Finn. Chapter 365 Archangel Hunting 1. It's no fun when no one is fighting back. Michael stared at the corpses strewn about the field while smoking a rolled tobacco. Ash-gray smoke mushroomed up in the air. This cigarette was manufactured by the second generation of craftsmen. The reason why Michael enjoyed hunting demons or going on a business trip was because he got to smoke the cigarettes he liked so much, to his heart's content. In Eden, smoking was an evil, a sin. Michael smoked through several cigarettes in a row, and as he fell into a chain of thought, stubbed it out by rubbing it against the exposed flesh of a dead corpse. Have I taken too long? What do you mean, too long? It's only just begun. Michael heard the voice reverberating within his head and frowned deeply. Shut up. Hurry, wake me up. Unshackle me already. Michael pulled out a new cigarette. He had been hearing this particular fable's voice for a long time. And whenever he did, Michael simply had to burn through more cigarettes, one after the other. Now isn't the time. Michael took another long drag of the rising smoke. Nebula Eden has issued a new revelation. Archangel hunting, is it? It does sound rather interesting. Asmodeus grinned brightly to reveal 2 rows of pearly white teeth after hearing my offer. It's not just any other archangel but the savior of the corrupted, too. Are you being serious about this? Of course. However, aren't you in a friendly relationship with Eden? If you do something like this, won't you end up as their enemy? Doesn't matter. I'm a demon king after all. Even if I didn't mean it, I still had to say it out loud. Because I'm trying to convince none other than Asmodeus here. And the demon king itself seemed to be seriously agonizing over my suggestion at the moment. Do give it careful consideration. You need the syllable grew, right? On top of that, you'll be able to earn a fable concerning an archangel, too. The one who hunted down a great archangel. Doesn't the thought alone excite you? Unfortunately, Asmodeus wasn't to be swayed that easily. No, rather than that, it was shooting me approving gaze as if to ascertain what my true intentions were. I decided to throw an even bigger bait at this juncture. Well, that's disappointing. As a member of the Gourmet Association, I figured that you'd be different from other constellations. Asmodeus' long, slender brows quivered noticeably after hearing my words. Your understanding of the Demon King, Asmodeus, has increased by a great deal. Your understanding of the applicable individual is quite high. Second stage of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has activated. Now that's the first time I heard such a message. Finally, the skill level of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint had risen up high enough to let me take a peek at the inside of selected constellations. And right afterwards, I could hear Asmodeus' inner thoughts. He's utterly, hatefully arrogant. This demon king of salvation. Its inside was like a thick, sticky swamp. Listening to the private thoughts of a being looking back at me with a pair of quietly withdrawn eyes was making me feel rather uncomfortable. His thoughts continued on. A trap that I want to fall into this badly, is it? As expected, it wasn't for nothing that Asmodeus had climbed up to the position of the candidate for the future Great Demon King. It had already figured out that my offer was a trap. It's likely that the target of the Demon King of Salvation is the savior of the corrupted. And he wants to use me and other constellations to hunt down Michael and steal the modifier necklace afterwards. It's commendable that he's using his brain so much. But well, it's a bit irritating to pretend that I fell for his schemes, isn't it? Asmodeus' expression gradually changed into an icy one. Unsurprisingly, it seemed that this much convincing wasn't going to be enough. Michael is a difficult angel to fight against, even when he's being restrained by the probability of the second generation. Asmodeus' conflicting thoughts were gradually finding their heading now. A faint killing intent seemed to ooze out from its long nails. I could sense Anna Croft next to me tense up and get into her battle mode. Maybe she used the precognition and saw something that was about to happen. However, I wasn't worried in the slightest. Because it was about time that a situation even her precognition couldn't have predicted began, that was why. Like clockwork, Asmodeus' expression became rather weird. The demon's briefly hardened expression shifted into one filled with complicated emotions. Its eyes danced around as if it was reading something in the empty air. And so, how much time passed by like this? Countless emotions flitted in and out of Asmodeus' eyes before they finally landed back on me. Well, it's so hard to figure out the will of the star stream sometimes, you know? What do you mean by that? I was just talking to myself. Very well. I accept your offer. Let's try out this archangel hunting thing, then. Asmodeus' announcement caused Anna Croft's eyes to go completely round in shock. She then formed a puzzled expression next. Completely disregarding her, the Demon King smacked its lips and concentrated on sending a message to someone somewhere. It was probably busy communicating with other seekers of the end right about now. And at the same time, a message from a certain someone entered my head. Did I do well? You did. Thank you, Sangasi. The reason why Asmodeus changed its mind? Probably read a certain revelation just now. More specifically, the fake revelation you sang and I had cooked up and spread around, that was, it said, the corrupted archangel will die by the sword of a swordmaster on the island of the aged forgotten peopled. Another revelation was made? The bureau was also turned upside down by the news of a new revelation. The first place to be affected by this was the sales department. Sir, we have a sudden spike in the sale of the swordmaster-related skills. Replenish their stock immediately. Call the related subcontractors and tell them to speed up the output of the mass production type stigma. But even then, our stock is running low, sir. DMN it. Where did all the fable manufacturers disappear to? Ah? Who was it again? Right, if we request the mass production type maker, then... In the meantime, Bai Hyung was quietly observing the developing situation from within this crucible of confusion and chaos. The great Dakibi Baram addressed him from the side. Bai Hyung, you should start a new scenario. I've already done so, sir. A new message was floating up on the scenario observation screen that flickered into life just then. Sub-scenario Archangel hunting has commenced. Soon, the sight of the constellations hiding within the forest and the planes rushing somewhere en masse showed up on screen. They had all purchased Swordmaster-related fables from the Dakibi bag. Just now. Will it be fine to open a scenario like this one, sir? Surely Eden would strongly oppose this. We have already obtained the scribe's consent. He said that it doesn't really matter. We've already compensated them, so there's no need to hold back. To think he'd allow one of his angels to be used as the subject of a scenario. That doesn't sound like what the leader of the absolute good would do. That's how the absolute good operates. For the sake of the greater good, they would trample on smaller good every now and then. I'm aware of that, sir. But lately, it's becoming harder for me to understand them. Regarding just what are Eden and the demon world thinking? Them agreeing to go ahead with the great war of saints and demons scenario, and wouldn't they all perish together if they do this? Baram stared at Bai Hyung with unreadable eyes before forming a smirk. There is a saying about how short life is, but art would go on forever. That's a saying from Earth, isn't it, sir? Correct. Those are words that exalt the story's eternal nature. But you should be aware of this, such a notion is false. Even the greatest fable will die sooner or later. It's just that, compared to the length of a fable's lifespan, a human's life is simply far too short, that is all. Baram's voice seemed to contain the regrets of an innumerable length of time. Indeed, those words belonged to a Dakibi that had continuously told the tales of constellations for a truly long time. Did you know? Once upon a time, stories with no distinction between good and evil didn't exist within Starstream. Yes, I know. But what about now? Screams from the constellations killed by Michael's blade could be heard coming from the screen. And there were other constellations silently peeping at this battle. These constellations were sponsoring someone else, they were busy swearing at others, or were fully enjoying the show. Coins exchanged hands, and cries of pleasure and despair continued to resound out. And within this spectacle, not one person seemed to care about either good or evil. Ah! As he spat out that short gasp, Bai Hyung finally understood the great Dakibi's wisdom. Baram addressed his junior once more. This is a war to stop them from disappearing. For the next 2 days, Anna Croft and I prepared for the hunt. Asmodeus didn't act with us, though. Let us meet again on the hunting ground at midday, 2 days from now. It left those words behind and disappeared on us. I was pretty sure that the Demon King was getting ready to hunt down an angel in its own way. There were around 30 minutes left until midday. The promised location for our archangel hunting was the fertile forest located on the north of the island. Just before we reached our destination, Anna Croft threw me a question. Do you really think we can pull this off? You're gonna help me out, aren't you? Even if it's me, I can't predict the future all the time. You already know this better than anyone. It's fine to read the nearest future for the time being. What I needed to avoid were the unseen variables that might happen in the near future. And Anna Croft's precognition was the most suitable skill for avoiding such things. What will you do if I decide to betray you? If my target is you, then... I know that's not the case. From the get-go, I couldn't have been her target. Why? Because she was inserted into the scenario way before me. She narrowed her eyes to a slit and asked me again. By the way, since when did you stop using polite speech to address me? Oh, now that I think about it, you're right. Should I address you with polite speech again? Ma'am? You're being a jerk right now, so please just stop. All right. How many times can you use precognition today, young miss? Anna Croft glared at me with a dumbfounded expression before making her reply. 3 times. Don't use them unnecessarily, and activate them only after I give you the signal. Why should I listen to? You should listen so we can finish this SHTTY scenario for good. From afar, we could hear the screams of the constellations and incarnations. The hunting had begun already. Along with the horrifying explosions, The oppressive voice of the aloof, proud archangel rocked the entire forest. Do you dare to use me as the subject matter for a scenario? Anna Croft and I hid in the nearby bushes and observed the battleground. We couldn't spot Asmodeus anywhere yet. Instead of him, though, almost all the participants still remaining on Middle Island number 3 had gathered here in the fertile forest. Most of them just so happened to be evil or neutral-type constellations. There were many historical figure-grade constellations, and I even spotted a lower-ranked demon king, too. It was darkness of no value Belial from the 68th demon world. He must have shown up here after heeding Asmodeus' call. Not just him, but other constellations were each carrying a longsword of the second generation at the moment. Attack him! Michael watched the constellations rushing towards him with Belial in the lead and fumed in pure rage. A measly little lower-ranked demon king dares to. You all must have gone mad as a group. The archangel used a stupendously powerful wind pressure to blow Belial away, and activated his status to generate a barrier of winds. However, there were some who managed to break past the barrier to still take shots at him. Constellation, Hardwook Specialist, has activated the skill, mass-produced physical sword aura. The exact same skill was activated simultaneously from the longswords held by the participants. The archangel formed a mocking grin. Ether Blade? What a crazy bunch of fools. The revelation I leaked to the world through Yusang-Ah was fake. Without a doubt, no swordmaster out there would be capable of killing Archangel Michael. However, just because it was a fake revelation, that didn't mean it was complete rubbish with no odds of coming true, either. Probability of the second generation has granted a powerful buff effect on the applicable skills. The physical sword aura was currently being ridiculed as an exclusive skill of the Transcenders. However, there was a period of time in the past when the second generation viewed it as the greatest skill ever. It's working. Keep cutting him down. Cheek. Michael's wind barrier began melting away gradually from the continual baptism of the sword auras. He got flustered and tried to activate a new fable. But then, a jet-black light of ether suddenly sliced down from the air. Sleus. Like magic, space separated, as if it had been sliced away in its entirety. Only the lengthy claw mark left behind by a demon king was visible from the gaps of the crumbling barrier. I always wondered whether an archangel without wings can fly or not. Michael's torn wing moved with great difficulty in the air. Through the falling feathers, Asmodeus' smiling mug revealed itself to the world. And I finally got my answer today. The wing's existence is not related to the archangel's ability to fly. Asmodeus, taken over by his rage, Michael poured out his magical energy towards the demon. Unfortunately, he couldn't aim at his target properly after his balance was affected due to the damage to his incarnation body. He began wasting his energy instead. On the other hand, Asmodeus used other constellations to diligently pile on further injuries to Michael. As expected of Asmodeus, I couldn't help but marvel at this battle. We should get going. That demon king might end up snatching away our myth-grade fable at this rate. No, it's not the time yet, ma'am. My relaxed voice caused a flustered expression to form on Anna Croft's face. As long as she didn't use up her precognition allowance for today, she'd never have guessed what was about to transpire soon. Fable, Evil That Destroys Evil, has begun its storytelling. Pitch-black aura suddenly began gathering around Michael's figure and enveloped him like some kind of a bud. It was hard to believe that such corrupted energy actually belonged to an archangel. And the good has chosen to walk the path of evil in order to destroy other evil. Constellations realized that something ominous was about to happen and they continued to pour out their barrage of powerful attacks. But too bad, they failed to scratch that black bud even once. Instead, it seemed to suck in nutrients by absorbing the power of the surroundings and slowly began blooming itself. Archangel Michael has become corrupted. While witnessing this overwhelming spectacle, I recalled a certain part of Ways of Survival in my head. Not every constellation of this world was divided into constellations and demon kings. There is just one creature, an existence that could use the powers of a constellation as well as a demon king at the same time. The sole being within the lengthy history of Eden who ate the star relic fruit. TL. First appeared in Sage 316, initially TL'd as star fruit. No demon shall survive upon witnessing his true appearance. Kugugugugu. Oh my God, whispered Anna Croft. Something was waking up from within the pitch-black darkness. First, a black pair of wings, and then the horns signifying a demon king. Demon king, king of corrupted angels, is scanning the battlefield. The so-called king of corrupted angels that was Archangel Michael's modifier after he transformed into a demon king. With a simple flick of its hand, all constellations leaning towards evil were swept away clean. Even if they were seemingly on the same evil side now, the difference in their classes was simply on another realm altogether. This was the true power of Michael, an archangel on the level of a myth grade. Even Asmodeus was forming a hardened expression now. This wasn't in the revelation. Soon after, Michael's status rained down, and several demon kings were flung away helplessly. The body of Asmodeus' incarnation must have received a tremendous amount of damage, because it too began faltering about. That was when I stood up from my spot. It's time. You want to join the battle now? Yes. Didn't you see what happened just now? Even if your target is that archangel, this is... What made you think that my target is the archangel? After hearing my question, Anna Croft could only blink her eyes in sheer dumbfoundedness. Her eye of the great demon began burning up in a reddish hue. Can it be? Dot? We could see Asmodeus' body being flung away like a puppet with its strings cut in the distance. From the get-go, I wasn't planning to face off against the corrupted archangel. And besides, he wasn't the only one possessing a myth-grade fable. Your target modifier is Devil of Lust and Wrath. TL. Devil of Lust and Fury, Devil of Lust and Wrath. I unsheathed my sword as the message popped up in the air and spoke to her. Well, let's go and get ourselves a myth-grade fable, shall we? Episode 69, Archangel Hunting 1, Finn. Chapter 366, Archangel Hunting 2. Anna Croft and I moved towards the battlefield right away. Completely lost to madness now, Michael was ripping apart every single constellation and incarnation near him to bloody shreds. The evil born only to destroy evil. After transforming into a corrupted angel, just Michael's combat prowess alone would not lose out to that of Poseidon or Hades. Quite a few constellations are paying more attention to the situation unfolding on the middle island number 3. Constellation, demon-like Judge of Flames, is looking at you with worried eyes. Those constellations who had either already made their way into the main island, or hadn't participated in the great war of saints and demons, began shifting their gazes in this direction now. After we reached the edge of Michael's firing range, Anna Croft spoke to me. Getting any closer than this will be dangerous. My covert operations skill can only... I reached out and grasped her wrist. Fable, Pebble and I has begun its storytelling. Fable, Pebble and I is puzzled by the existence of Anna Croft. Take care of this woman as well. Fable, Pebble and I is looking at you with a slightly dissatisfied expression. Fable, Pebble and I has assimilated Anna Croft into its effect. With that, we bravely ran through the battlefield. Michael and the other constellations didn't sense our presence at all. Most likely, we looked like a pair of pebbles rolling around on the ground or some such. Anna Croft asked me with a shocked voice, "What is up with this fable?" "It's a fable for turning into a pebble." Since we didn't have time, I replied to her like that. Corpses of constellations littered the pathways of the battlefield. Every now and then, we spotted still breathing ones, too, such as the Demon King from the 68th Demon World, Darkness of No Value, Belial. After suffering from Michael's attacks, he was barely holding on as fables continued to leak out from his body. Wait, now that I thought about it, this dude was also aiming for me, wasn't he? Stab. I also calmly sunk my unbreakable faith in his body next. You have eliminated the 68th Demon World's Demon King. Applicable Demon King is of a lower ranking than you are, and there is no change to the ranking. You have acquired the modifier necklace, Darkness of No Value. You have murdered a 5th Demon King incarnation body. Possibility of a new attribute is opening up to you. But, aren't you a Demon King yourself? Can you actually kill them like that? Well, you'll just give up being a Demon King then. Anna Croft heard my perfectly composed glib reply and formed a dumbfounded expression. Kugugugugu. We heard the noises of Michael's status flooding out right behind us. If the probability of the second generation was slightly weaker, the entire forest would have been blown away by that power already. We don't have much time left, so let's hurry. Asmodeus should be in a state similar to this guy. The forest's path near our position was decorated by the fallen fragments of a Demon King's fables. These traces belonged to a much higher-ranked Demon King, one that couldn't be compared to Belial. You didn't have to be a genius to figure out who they belonged to. We brushed past the bushes for a bit until finally discovering a figure of a person leaning against the foot of a tall, ancient tree. So you did show up. As if it knew that I'd show up, Asmodeus was waiting for me with a smile on its face. An arm and a leg of its incarnation body were cut off and missing its chest area had been crushed as well, and it was truly hanging precariously on its last breaths. To think that Michael possessed the authority of corrupted, you knew that from the beginning, didn't you? Asmodeus formed an expression of someone who had realized everything now. And you're going to take away my necklace? Correct. Asmodeus' overturned modifier necklace gleamed brightly. If I took a hold of all the words on that necklace, the Demon King should be kicked out of the ongoing great war of saints and demons. In that case, you should hurry up. Asmodeus' incarnation body belonged to a girl of around 16 years of age. Even if this body died, Asmodeus' real self wouldn't die. However, that body would die for real. And it She was the daughter of manager Han Myungo. Iti Han Myungo Han Myungo. I want kill you. Instead, let's make a trade. Trade? You want to trade after coming this far? Kindly hand over a myth-grade fable to me. Then I want to eliminate you from this scenario. Asmodeus broke out into a loud peal of laughter before vomiting out a mouthful of blood. Now that is a rather amusing notion. Are you threatening me right now? I am. For a brief moment there, palpable tension flowed between the Demon King and I. Asmodeus glared at me, but the light in its eyes seemed to contain this faint trace of resignation. You have become a true Demon King now, haven't you? No one in the 72 seats would be able to deny that you're a true Demon King. Thanks for the compliment. However, there is a problem with your offer. Your target is me. So with what method will you not kick me out? If you don't lose all of your words, you don't get eliminated from the scenario. He'll leave you with one word remaining. The word I was planning to leave behind was of, which was something I already had as a spare. Asmodeus spoke back. I'm so thankful that I might cry now. I extended my hand towards its modifier necklace. Syllables began flowing out one by one from the item next. Modifier syllable, Lu has been acquired. Modifier syllable, ST has been acquired. Modifier syllable, and has been acquired. Modifier syllable, Ra has been acquired. When around half of the syllables came my way, Asmodeus spoke up while glancing at my own modifier. No, more specifically, it must have been looking at the tie-in of my modifier. Now that I take a look from up close, your modifier truly is a tempting one. I quickly hid the modifier necklace under my clothes and replied, don't try to kill Michael and just try to steal one word from him. If it's you, it should be more than doable, right? Just one word, is it? Are you perchance speaking of this one? It was at that moment that a certain necklace held in its still fine hand caught my eyes. Hunter of Grudges. Its target necklace, with all of the words completed, began emitting a bright glow. Demon King, Devil of Lust and Wrath, has attained the scenario clear condition. Transmission to the next scenario has begun. I reflexively took a look at my own necklace of modifier. Still said, Demon King of Salvation. Meaning that Gru didn't come from mine. I knew that this was a trap the moment Michael became corrupted. No way, during such a short window? The transmission to the next scenario began and Asmodeus' incarnation body slowly dispersed before my eyes. Did you really think that I wouldn't have made contingency plans for a situation like this one? From the onset, Asmodeus fought Michael for the express purpose of acquiring the syllable Gru, nothing more. I belatedly reached out towards the Demon King, but things were already beyond my ability to interfere now. I pray you good fortune, Demon King of Salvation, because you too also need to collect just one more word from now on. Accompanied by a brilliant flash of light, Asmodeus' body disappeared from the spot, and the only things I had with me were those modifier words that it left behind. Day of Lust and Wrath. God damn it, why did it have to be Vilcomadot? I underestimated Asmodeus, didn't I? I turned my head around to find Anna Croft glaring daggers at me. What about the promise with M? Shoo. I reflexively placed my finger on my lips. Something felt off. Up until only a few seconds ago, the whole forest was awash with the chaotic screaming, but it was just too quiet now. As if all life forms had been killed off within the area. Just as all the leaves and blades of grass in our surroundings stood up, so did the hair on my skin. I almost instinctively shouted out, activate precognition. Now, her eye of the great demon glowed in a bright crimson color. Then, Anna Croft grabbed me and broke into a desperate sprint. After dashing over 100 meters in an instant, she took a quick look behind her. I too was staring at the same spectacle as her. Kwaha. The spot we were in only a moment ago was now being enveloped in a gigantic explosion. A purple-colored half-dome reminiscent of a barrier collapsed in on itself in the blink of an eye and destroyed everything trapped within. That was the judgment field, the ability to destroy everything that could only be earned through corruption. Anna Croft spoke in a despairing voice. There's too much noise and I can't see the future. No need to see everything. You just need to read Michael's attack patterns. You still wish to fight him? If we use that let's become Pebble's Fable or some such, we can surely escape from. Didn't you see that guy attacking even the stones on the ground just now? The archangel hellbent on killing me was walking out of the crater where purple-colored smoke was rising up. Michael's fable, now triggered by the fruit of good and evil, was controlling his entire being. The corrupted archangel had already lost half of his reasoning. Demon King of Sal Vadion. His powerful voice roused up all the goosebumps on my skin just by hearing it from afar. Yup, he's definitely not sane at the moment. This is all your fault. Let's go with Plan B. Plan B? You haven't even told me about that yet. I'm trying to come up with it. I couldn't finish my sentence. Raging storm winds crashing and blew Anna Croft away to a distance. That's why. Right after that, I saw Michael's large, hulking frame rush towards me in a frightening turn of speed. Demon King transformation has been activated. Along with cracking noises, my body began changing a pair of jet black wings, and the horns of a Demon King rose up from my back and my head. Thanks to the probability of the second generation, my own status had been strengthened further as well. Of course, it'd still be a dog's death trying to fight him with only this much status, though. Attribute, Scenario Interpreter, has been activated. However, it wasn't me who would be facing off against this guy. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that Swallowed the Myth, has begun its storytelling. Indeed, it would be the fables that I had earned so far. Quabum. The Demon World Spring loaded up on my left hand collided with Michael's own left fist. Almost at the same time, the holy flames of the torch burning on unbreakable faith, aimed for the corrupted archangel's body. Great Fable, Torch that Swallowed the Myth, is crying out in enjoyment. Michael was instantly shocked by what happened and quickly retreated while contorting his body. The power of the Great Fables was truly amazing. To think they were able to face off against that frightening monster, even if he had been restricted currently by the shackles of the probability of the second generation. Indeed, it was not a waste of time to train under Yu Hosong earlier. Fable, Evil that Destroys Evil, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Eden's Demon, has begun its storytelling. Unfortunately, I wasn't the only one who possessed a powerful fable. Kugugugugu. The incredible pressure emitted with Michael as its center caused all my fables to gasp out in pain. My status was not quite enough to fight face to face with this archangel, as it turned out. Great Fable, Torch that Swallowed the Myth, is roaring out in vexation. Sorry about that. If only I was a little stronger, you wouldn't have to hold yourself back like this. Soon afterwards, a fearsome strike flew in, and I received an incredible, stomach-churning impact. Great Fable, Torch that Swallowed the Myth, is protecting you. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, is protecting you. Fable, King of a Kingless World, is protecting you. Fable, the one who opposes miracles, is protecting you. My fables were dealing with the archangel's attacks in my stead. For a brief moment there, several thoughts brushed past my brain. What if I used Hell of Eternity? What if I activated Lightning Transformation and Way of the Wind simultaneously? Electrification Lightning Transformation. If you're curious, TL says the raw is literally lightning, human, and transformation. TL, I see that you decided to go with Lightning Transformation, then awaken bookmarks and call upon other characters? No matter what I thought of, I just couldn't see a clear way out of this. So, did that mean I only have that method left? But I so wanted to avoid ending up in that pathetic state again. Michael took large strides to come closer as I vomited out a bucketful of blood and backed away. He must have decided to end this right now, as purple-colored aura was oozing out from one of his hands. Soon, a purple-colored half-dome was generated within my surroundings. There it was, the stigma that couldn't be cancelled once activated. The judge that punishes all evil, judgment field, was spreading out around me. It looked as if my punishment would be in the form of compression to death. Michael, however, did he know this small fact? That I'd been waiting for him to activate that stigma of his? No, hang on. Corrupted Angel Lucifer. Demon King, King of Corrupted Angels, hates that name. Originally, Lucifer was one of the main players that was supposed to lead the great war of saints and demons to its conclusion. No evil in this world can defeat the King of Corrupted Angels. This evil grew even stronger when confronting other evil. And eventually, this monster would swallow up all evil out there. Heck, even a high-ranking Demon King within the top 10 positions wouldn't be able to kill this guy. Because he'd become the strongest existence in this world while fighting against evil, you see. However, what would happen if his opponent was not evil? All incredible power had a corresponding price to pay. While looking at the judgment field, that was only around 10 or so meters away from me, I reached into my inner pocket. What I pulled out was a single apple, the star relic fruit, that I received from the scribe of heaven just before Gigantomachia went underway. Hey, don't you miss the taste of this thing? Michael's eyes began to quake rather noticeably now. He should be able to recognize this apple because he too had consumed this fruit once before. When an angel eats a fruit of good and evil, it go through Demon King transformation. But if a Demon King eats this fruit, what will happen? I could see the flustered Michael hurriedly extend his hand out. Sorry, but it's too late now. Just before the judgment field crushed my body, issuing the crunch noise, I took a bite out of the fruit of good and evil. Episode 69, Archangel Hunting 2, Finn. Chapter 367, Archangel Hunting 3. This was a part of an ancient memory. Scribe, for how long am I supposed to repeat this war? A war that doesn't have any victors. The times when he threw that question out or how many times he asked it, he couldn't recall them. Michael, there's no need to ponder too deeply about this. The Metatron of his memories would always return the exact same smile. For several hundreds of years, or maybe even for thousands of years, Metatron continued to carry that grin from the far side of time that Michael couldn't even remember anymore. Please focus on hating the evil in front of your eyes instead. That is your scenario. My scenario. Just how long have I been hunting down the demons? Michael, for a long time now, could no longer remember his birth. The power of fruit of good and evil is going berserk. His memories were always incorrect, incomplete. All he could remember were the final words of the demon kings dying at his hands. How lamentable, oh, the pitiful disciple of Eden. Do you really need to go this far? That was from the master of the 21st demon world. Wawahahahat. You are now the same as us. Finally, Metatron has gone mad. And that was from the master of the 9th demon world. Which number Michael are you? And finally, from the lips of the master of the 4th demon world. Past the faces of the demon kings with names had forgotten. He could see the dead archangels, his comrades that fought alongside him. Michael, you must regain yourself. Please. This is wrong. An angel and a demon, that's what he was. Faces breaking down like debris scattered away in tens of thousands of puzzle pieces, before gathering back together to create one giant form. Good and evil, in conflict against each other for eternity itself. And Metatron's face, the one who had managed to endure all those years, continued to carry the exact same smile for thousands of years. You need to be careful about one thing. When using this power, you must never. The power of fruit of good and evil is going berserk. All of his memories were swept away in one go. Michael was enveloped in horrifying pain akin to his head being ripped to tiny shreds. Ewa. All good in the world cried out in sorrow. From the blades of grass to trees, from small insects to every type of good living in creation fell into a state of sorrow and cried out in grief. You have directed a fatal attack at an opponent on the side of absolute good. Fable, evil that destroys evil, is roaring out in bitter sadness. You have broken the taboo. You have been handed a terrible penalty. A gray-colored angel covered in blood was smiling at Michael. The moment I bit into the fruit of good and evil, the view of the world changed. You have consumed a forbidden star relic fruit. You are currently a demon king. The power of fruit of good and evil has whispered the secret of the absolute good to you. As the ginormous storm of magical energy raged around me, my ears were inundated by the continuous stream of messages. You have experienced all facets of good and evil. You have achieved an impossible accomplishment. You have acquired the possibility of a brand new fable. Starstream is stunned by your accomplishment. Starstream is pondering what your second modifier should be. I felt the sensations of being a constellation, the one I couldn't feel for a long time after becoming a demon king, once more. Demon king transformation has been cancelled. Starstream has completely restored your constellation. I saw a beautifully sparkling star high up within the pitch-black sky above. That was my star. Angel transformation is activating. My body began to glow brightly after receiving the starlight. The feathered wings dyed in black morphed into pure white ones, and the demon's horns growing on top of my head withered away. Warm, pure energy filled up the entirety of my incarnation body. Unfortunately, I wasn't permitted enough time to relaxedly enjoy the status of an angel. The judgment field had shrunk down around me and had begun crushing my body. Quadadoo-duck. My new wings were crushed and folded as I felt this horrifying pain. Great Fable, torch that swallowed the myth, is protecting you. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, is protecting you. I was able to barely hold on against that enormous pressure, powerful enough to almost crush me in an instant, with the aid of my great fables. The fourth wall is protecting your mental state. Probability of second generation is weakening the ability of the fourth wall. It felt like several bolts of lightning were going off in my head. I thought that I'd blackout at any given moment, and my vision darkened before reverting back a few times, too. However, I endured. I simply had to, so that I could grasp that one and only chance soon to be coming my way. As the price for being strong against evil, the king of corrupted angels possesses one weakness. The power of the judgment field crushing and wringing my body was gradually weakening. The only weakness of this frightening monster capable of destroying all absolute evil was the king of corrupted angels cannot attack an opponent leaning towards the good spectrum. If he broke this rule and attacked good, then, Krayak, the absolute stigma judgment field, capable of crushing a demon king to death, began splintering into pieces. Like a moth escaping from its cocoon, I destroyed this barrier and spread out my wings. Michael squatted down on the ground and grasped his head with both of his hands while screaming at the top of his lungs. Demon King, king of corrupted angels, is writhing in great pain. This was my only chance. Anna Croft. As soon as my words resounded out in this forest, a blonde woman ran towards the rear of Michael. Her eye was now dyed in that crimson hue. She had seen something through precognition, and was now in full sprint while unleashing all of her status. Meanwhile, I gathered my remaining strength into my 2 legs and dashed forward as if I was falling over. Now, normally, killing Michael with only this much combined firepower was impossible, even if he had been rendered defenseless like right now. However, the story would be different while we were on this island. Character, Anna Croft, has activated physical sword aura LV.9. As if we had a prior agreement, she unleashed several strands of powerful energy from the tip of her short sword like clockwork. Probability of 2nd generation has reinforced your aptitude. The explosive magical energy of purest sword force extended by over 10+ meters from the tip of unbreakable faith. TL, white pure star energy purest sword force. I managed to barely hold the sword level as it sunk about halfway into the left side of Michael's neck. Almost at the same time, Anna Croft's short sword sliced into the right of his neck. A fountain of blood shot up into the air and Michael's severed head flew up. You have killed the 176th incarnation body of King of the Corrupted Angels. You have acquired a myth-grade fable. Starstream is stunned by your accomplishment. You have brought the fake revelation to reality. You have achieved an unbelievable accomplishment. You have acquired an ungradable fable. You have acquired the fable architect of revelation. As the stream of messages cascaded down, my barely maintained consciousness finally let go and scattered away. When I reopened my eyes, I found myself all alone within a white space. A single sentence was floating up in the empty air. The being who consumed the fruit of good and evil will face the truth he had been avoiding. Where am I? Before I had a chance to ask that, images suddenly popped up on the left-hand sidewall. Those were scenes from Ways of Survival. It depicted Yu Jung-hyuk and his companions clearing out various scenarios. That was the world of Ways of Survival where I didn't exist. The companions who didn't buckle under all sorts of hardships and continued to defeat their enemies existed there. Fruit of good and evil speaks to you. That story was your life? Wasn't it? I nodded my head. Indeed, that story was my life. I grew up while reading those events. Fruit of good and evil speaks to you. However, this is also definitely your life too. The right-hand sidewall rippled and a new screen appeared there. It now showed a boy around 15 years old. He was looking at a computer monitor while inputting something with the keyboard. What will happen to Jung-hyuk next? Is he going to die again? This was back when Yu Jung-hyuk was going through his 164th turn. I was in the 3rd year of middle school, and in love with E.G. Hai back then. And I was busy typing a comment. TL. Lee Jai Hai E.G. Hai. Arg. Really? I'd like to stop chomping on the sweet potatoes now, please. TL. Sweet potatoes equals Korean slang for being frustrated/stifled. And then, when Yu Jung-hyuk was going through his 488th turn. I was in the 2nd year of high school, around the same age as Kim Nam-woon again. I was typing a comment within the screen. As Yu Jung-hyuk went through more and more regressions, I too grew older and older. While reading about his deaths, my beard began sprouting. I graduated from high school while spectating on his sacrifices. And again, as I read his story, wouldn't it be fine for him to just die during this turn instead? Wait, did I ever write a comment like that before? The story is going down the drain, so maybe it's time to go back? Now, it was Yu Jung-hyuk's 662th turn. I was a university student by then, still typing away on a keyboard. Jung-hyuk is going to die again, yes? The words I committed to record were in full display here. All those words that I spat out under the excuse of being hurt by life and exhausted by living itself, they were coming back inside my brain. Please, can you skip the earlier scenarios? It's getting repetitive. I couldn't say anything, not anymore. Fruit of good and evil speaks to you. That is the total worth of the story you told, as if it was your entire life. The tips of my fingers began trembling. On the left wall, Yu Jung-hyuk and his battles, and on the right wall, there was me, staring at Yu Jung-hyuk. And right in the middle wall, the scenes of me glaring at the stars in the sky played out. Enjoy the show while you can. The fee for your entertainment shall become your lives in the end. Fruit of good and evil speaks to you. Do you really have the qualification to tell? My own words continued to float up above the screen. Yu Jung-hyuk. I know the future you don't know. Hey Jung-hyuk, we can save this world. You know this, right? I'll finish your story in your stead. My voice, sounding so brazen and with not a speck of hesitation in it. Fruit of good and evil speaks to you. You, who have deceived the entire world by relying on the story only you know, and lived until now. Do you possess the right to be saved? From some place deep in my chest, I thought I heard something break. The whole world seemed to be shaking in my eyes. The fourth wall is glaring at the fruit of good and evil. Fruit of good and evil is startled and is shrinking back. Chut-chut-chut-chut. A storm of probability swept up my surroundings. As I stumbled and faltered about, someone's voice cried out to me. Kama dokjasi. You need to move now. Michael is still. After I opened my eyes again, I found myself leaning against a cavern wall. I was going to abandon you if you didn't wake up in the next minute or so. A blonde woman was looking down at me. Bandages were tightly wrapped around my belly and chest areas, and there were some crushed herbs applied to my thigh that had suffered a penetration wound. Warm liquid then flowed into my mouth. Tasted bitter, acrid. I quickly regained my wits and after discovering the identity of the liquid, nearly got scared out of them again. Because Anna Croft had cut her palm open to feed me her own blood. What the hell are you? She used her other hand to calm me down and explained herself without a hint of fluster. I possess the attribute, Elixir Maker. My blood possesses the same medicinal effects as all the elixirs I've consumed so far. But drinking a lot of this blood will place me under your control. That happens only when your status is lower than mine. She stemmed the blood flow from her palm and turned her head away. It was nighttime already. I couldn't sense any presence or movements. I sucked in several slow but deep breaths and asked her, "What happened to Michael?" "He's dead." "No, I'm not sure whether to call him dead or not. By any chance, did his incarnation body get enshrouded in a blackish fog?" "How did you know that?" I wish I could explain to her, but this crippling pain assaulting my head prevented me from easily recalling the contents of Ways of Survival. I was pretty sure that Michael wasn't dead. To be more specific, he did die but would revive again. There were 2 moons up in the sky outside the cavern, the symbol of fables from the 2nd generation. I must have drank a fair amount of her blood, because under the pale blue light, Anna Croft's complexion was just as pale and wan. "Why didn't you abandon me and leave?" "I thought that, by saving you, I'd earn a fable-like prophet who pays her debt or some such." She probably knew very well that such a fable wouldn't get created so easily. Suddenly, I was overcome with this sense of rejection to this whole idea in my head. The Anna Croft I knew was not like this. The woman I knew was definitely a cold-blooded type of a person who, for the sake of her cause, would not hesitate to sacrifice even her most precious comrade. That was supposed to be the case, but you should be able to move again in a few hours. However, was the information I know of her everything there was to know about Anna Croft? Anna Croft is an incarnation of absolute good. I couldn't be sure why I was thinking up such things. Maybe it was possible that I began thinking about lots more things after consuming the fruit of good and evil. I spoke as if I was sighing. "We should part ways around here. You must have collected all the words necessary for your modifier target, after all. It doesn't matter to me, but will you be fine? Not sure who should be worried about who here. Even if you don't look after me, let me assure you, I won't die. These injuries weren't severe enough to kill me. No, if you were left alone, you would have been dead. Not could have died, but dead straight up." And I knew the precise moments when Anna Croft would say something like that. "But you shouldn't have been able to see my future?" "Until recently, yes, I couldn't. Exclusive skill, lie detection LV.7 has activated. You have confirmed that the applicable assertion is the truth. Starting from yesterday onwards, I could see little bits of your future. Some things past an indistinct, faint wall. She could see my future? What did you see? It'll be better if you don't know. Just say it." Anna Croft's eye of the great demon again emitted a crimson light. She then spat out a soft sigh before slowly opening her lips. 12 hours from now, you will die at the hands of the conquering king Yu Jung-hyuk. Episode 69, Archangel Hunting 3, Finn. Chapter 368, Archangel Hunting 4. You are a first-turn regressor. The first time he chose to go back, he thought that he was given a great opportunity to survive the scenarios by possessing more information than everyone else. You are a second-turn regressor. When he chose to go back for the second time, he began thinking that this life wouldn't be as easy as he thought. And after witnessing his comrades die over and over again, after losing the person he loved so much, he finally realized that he was destined to experience the same pain many more times in the future. As the price for possessing more information than anyone else, he had to lose his precious comrades many more times. You are a third-turn regressor. During his third try, he thought that maybe this was a curse. Just how many more lives like this one am I supposed to go through? He realized that, if he were to get to the end of all the scenarios, he needed to kill off his emotions, that he must not live his life. And so, he decided to become not Yu Jung-hyuk, but the regressor instead. The fourth time, fifth. The timelines that he might have had experienced, but a certain someone's unexpected words stopped him from regressing again. Being able to regress at any time is the same as having no meaning in dying anymore. However, there being no meaning in dying is the same thing as the value of living disappearing too. Yu Jung-hyuk, you need to wake up. What I'm saying here is that, Don't mistakenly believe that things will get better by repeating them over and over again. That was why Yu Jung-hyuk chose not to regress. He gave up on several new lives where he could have started off from a higher vantage point while possessing more useful information than before. You have entered the middle island number 3. Along with the blinding rays of light, he finally arrived on the middle island number 3. Participants who had arrived alongside him looked around and murmured to themselves. What is this place? Weren't we supposed to head straight to the main island? Yu Jung-hyuk simply unsheathed his sword. Hidden scenario snatching modifiers has begun. And then the slaughter began in earnest. The rampaging storm of crimson-colored sword light sliced the heads of the constellations off. There was not one shred of hesitation in Yu Jung-hyuk's blade. He carved out the hearts of the incarnations and smashed apart the backs of the escaping constellations' heads. You have acquired a syllable from the modifier of constellation, Crow of the Gloomy Sea at Night. You have acquired a syllable from the modifier of constellation, Beachfront Tactician. There were a few supposedly tough enemies here, enemies that would have been difficult to fight against were he in the original third turn of regression. However, Yu Jung-hyuk was able to defeat them rather easily. The weakness of Birch Tree Scorpion is located below its tail. You must attack the Sovereign of the Crescent Moon repeatedly until the starlight on his head fades away. The Yu Jung-hyuk of the original storyline wouldn't have known that information. Indeed, he'd only get his hands on them after going through the 4th, 5th, 100th, even 1000th regressions. You have acquired a syllable from the modifier of constellation, Birch Tree Scorpion. You have acquired a syllable from the modifier of constellation, Sovereign of the Crescent Moon. The Yu Jung-hyuk of the third turn knew all those information of the future he hadn't yet lived already. Han Suyong records of the 1863rd turn, first. Han Suyong records of the 1863rd turn, last. It was all thanks to the records from the 1863rd turn in the distant future that he might have gotten to experience if he lived as the story originally intended for him. Fu! Less than an hour later, Yu Jung-hyuk's surrounding vicinity had become deathly still. Stop. He ended the life of the last remaining constellation and continued to move on. It wasn't just to quickly end this scenario, though. After walking for a bit, he came across a battlefield soaked in blood. Fertile forest. He was greeted by the countless corpses of the incarnation bodies. This spectacle of slaughter seemed to be the handiwork of a certain someone. While gathering the necessary modifier syllables, Yu Jung-hyuk chased after the direction of the slaughterer. It didn't take him too long to discover a giant cocoon seemingly painted entirely in a black hue. He knew right away what this thing was. A monster created by Eden, is it? It was none other than Michael's cocoon. It only appeared after the Archangel was killed off by someone while he was in the middle of Demon King transformation. Fairly soon, he'd gain a new life and emerge from this shell. Just like how, after death, Yu Jung-hyuk would get to start his next turn. If there was one difference, then it'd be with Michael losing a portion of his memories whenever he came back to life. The so-called evil created to eliminate evil. The existence of Michael was the reason why Yu Jung-hyuk could never be friendly with Eden. As the drizzling rain pelted down, Yu Jung-hyuk searched the vicinity of the cocoon. Michael ended up in this state because someone managed to defeat him. Not too long afterwards, Yu Jung-hyuk discovered the fragments of fables belonging to a rather powerful demon king. Someone did fight Michael here and was gravely injured, it seemed. The traces of these fables glowed in brilliant white rays even within the faint, blurry fog of rainwater. They belonged to a being Yu Jung-hyuk was quite familiar with. Shudder. That was around when Michael's cocoon began to quake noticeably. It emitted this gloomy, damp aura as its top began opening up. Yu Jung-hyuk frowned deeply. Already, dark emotions quickly permeated within the purple-colored fog. Michael's nude figure, reformed into a brand-new incarnation body, slowly revealed itself inside the cocoon. Yu Jung-hyuk got ready to escape from here. Demon King of Salvie Tian. Indeed, he'd have left this place were it not for those words. Yu Jung-hyuk hesitated for a little bit before approaching the half-open cocoon. Michael, still not fully alive yet, lay in a defenseless sleep inside the shell. Flash. Michael's eyelids moved and shot wide open, and just as they did, so did Yu Jung-hyuk's blade. You sleeping for a little while longer will be better for everyone. Stop. His version of purest sword force penetrated straight into Michael's heart. The still weak incarnation body that hadn't activated either the Demon King transformation or Angel transformation began to crumble away from the probability of second generation. Wah. You have killed the 177th incarnation body of King of the Corrupted Angels. Michael's cocoon rapidly shrunk down in size and reverted back to its original status. He'd be reborn in the 178th incarnation body. Then, Nebula, Eden, is displaying animosity towards your actions. Constellation, Scribe of Heaven, is glaring at you. Yu Jung-hyuk faced off against the gaze falling from the sky and spoke. I've told you this before, haven't I? I shall be the one to kill Kim Dokja. Stop your unnecessary actions. The sky didn't say anything else in return. Yu Jung-hyuk sheathed his sword and his steps hurried after the trail of fragments scattered around the forest. After he disappeared into the forest's path, a small shadow revealed itself next to Michael's cocoon. Bob-cut hair gently shook around below the black raincoat's hoodie. The master of the shadow grinned brightly after discovering all the items discarded in the vicinity. Yup, a bus of the main character is the best one out there. Han Suyong hurriedly shoved the items inside her pocket while giggling happily to herself. In any case, that regressor guy just doesn't understand the value of items. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is wordlessly staring at the fragments of the fables scattered on the ground. What are you looking at? Han Suyong picked up the fragments the black flame dragon was pointing at. And then her expression hardened in an instant. You have acquired the fragment of fable, king of a kingless world. Isn't this ... Starstream was blessed with countless types of fables, but she knew of only one person that possessed a fable with such a name. She abandoned the items she'd been picking up and quickly ran in the direction where Yu Jung-hyuk had disappeared to. I'd die at Yu Jung-hyuk's hands. Dok Jasi. 3 hours from now, Yu Jung-hyuk would kill me. Dok Jasi. I quickly raised my head and made my reply. Yes, Yu Sangasi. How long will you stay dazed like this? It's not like you, Dok Jasi. I'm not dazed. I'm actually thinking about some things. Such as on how to convince him. Honestly, I didn't feel confident about doing that. The Yu Jung-hyuk showing up here to kill me wasn't the same Yu Jung-hyuk from the Ways of Survival that I read for over 10+ years of my life. The one coming to see me now was the Yu Jung-hyuk who realized that he was just a character of a story. Just like Yu Jung-hyuk from the 1863rd turn. Is it because of your guilt? Sometimes, it felt as if Yu Sanga could openly read my mind. And right now, she might have really done that too. No, it isn't. Something that I must do. The power of fruit of good and evil is worsening your guilty conscience. It was possible that this feeling had been forcibly triggered by the fruit of good and evil, meaning it might not be mine at all. However, I still believed that this was the path I must take. Anna Croft, supporting me during our journey, addressed me. We should arrive at the center of the island soon. I nodded my head as a reply. The center of the island, the location of the portal to transfer you to the next scenario. Plus where I'd meet Yu Jung-hyuk in 3 hours' time. I don't wish to interfere with the future you have chosen yourself, but the outcome of my precognition doesn't change all that easily. Are you trying to jinx me? I'm just trying to be honest with you. If you don't wish to die, it'll be better for you to locate the Syllableville soon and get to the next scenario. I'm deliberately choosing not to go. There is a story that I must tell that guy. The story that I'd been delaying all along. Something that I definitely had to discuss with him. A story, is it? Does the conquering king really know how to listen to stories? If he doesn't, then I better make him. Anna Croft remained silent for a little while. She must have been thinking of something, as her eyes were looking up at the blackish-blue night sky above. Several constellations were looking down at us from up there. I'm sure that you know this already, but well, you can't convince every single person. She was a prophet. She probably experienced a similar situation as mine many times before. After all, she reached this place by lying to Selena Kim and deceiving Iris. Didn't she? I think that we should say such things only after we try everything in our power first. A person must bear the burden as weighty as the future she sees, you know. The center of the island could be seen in the distance now. And the giant portal leading to the next scenario was there. Anna Croft withdrew her supporting hands from me and spoke. Well then, this is as far as we go. She had gathered all the modifier syllables and was qualified to step through that doorway now. Soon, she would continue to stride forward towards the destination she sought after. Just as I turned around away from her, she called out to me. Kim Dokja. Not as the constellation demon king of salvation, but as Kim Dokja. She was calling out to me. My aim is to change the master of this star stream. Right away, I was beset with this uncomfortable feeling, because I could tell what she was planning to say next. What is your goal, then? I knew it. Do I really need to answer you? I feel that only after hearing your answer will I get to finally decide whether to let you live or not. She had placed me on a scale, basically whether I'd be a help in her pursuit towards her goal or become a hindrance instead. If she thought that I'd become the latter, then she'd not hesitate to make me disqualified here. I quietly stared deeply into her eyes. Would it be fine to tell her? Tell her what I truly want in this world. Since she was a prophet, would she be able to understand me? Unfortunately, even before I could fully open my mouth, someone else's voice interrupted me. His goal is to see the end of a certain insignificant story. Icy cold rage thickly permeated that voice, and I knew that voice better than anyone. Episode 69, Archangel Hunting 4, Finn. Chapter 369, A Story That Can't Be Shared. 1. Anna Croft's expression hardened instantly, and she sneakily pulled out her short sword behind her back. Conquering King. Completely disregarding her, Yu Jung-hyuk spoke while taking large strides to approach us. You two seem to be getting along nicely. Do you feel a sense of camaraderie from the fact that you both know about the future? But you also know the information about the future, don't you? What I've experienced isn't the future. Kugugugugu. It's simply the things that had happened. It's the past. Things that had happened, he said. Yu Jung-hyuk had to live through the story that I read while welcoming thousands of deaths in the process. As if to respond to all those years he had spent, the dark heavenly demon sword held in his hand began to cry out viciously. Anna Croft snuck a glance in my direction. I replied to her, "You should go. This guy came to see me, not you. I pray that you'll get to hear your end goal through your own words next time we meet." Leaving behind those words, she vanished through the portal without a trace. For sure, she had no reason to stay behind. She had paid her debt more than enough by assisting me this far, after all. Yu Jung-hyuk didn't try to stop her from leaving. If it was any other times, he'd doggedly pursue her and cut her head off, but not today. Yu Jung-hyuk. I called out to him, but he didn't look at me. No, he simply stared at the empty, open mouth of the portal. So I called out to him one more time. Please, at least listen to what I have to say. You used to call me your comrade once upon a time, didn't you? He shifted his gaze towards me and slowly unsheathed his sword. That was in the past. The icy cold rage permeating within his voice wasn't something that I could readily unpack. Unique skill, the omniscient reader's viewpoint has been activated. And so, I took yet another step into the curse of omniscience. Your degree of understanding on the applicable individual is lacking. Unfortunately, Yu Jung-hyuk's inner thoughts didn't permit my spying attempt. As if to assert that the person in front of my eyes was no longer the same guy that I knew all this time. I can already guess what you want to talk to me about. It's probably about that book of yours. Through that book, you peeked into my life and used me as your entertainment. Is there anything else I should know? I couldn't mouth any excuses, because those were all truths. What I did was no different from what other constellations had been doing. I knew that. I definitely did. But, was the sense of betrayal everything he felt? Your degree of understanding on the applicable individual is increasing gradually bit by bit. Yu Jung-hyuk was waiting for me, as if he was the judge searching for that yet undiscovered opportunity to frame me even further. Too bad. I had no idea what to say here. His emotions flooded into my head and filled it up to full in no time through the omniscient reader's viewpoint. All the texts that I knew were steadily being overwritten by the words completely foreign to me. The words that I should be saying, words that I wanted to say, they were all being buried under the blackened waves of emotions crashing in. And then his sword moved. Even at that moment, it still didn't feel real to me. Indeed, it felt far too surreal that he'd forget about all those times we survived together and try to kill me right here. Fruit of good and evil is influencing your emotions. The fourth wall is shaking around violently. The moment I saw the blade flying right in front of my nose, a guilty conscience, as well as a sense of unfairness, welled up in my heart. Fruit of good and evil is dragging out your dark emotions to the fore. I did my best in my own way. After these scenarios got underway, I really tried my best. In my own way, I did my best to put what I read to practice. I never once thought about hurting Yu Jung-hyuk or any of my companions. All I ever thought about was these scenarios. What should I do to minimize the harm? What should I do so that we could safely reach the true end of everything? That was all I did. Nothing more. Yet, just what made things to go so wrong like this? Clong. Along with the explosive grinding noise, blue sparks danced in the air. Why are you standing around dazed like that, you dumbass? Han Suyong was standing next to me now. It was no coincidence that Han Suyong arrived on the middle island number 3. While progressing through the small island scenario, she had a certain dream. And it was about a man wearing a white coat dying at the hands of another man wearing a black coat. It was the same rubbish dream she had already a while ago, so she even muttered to herself, "It's that stupid dream again," while dreaming it. Because a dream would remain just that, a dream, and would never come to reality. Just like a novel could never become reality, that was. Looks like the me of the third turn is a bit of a moron, isn't she? I showed her the same image several times already, yet she doesn't seem to get it. What the heck was that? Han Suyong in the dream nearly jumped up in fright and shifted her gaze towards the voice. A woman wearing a black coat was standing there. This mysterious person possessed a similar physique to her. And as if someone deliberately erased her face, there were no distinguishing features at all. That blank face continued to looks like this regression will end up as a failure if this keeps up. Huh. Han Suyong felt this instinctive fear and took a couple of steps back. Unfortunately, she was still inside her own dream, and no person alive could run away from their dreams. You see, me, I like throwing a wrench in someone else's schemes. The moment this woman of the dream extended her hand, strange, unexplainable information flooded into Han Suyong's head. Ability of predictive plagiarism is being awoken inside you, and that was how Han Suyong woke up from her sleep. Unknown information swam inside her head, and her consciousness moved on its own volition to sort through her newfound knowledge base. A short while later, this one sentence formed in her head. Yu Jung-hyuk will head towards the middle island number 3. She had no clue why such a sentence popped up in her mind. Even then, she decided to heed it. She didn't know what that unidentifiable dream was all about, or who that faceless woman within it was, but regardless, the thought of I must do so rang clearly in her head. And that was how she reached this very location, this very moment. Get out of my way. I have no business with you. Yu Jung-hyuk was glaring at her with a pair of frightening eyes. Meanwhile, Kim Dokja was staring at her with a dazed expression on his face. Han Suyong slowly sucked in her breath. She still didn't know what the dream was trying to show her. However, at least right in this moment, she knew what her role was. Han Suyong chuckled in her usual slimy manner and spoke up. I knew that you'd cause a problem sooner or later. There's no way the Yu Jung-hyuk I know would change like that. If you don't move out the way, then What, you want to kill me too? And what would you gain by doing that? Is this the compensation for all those times you've been deceived? Yu Jung-hyuk didn't reply. Instead, his sword skill seemed to be forgotten for a moment there. His blade sliced down from the air and Han Suyong defended against the attack with a smirk. You and Kim Dokja are exactly the same when it comes to not listening to other people, you know. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is roaring out in rage. The power of black flames, permeating within her entire figure, clashed against his sword swing. The weight behind Yu Jung-hyuk's sword strike after being boosted by the second generation's power was quite heavy. She bit her lip hard enough to draw blood as she unleashed all of her strength. He was indeed strong. However, it wasn't as if she was fooling around doing nothing up until now. Fable, disciple of the legendary swordmaster, is shining brightly. That was the Fable she barely managed to earn by scraping and clawing her way through the scenario before coming here. The strength of a swordmaster swirled around her figure and explosively rose up within her. Such a chuchachit. In other places it may not work, but if it was this place, then when a person is saying something to you, the strengthened black flame rushed towards Yu Jung-hyuk through the gaps of the dancing dark blue sparks. You should listen. The barrage of the strengthened flames rained down in sync with her words. Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes shook around, hard, at the unexpectedly robust resistance put up by her. She didn't miss that opening and loudly yelled out. All Kim Dokja did was read a novel. A stupidly long and boring novel. Seeing Yu Jung-hyuk get pushed back bit by bit, she thought that she could pull this off. This was not a tough dilemma to solve. This misunderstanding only came about because of people's words. That was why she believed that more words could resolve it once and for all. So just talk to him, will ya? Speak to each other without holding back. Just like how everyone else does. The flames of black flame remained persistent and stuck on to Yu Jung-hyuk's blade. He coldly spoke as he shook off the darkish flames. You don't know anything. No, I know already, growled Han Suyong, after hearing his words that cold-heartedly excluded her. What are you so pissed off about? About Kim Dokja approaching you while knowing everything about you? But aren't you the same? Just like him, you acquired info for yourself and have deceived everyone else until now, haven't you? Perhaps those words became the seed, because rage began filling up Yu Jung-hyuk's eyes next. Their swords clashed in the air once more. Of course, I know that you were being sincere. I know that you did those things to save people, to reach an even better world. But what about Kim Dokja, then? Tell me just which idiot would throw his life away because a character from a story is about to die. She saw Yu Jung-hyuk's blade freeze up for a moment there and continued to pour out her words. Did you forget what Kim Dokja has done until now? Just because he read that boring-ass novel a bit, you wish to pretend everything we experienced during your third regression didn't happen? Yu Jung-hyuk's status was shrinking back now. Han Suyong could feel it that she was almost there. Just one more push, and this unnecessary fight would come to an end. Calm down and think rationally about this. Unfortunately, Han Suyong took a wrong step at the final hurdle. You are not that kind of a character. A character, is it? Yu Jung-hyuk's expression was changing back. He wasn't asking a question just now. She belatedly realized her mistake, but it was far too late to take back what she said by then. You're the same as him. Enormous waves of magical energy spread out from the contact point of the two locked blades. Han Suyong's sword issued a cry of pain. The force behind black flames, was now being pushed back one-sidedly. Fable, torch that swallowed the myth, is roaring out. The great fable Yu Jung-hyuk had acquired was now going on a rampage. I saw what you did during the 1863rd regression. 1863rd regression? What the hell are you? It was at that moment a certain something popped up in Han Suyong's mind. In the 1863rd world line of ways of survival. Alright, you were there too. I couldn't tell which one of you was the real body, though. For sure, Kim Dokja said something like that in the past. Can it be? Information in her head began consolidating apparently. She existed within the 1863rd turn. And in that place, she was living in a different regression. In that case, the person she saw in her dream was... Just as Han Suyong reached her answer, a momentary opening was created. Yu Jung-hyuk's blade didn't miss that chance. Why couldn't I move? How come I didn't fight alongside Han Suyong? While watching her speak for my stead, why couldn't I voice my own thoughts with her? You suck at telling your own story, that's why. I pulled the fallen Han Suyong in as she looked up at me. Blood flowed out like a river from her waist. It was so vividly red that it all came across as far too unreal to my eyes. She was bleeding, yet she was still talking to me. Kim Dokja, I know the end you've been wishing for. She formed a smile as playful as ever. As if to wipe the blood on my cheek, she rubbed my face while murmuring back to me. What a pitiful guy you are. I frantically tried to stem her bleeding while pulling out my recovery items. Her internal injuries were too severe. She had been wounded far too mercilessly. Her innards were completely destroyed by the second-generation sword force. I could save her. If only I had a little more time, if I could just find a proper healer and get her healed. Then... But would I be allowed to do that? Her hand touching my cheek fell away lifelessly. I called out Han Suyong's name, over and over again. However, she didn't wake up. What I heard was Yu Jung-hyuk's voice. Instead, stand up, Kim Dokja. I couldn't sense any guilt, no shaken emotions within that voice. It was at that moment something inside me snapped. I slowly stood up from my spot. Yu Jung-hyuk. Fables were boiling over inside my head. There are some fables that are simply too big and are difficult to read properly. If your mind isn't centered right, you will end up getting swept away by the fable instead. Yu Hosong told me that. I was aware of the dangers as well. The greater the fable, the larger the burden I had to carry. That was why I sought to make comrades. And we worked together to create history, to create our own fables. All for the sake of reaching a different conclusion than that of Yu Jung-hyuk's from the original storyline. That wish was what brought us this far. And the end result of that wish was this. Did I need to keep reading the story? Then, Great Fable, Demon World Spring has begun its storytelling. I've imagined the final goal where every one of us would be there together. I truly believed that such a story was definitely achievable. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, has begun its storytelling. However, if that was impossible, then, if all the histories that I've created so far were completely useless, then, Demon King transformation has been activated. Then, the end I've been dreaming about no longer held any meaning. I shall kill you, Yu Jung-hyuk. Episode 70. A story that can't be shared. 1. Fin. Chapter 370. A story that can't be shared. 2. I shall kill you, Yu Jung-hyuk. Everyone within the library was looking at that text. Looks like all of us might end up perishing at this rate. The fourth wall is vibrating intensely. The entirety of the library was shaking around. The books that had been neatly arranged tumbled down and created a mess. However, no librarian tried to clean it up. How frustrating. Why aren't they communicating with each other? As I thought, these two lack enough desire to become one being. Our Suyong didn't do anything wrong, yet. The squid used one of its tentacles to lightly poke the round eye. Meanwhile, the text continued on every time Yu Jung-hyuk's and Kim Dokja's blades clashed against each other. Nirvana's teeth issued clattering noises. I newbie. What do you think? When Yu Sang-ah heard that, she stopped catching the books flying over her head and looked back at the librarians. Her hand was full of Kim Dokja's memories, the book she'd been reading up until just now. I have two opinions about it. You have two of them? 1. Miss Suyong isn't dead. I know her very well, and she's not someone to risk her life for a problem like this one. The squid's tearful eyes opened much wider from her reply. What? But you also read it, didn't you? Looks like you still don't know how it works. The heroine loses her consciousness, her hand falling away, and the male hero awakens. You see, in all the movies I've seen so far, not minding what the squid or the simulation were saying, Yu Sang-ah composedly carried on. 2. They are currently talking to each other. Yu Sang-ah spoke as she stared at the texts that continued to pile up. Even though no one in this world would call that a conversation, but still. Fragments of fables poured out from the cracked arm. They were fables that we had created together. Fable, Demon World Spring, is pouring out its story. Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, is growling threateningly. Like a dragon and tiger getting into a tussle, fables collided with other fables. Yu Jung-hyuk, possessing the exact same great fables as I, used the exact same power to fight me. Your share on the applicable fable is higher than your opponent's. Even though my share on the fables was supposedly higher, the shares held by Yu Jung-hyuk didn't listen to my commands. Maybe that was due to all those years Yu Jung-hyuk had gone through already. He had been telling his story far more fiercely than anyone else in Starstream, after all. Ch-ch-ch-ch-chit. The probability of the second generation was suppressing us. However, some things still managed to escape its suppression. Fable, the one who opposes the miracle, is thunderously roaring out. Fable, the one who opposes the miracle, is bellowing out in anger. The exact same fables created by experiencing the same history collided against each other. Master of the Island is paying close attention to you. Many constellations are watching your battle. Constellation, demon-like judge of flames, is... The voices of the constellations were getting fainter and fainter now. Unique skill, the fourth wall is activating. We both swung our swords, fully prepared to kill each other in the process. The blade that I desperately swung brushed past Yu Jung-hyuk's waist, and his own blade attacking right back, stabbed into my shoulder. His combat intuition was higher, but my status was much higher than his. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, is protecting you. The Transcender's sharp aura pierced past the thick layer of status and flew straight in. From that sword energy, I was able to read his true intention. I saw how desperately he was standing his ground right now. He didn't bother to ask, and I didn't bother to reply. No, we just swung our swords again and again. And instead of our mouths, our fables told the tales for us. Fable, Paradise of Despair, is pouncing like a wild beast. The memories from the paradise. Fable, the one who hunted the king of calamity, is roaring out. Traces from the Peaceland. Fable, Liberator of the industrial complex, is in mourning. The moments from the revolution, none of those existed within the pages of the Ways of Survival. The times we've lived through didn't match up with any of the pages I read in the past. Angel transformation is activating. Wings broke past my shoulder blades. My status instantly increased and permeated into unbreakable faith. Issuing a loud, explosive noise, Yu Jung-hyuk's body flew up in the air after being unable to withstand the impact force. Come at me with everything you've got, Yu Jung-hyuk. Because they'll do the same too. The light in his eyes changed. The outline of his status rising up around him began distorting visibly. It was powerful enough to twist the space itself. The true power of the high-level transcender was being unleashed for real now. Yu Jung-hyuk's figure, wrapped in the brilliant golden light, disappeared from my view. Second stage of the Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint is still in activation. His blade moved so fast that my eyes couldn't even follow it. Clong. One sword against another. The louder the grinding metallic noises became, the heavier my wrist got. Fables poured out from my thigh, and fables flowed out from Yu Jung-hyuk's shoulders. And naturally, his voice could also be heard. The fourth wall is activating strongly as if to fight back. Yu Jung-hyuk had begun telling his story now. You? I tried to guess which words would follow that. Without a doubt, he'd blame me. Just as Han Suyong had said, you were that kind of a person, after all. Why did you choose to remain in that particular turn? Memories of the 1863rd regression brushed past my head. I won't return to the third turn. I'll remain here and see this thing to its end with the people of this place. The decision I made was coming back to me in full. The unbreakable faith was now issuing cracking, breaking noises. Back then, that was the best choice available. I thought that, after witnessing the end of the 1863rd turn, I would be able to return to the third turn safely. That was why I tried to find the story where everyone could be happy. However, what if Yu Jung-hyuk of the 1863rd turn didn't help me out back then? What if Han Suyong of the 1863rd turn carried murderous intentions towards me? Would I have been able to return to this world unscathed? Even though I thought that I knew the scenarios better than anyone, could it be that I just got lucky and managed to survive until now? Your comrades are here. Yu Jung-hyuk's first sword slash sliced apart my shoulder. And your own world line was here. His second strike split open my elbow. You told people to live their lives in this world. The third strike punctured a hole in my wing. It hurt like hell. But what hurt even more than that, though, was the rage and disappointment contained within Yu Jung-hyuk's voice. Incarnation Yu Jung-hyuk is refusing to regress. Yu Jung-hyuk, who gave up on the path of regression and decided to live out his third turn because of me, was now looking back. The being who loved this world more than anyone, and wanted to protect it because of that, was staring straight back at me. But then you. Certain types of rage and some types of betrayal couldn't be described in mere words. No matter how omniscient one was as a reader, one would never be able to read them. Yu Hosong said as thus, "A fable may not look all that amazing at first glance, but it'll present a maze-like abyss to all those who dare to peek deeper into their inner core. It's the same story regardless of how small a fable is. What I was seeing shouldn't be Yu Jung Hyok's everything. I'd never get to fully understand the reason why he was so furious like this. Because everything could be his reason, or conversely, nothing could be his reason, too. But one thing was for certain, and that would be Yu Jung Hyok had decided not to be under the thumb of anyone anymore. Not controlled by me and not controlled by himself. And maybe not even by those DMN constellations who should be watching right us now. Answer me, Kim Dokjada. While receiving the outpouring of the sword strikes, I began faltering. Most likely, Yu Jung Hyok was aware of the truth that I was still reading him even right now. But even though he knew that I was reading him, he continued to think non-stop. Answer me. Just like how I observed him pass this wall, he too was ceaselessly writing something just beyond it, hoping that someone would get to read it sooner or later. Unfortunately, I couldn't reply, because if I do, then the fourth wall is getting thicker. Then you'd end up becoming a mere character of the story. The fourth wall is getting even thicker, because you definitely couldn't become a mere character. Kugugugugu. Yu Jung Hyok glared at me with his trademark blazing eyes. Here he was, existing in this place and time, destroying me in order to prove that he wasn't just a mere character of a story. Is that so? His words floated up above the wall. So that is your choice. The fourth wall is getting even thicker. Even during this regression, I didn't have any comrades, then. If I were to say something, anything, as a reply, it was possible that He'd have forgiven me. Maybe a miracle might happen and He'd accept me, even. However, even if that happened, Han Suyong wouldn't return, and the hurt we inflicted on each other would not be erased, either. We would never become comrades ever again. Whether it was Yu Jung Hyok or me, we both knew that truth all too painfully well. The fourth wall is getting even thicker, and that was why we held our swords as we dashed towards each other. The fourth wall is getting even thicker. The Fulin attack collided with another Fulin attack and issued a loud explosive noise. Thick, choking dust was kicked up in the air. Neither of us could withstand the impact force and crumbled to the ground. The first one to stand back up was me. I staggered towards Yu Jung Hyok lying on his back, his entire body now looking like a torn rag, and pointed my blade at him. He didn't offer any resistance, but instead looked up at me to speak. I've persisted with this regression for far too long. So end this. Yu Jung Hyok murdered Han Suyong. He had already crossed the line that shouldn't have been crossed. The sword aura of the unbreakable faith trembled noticeably. And the moment I raised my sword up high, I recalled what Han Suyong of the 1863rd turn told me. If my novel was a ripoff of Ways of Survival, then whose ripoff are you? The answer to that question was right in front of my eyes now. Kim Dokja had learned how to live from this man. This man was my father, my brother, and my oldest friend. The fourth wall has increased its thickness. For a long time, I had been looking at him through this thick, thick wall. I was saved by him many times, and while looking at his story, I managed to survive. The unbreakable faith slowly clattered back on the ground. I couldn't kill this guy, nor could I beg for his forgiveness either. I had never learned to be that cowardly. No, I was taught to pay the price for the things I've done. Yu Jung Hyok was still looking up at me, and I too stared back at him. I'm right here in this place. I know. Even then, you only chose to read and nothing else. Because that is our way of living. You acted and I read you doing it. If you're unwilling, then I shall do it myself. Yu Jung Hyok slowly got back up and grasped his blade tightly. I thought I could hear the sound of a story coming to an end. The mass production type maker once told me this, that a certain fable would end without ever getting closer to the. However, if this place was the endpoint for all the stories, and if I was destined to die right here, then wouldn't it be fine to at least say one thing? Hey, Yu Jung Hyok. He stopped his actions when I spoke up. You probably know this already, but am not a prophet. No, I am as far removed from such a being as you can get. Ever since we got into a tussle back on the Dongo Bridge, I had never introduced myself properly once. To Yu Jung Hyok, I was the prophet, a man with a mysterious background. Am not the demon king of salvation. Fable, demon king of salvation, has stopped its storytelling. Am also not the king of a kingless world. Fable, king of a kingless world, has stopped its storytelling. One by one, my fables stopped their stories. Excluding my own, everything else became dead still. My name is Kim Dokja. The wings on my back disappeared, and the ballooned-up muscles shrunk back. 2. 28. No, wait. I was 28 and I was an employee of a game company. My hobby was reading web novels. As if I was talking to someone I met for the first time, I continued to tell my own story. It's pathetic, right? Well, this is who I am. Yu Jung Hyuk. Who are you? To me, Yu Jung Hyuk was someone I knew since from a long time ago. To be more specific, he was someone I read about all by myself. That was why I had never heard about his story in his own words. He finally opened his mouth. I am Yu Jung Hyuk. Yu Jung Hyuk, a former regressor. Episode 70. A story that can't be shared. 2. Finn. Chapter 371. A story that can't be shared. 3. As soon as she opened her eyes, Han Suyong spat out a mouthful of blood. Only after the black-colored blood filled up the ground in a rather large quantity did she finally regain her wits. The first thing she saw was the dense forest. It wasn't the location where she'd been fighting against Yu Jung Hyuk just now. I really almost died back there. Yu Jung Hyuk, you son of a bitch. If she hadn't transferred her memories to a dummy avatar on standby at the very last moment, she'd have died for real. You have exhausted today's allotment for the authorization of memory transfer. From now on, the applicable avatar will act as your true body. She'd been expecting something like this to happen. Fable, predictive plagiarism, is hesitantly carrying on with its storytelling. Han Suyong got to clearly witness several scenes through this fable called predictive plagiarism, the one she earned after experiencing that mysterious dream, such as the various futures that would change according to the choices she'd make Kim Dokja's death, or maybe even Yu Jung Hyuk's death. And then, the sole future where both of those terrible choices could be avoided altogether. Due to the penalty of memory transfer, your physical abilities will be weakened significantly. I swear, if either one of them is dead, then Han Suyong complained unhappily to herself and tried to sense the waves of magical energy from the surroundings. She still needed to locate the direction where those two were. Not too long afterwards, her senses picked up on two rather enormous statuses. She quickly ran in that direction. Out of all the futures she read, this was the only one that worked out fine. Kim Dokja didn't die, and for the first time ever, those two idiots would get to share a proper conversation. That's what Han Suyong's predictive plagiarism had predicted, and that was why she didn't try to dodge Yu Jung Hyuk's sword at the last second. So, Kim Dokja should definitely be alive. It was around here that she heard the sound of a sword clashing against something else. Are they still fighting? These idiots, I even died so that you two could talk to each other, but this... She figured that she really needed to give these two men a harsh earful when she arrived there. But when she pushed past the bushes and stepped forward, the ensuing spectacle freaked her out in a rather grand manner. Kwang. Bang. Yu Jung Hyuk was mercilessly slamming his sword down on Kim Dokja, currently sprawled out on the ground. Hey, you crazy son of a bitch. I guess it didn't work? Yu Jung Hyuk observed Kim Dokja lying on the ground. On the chest of the unconscious man, the shallow wound left behind by his dark heavenly demon sword was clearly visible. But, I thought I saw it just now. Yu Jung Hyuk grasped his sword tightly and focused his mind. And almost right away, he sensed the dark aura oozing out from Kim Dokja's body. That was the wall, the identity of the strange foreignness he felt whenever he was looking at Kim Dokja. I can see it. He could see a jet-black wall, composed of countless texts. He raised his sword high up and powerfully smashed down on that wall again. Now that a transcender began pounding on it with serious intent, the wall started shaking around in an unstable manner. The fourth wall is glaring at you. Not caring whether it was glaring or not, Yu Jung Hyuk continued to pound on that wall. Beyond this wall, there might be, if it didn't want to open up, then until it did if it couldn't be broken, then until he broke it down. Again and again. But then, hey you crazy bastard, have you lost your mind? Accompanied by a shrill voice, he felt a rather powerful impact in the back of his head. Blood trickled down and blocked his vision. Through all that red, he saw Han Suyong kneeling down next to Kim Dokja. Hey Kim Dokja, get a hold of yourself. Wake you. What the heck? He isn't dead? Yu Jung Hyuk scowled unhappily as he staggered on his feet. Han Suyong, do you really wish to die today? You already killed me once today, you bastard. I knew you wouldn't die from the beginning. Stop lying. My acting was beyond perfect, you know. She growled angrily and pointed at her incarnation body, which was her real body only until a few minutes ago, still lying on some forgotten corner over yonder. The incarnation body, currently crumbling away, showed the definite signs of bleeding out. An avatar wouldn't have bled anything in the first place. Yu Jung Hyuk spoke nonchalantly. An avatar would bleed like the real body if it was imbued with a certain amount of memories. Oh my? And how did you even find that out? From the record you wrote yourself. Specifically, you from the 1863rd turn, that is. Me of that turn wrote all sorts of crap, didn't I? God damn it. There were plenty of things she wanted to ask, but she chose not to. Instead, she poked Kim Dokjae's cheek and spoke up. Still, this guy looks like he got completely fooled. Doesn't he? Looks that way. How did it go? He went crazy and attacked me. Han Suyong smirked and lightly pinched Kim Dokjae's cheek as if she was proud of him. By the way, what's the matter with his chest? He's paying for making me eat dirt. Dirt? There is something like that. She shifted her gaze back to Kim Dokja and his cheek that sagged without any energy. In all honesty, he was only just barely alive, and not one part of his body could be described as okay. Indeed, the surrounding forest had been completely leveled by the battle just now, so it'd be far stranger if his body was left largely unscathed. Han Suyong understood that this scene of utter destruction was the direct evidence of the conversation that took place between Kim Dokja and Yu Jung-hyuk. So, did you hear the answer you wanted? Yu Jung-hyuk paused for a moment before making his reply. A little. She could clearly read the depths of emotions contained in that simple reply of a little. But they belonged to Kim Dokja and Yu Jung-hyuk and no one else. That left her feeling just a bit rueful, a bit lonesome. Anyways, you are coming back to Kim Dokjae's company now, right? Yu Jung-hyuk mulled over for a while, but then turned around to leave as if he had said everything there was to say. She frowned deeply. Hey you, at least try to answer properly, will you? I even helped you out, didn't I? The great war of saints and demons is just around the corner. Yu Jung-hyuk continued to walk further away. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as Han Suyong was getting ready to shout out something else. Such a chuchit. Sparks buzzed around Kim Dokjae's body and a voice suddenly came out from him. Yu Jung-hyuk, that stupid scenario isn't the most important thing, you know? Startled by this development, Yu Jung-hyuk quickly unsheathed his blade. The imaginary wall enveloping Kim Dokja was actually moving. Past that wall, someone was speaking to him. Do you believe that it's the end when you leave after talking one-sidedly like this? No, to be more specific, it wasn't the wall, but rather, you should experience it as well, what the feelings of being a reader are all about. To understand what it really is. Such a chuchachit. The wall that didn't want to break no matter how many times he hit it suddenly developed a small hole on the side, and a hand popped out from this mysterious hole. That hand proceeded to lightly grasp Yu Jung-hyuk's head and then slammed it right against the wall. I was lying in pitch-black darkness by the time I regained my consciousness. What happened? Did I die? By Yu Jung-hyuk? As the thoughts continued to swirl in my head, I slowly stood back up. I looked around but couldn't see anything. It was then. A bright light from a lantern lit up in front of my eyes. Dokja-si, so this was where you've been all this time. Is that you, Yu Sang-asi? Are you all right? Where am I? You're inside the library. Only then did I figure out what had happened. Most likely, I got sucked inside the fourth wall, as I blacked out again. By the way, is it always this dark inside? No, it's just that the library is in a state of chaos at the moment, you see. The aftershocks of the battle this time killed off all the lanterns inside, and all the bookshelves have fallen down. Everyone is doing their best trying to restore everything right now. My apologies. I have created a lot of trouble for you. Yu Sang-ah grinned softly and shook her head. No, not at all. Is there anything I can do to help? Oh no, it's fine. You should lay here and rest. They'll sit here and take a short break as well. Yu Sang-ah let out a grunt and lightly settled down next to me. Her face, as illuminated by the dim light of the lantern, was the exact same one from my memories. You really did well. In regards to? When you said those things, I didn't need a lot of time to figure out what she meant by those words. No doubt, she would have borne witness to the spectacle of the outside from behind the fourth wall. A proper relationship starts from the act of introducing oneself first. Doesn't it? It's possible that you two might become real friends this time. That would be great if such a thing was possible, but I wasn't expecting much, though. Honestly, I thought that it'd be a huge relief with Yu Jung-hyuk's anger being soothed. Somehow. No matter what I said, it'd be quite impossible to soften the sense of betrayal he must have felt. Books discarded on the floor seemed to be rolling around everywhere. Without thinking too much about it, I picked one up. Kim Dokja, Records from 15 Years Old, Volume #25. I sneakily closed the book and chucked the damn thing deep into the darkness. Excuse me, Dokja-si? Yes? Actually, well, I read that book. Just a little bit. How much did you read? Almost the whole book, if I'm honest. I find these more interesting than the ways of survival, you see. I'm sorry. My face reddened from heat. But there was naught that could be done when she had already read it. It's fine. I do feel a bit ashamed, but still. I did think that, with Yu Sang-ah being a part of the library, such memories would possibly end up being exposed anyway. She carefully picked up the books rolling around on the floor, one by one, and dusted them before gathering them all together. They were all my memories. Her expression, as dyed by the darkness, was hard to see, but I could nevertheless sense how troubled she was feeling right now. Perhaps to console her, I picked up one of the books she had been gathering. Been a while, this thing. All these gathered books were my stories. Kim Dokja, 15 years old, 18 years old, 23, 28. I slowly flipped through the pages. Kim Dokja, who didn't have a father. Kim Dokja, who didn't have any friends. Kim Dokja, who lost his mother. It was a life that always lacked something, or something kept disappearing from it. A lone existence is a being that doesn't exist. Kim Dokja was always alone. And that was why he was the only child, Dokja Dudzer, and the Kim Dokja didn't exist. What sorrowfully reasonable words those were. However, there was a sole moment where that Kim Dokja did exist. That was when the Dokja, only child, Dudzer, became the Dokja, reader, Dudra, a life story being told like a lengthy report on a single book. That was basically my life in a nutshell. I spent my teenage years along with the ways of survival, and hid behind the wall the story created for me to dodge the pointed fingers of other people. At last, had come to life only when reading The Way of Survival. I sensed Yu Sanch's gaze, staring at me from my side. I wasn't sure why, but it also felt like it wasn't her alone. Maybe other librarians were also watching me from somewhere within the darkness. It was right then. An unexpected text caught my eyes within the open page. I met a strange person today during the interview. That person's name is Yu Sanga. The moment I read that, I unknowingly closed the book shut. Could it be that Yu Sangasi also read this part? Haven't you ever wondered about this before? Dokjasi? Excuse me? About what? What if scenarios didn't start? What would have happened to us? I hadn't thought about that. What if the ways of survival didn't become reality back then? What if the novel Ways of Survival came to its natural conclusion and time continued to tick by? What would have happened to me? Would I still be alive? Could I have been able to carry on? Would we be still working for the same company as before? Well, my contract hadn't been extended, so I guess I might have been searching for a job in other companies. Right, I wouldn't have died that easily. I would have thought about dying every now and then, and also there could have been many a day when I fell asleep while rereading The Ways of Survival, but yeah, I wouldn't have died. Not that easily. I'd have continued to live on, somehow. In that world, I wouldn't have become a friend with you, Yu Sangasi. My workplace would have changed, and we wouldn't have a reason to get in contact with each other, after all. Even still, wouldn't we have tried to call each other sometimes? Well, I think we would have. I'm sure that, even after you left the company, I'd keep on remembering you. You are a strange person, after all. Are you trying to get back at me? Yu Sanga formed a refreshing grin and carried on. I'd probably have gotten curious about your welfare. Is he doing okay? He's not sick, is he? Did he find a new job? What about marriage? I don't think I'd have gotten married. I couldn't even take care of myself properly back then. Well, it's true that one doesn't have to get married. I also found it easier to live alone, you see. Even you, Sangasi? Yes. See, I told you. We'd have been good friends, I think. You really think so? Yes, of course. We'd study Spanish together, enter a writer's club and ride bicycles together too. Or, to get ready for our old age, we start recommending savings plan or retirement funds. After we grow old and can't move anymore, we'd help each other to get to hospitals. I guess we could have lived pretty close by in that case. Of course. Maybe we might have lived right next to each other. We continued to chat away. We talked about things that could no longer be. Things that could never become a reality. Just like how The Ways of Survival was to me once upon a time. Yu Sanga continued on. Along with Hui Wansi, Haiyan Xiangsai, and Jihai, too. It'd be wonderful if other kids also lived nearby. Even Su Yangxi, too. Even if such a world did really exist, it was not possible that all of them could be together. Because they were characters from a novel. They were. Yes, it'd be really wonderful if that was true. Jung Hyaxi as well. Although his personality is terrible, he's a great cook. So I think it'll be nice to become his friend. Without a warning, something welled up from deep inside my heart. Hui Wansi and Haiyan Xiangsai would be fufufu in any case. And so we'd all be growing older little by little. In a world without scenarios, no constellations, and no dakibis. Where we'd meet up to share our stories, and while sharing nice foods. I recalled the countless world lines that I witnessed together with the secretive plotter. Among all those possible worlds, maybe, just maybe, one of them could. It'd been nice if such a world existed somewhere. Don't you agree? There might be one just like that somewhere. Dokjasi. Yes? I really enjoyed being with you, Dokjasi. I think it's time for me to go now. Yu Sangasi. Actually, I had realized it a little while ago why she suddenly began talking to me about such things. Master of the Island is calling out to Incarnation Yu Sanga. By seizing the opening created by the weakening of the fourth wall, the master of these islands, was calling out to Yu Sanga, the king of the reincarnators. Finally, the moment we've been waiting for had come. Indeed, one of the reasons why we decided to come to the Isle of Reincarnators was here. This library, it's a warm and cozy and nice place to be, but, I can't remain here forever, you know? But, hang on for a second, Sangasi. You don't have to be in such a hurry to. Yusanga shook her head. Just like me, she too had read the ways of survival by now. What I wanted to say, she already knew them all. There is almost nothing that I can do in here. As long as I'm here, I'll always remain as a simple reader. I looked up at her with a resolute expression, my lips firmly shut. I wanted to stop her. I wanted to ask if it'd be fine for us to talk for a bit longer. Unfortunately, I couldn't. Dokjasi, you told me this once before, that you have only one turn, and that the world we need to live in is this one. That's why. They'll say it like this. White light enveloped Yusanga as she placed her hand on my head, a smile forming on her lips. Let's meet again in the next life. Episode 70. A story that can't be shared. 3. Finn. Chapter 372. A story that can't be shared. 4. As I slowly regained my consciousness, I decided to activate Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. So, the method to clear the middle island number 4 is ... After managing to master the Fable control, Zhang Hui-1 had finally entered the middle island scenario and began massacring other participants. I dunno. Well, if they come at me, I'll just kill them all. Our general is also a Fable grade, you know? Don't you look down on us. Zhang Hui-1 activated Hour of Judgment, while Ejihai activated Demon Slaying. As they ran amok in their battlefield around the same time, the kids began clearing the middle island scenario in their own clever way. I've tamed the invisible wisp. Let's steal that person's modifier using this guy. But we can just send insects over there, though. What a crafty method of clearing the scenario. So much so that I didn't need to help them out at all. Kuhuk, kuhuk, groan. Hyansong found himself alone on a different middle island and was being severely beaten up by other constellations and incarnations. He was in a fetal position while glaring at his enemies with sorrowful eyes. But then, he suddenly roared out like a huge bear. The one thing sadder than ending up all alone is to get beaten up all by yourself. Powerful rays of light exploded out from Hyansong's body, causing the participants around him to explode en masse. I was familiar with that technique. That was one of the special techniques possessed by the Master of Steel. Impact Release. That released all the accumulated damage at once. As expected, the folks from the original storyline were truly cheat characters. In any case, I got to clearly see that Hyansong had become stronger as well. Character Zhang Haiyang has activated Breaking the Sky Force Punch. As for Zhang Haiyang, she was clearing the scenario while displaying overwhelming strength. To me, she seemed to be on the path to truly becoming the master of the wall she possessed. Well, she was a talented person from the get-go, and was also capable of absorbing the techniques of others rather quickly as well. Unidentifiable Wall is evolving. Her wall had become far more stabilized compared to before. She could chat to other transcenders through her wall, and got to learn and understand their abilities. In a way, one could say there were some similarities between her method and me reading the book. Unidentifiable Wall has sensed your presence. My view was instantly filled with white noise. Unidentifiable Wall is staring at the fourth wall. The fourth wall is staring at Unidentifiable Wall. The moment these two walls stared at each other, my view suddenly grew fuzzy, blurry. The end of the world line is approaching. As my view crumbled away, I could hear an unknown voice. Kim Dokja, they shall come to find you. Virar. The moment I regained my consciousness, I felt my smartphone vibrate. I switched the screen on without thinking too much about it, only to spot today's date. February 15th. As we weren't on Earth, the local weather report didn't appear. All I could confirm was the date. Even then, I couldn't say it was an accurate one, either. The space-time indicator had long lost its meaning after I moved around different dimensions willy-nilly, after all. Everyone within Starstream lived in a different time from the others. That was the case, but now, 15th of February, is it? I fell into a bit of thought regarding this date, before giving up and placed the phone down. My head was in a disorganized mess, and almost every part of my incarnation body was aching painfully, too. I blinked several times while looking down at my upper torso to find bandages tightly wrapped around my chest area. Where am I now? The surroundings slowly filled my view. Firstly, the clean, white bedsheets, followed by the elegant oriental decor of the room I was in. A certain someone leaning against the window and looking outside threw a question at me. You awake now? You, ... Her eyes arched in a mischievous manner. So this is how it feels like coming back to life after dying. But, didn't you die? I did? Seeing Han Suyong snicker like that, the inside of my head grew even more complicated. I immediately recalled the sight just before blacking out the events of her dying at Yu Junghayak's sword, me fighting against him, and then passing out from his attack and finally sharing a conversation with Yu Sanga inside the library. Han Suyong approached the bed before I noticed it and pinched my cheek. In any case, Kim Dokja, you can be really adorable sometimes. Only then did I realize that she played me for a sucker. I took a closer look and found a small 4-needle stuck in her arm, too. Where are we? The waiting room of the main island. The place where that guy and his castle is. It was then I abruptly remembered something else. Master of the island is calling out to Incarnation Yu Sanga. Back then when that guy was taking Yu Sanga away, there was another message popping up in front of my eyes. As well. Master of the island is inviting you. The King of Reincarnators. The third protagonist of the book 3 Ways to Survive in a Ruined World had summoned us to their territory. But I'm pretty sure that I failed to clear the scenario? Don't I need to clear the middle island scenario in order to get here, so how? Nope, you did clear it. I quickly confirmed the message logs. You have cleared hidden scenario snatching modifiers. Reward handout is currently on standby. It's true. But how? I hadn't collected the syllable vil, so how? Han Suyong wordlessly pointed at the necklace hanging around my neck. Devil of Lust and Wrath. The completed necklace of modifier was emitting a soft glow. Something like this couldn't happen, though. One of the syllables should have been missing on my necklace. Han Suyong spoke. Yu Jung-hyuk gave it to you before leaving, saying that it's a leftover. Yu Jung-hyuk did? But why? My thoughts were getting messy again. The things he said at the final moments rang vividly in my head. Yu Jung-hyuk, a former regressor. Not the regressor Yu Jung-hyuk, but a former regressor. What was he thinking about when he told me that? Where is he now? The next scenario. The sense of emptiness and relief brushed past me simultaneously when I heard her. He again went ahead before everyone in order to clear the scenario. Who was his target, anyway? You just woke up? But you're already so full of questions. How annoying. I sat on the bed, eyes blinking like an idiot. She pointed to my chest again. Upon taking a closer look, there were 2 modifier necklaces hanging around my neck. One of them was Asmodeus modifier, Devil of Lust and Wrath, while the other one was of. The places where my modifier should have been were replaced by empty holes instead. No way? Yes way. Well, at least he did leave behind of. That son of a bitch. It's my turn to ask questions now. Is Yu Sanga still inside you? King of Reincarnators already took her. Did she say anything else before going? I unsteadily rose up from the bed and walked over to the window. While standing next to Han Suyong, I stared at the unfolding cityscape. Reincarnators were busy roaming the streets that possessed the unmistakable ancient Chinese vibe. Beings from other worlds were here, beings that had chosen to live a new life in this place, along with different names and different faces. She said, let's meet again in the next life. To me, it'd still be this life, but to Yu Sanga, it'd indeed be the next life. She'd earn a new body, a new life, through the power of the King of Reincarnators. She'd get to live a new life in this world. In other words, Han Suyong and I stared at the streets below without saying anything. It was as if we were searching for Yu Sanga hiding somewhere within these nameless streets. Han Suyong abruptly opened her lips to speak. The snowing. She was right, bits of snowflakes were descending from the sky. Originally, this particular world didn't have any snow. Yet, it was doing precisely that. Snow fell like starlight. And beyond the tall skies where snowflakes continued to fall, constellations were watching my tail. No indirect messages reached me, but I could still feel that they were looking at me. Probability they had gathered bit by bit until now was scattering gently in the skies. I turned my head to the side to find Han Suyong studying me. She grasped my modifier necklace and grinned. I guess you're no longer the Demon King of Salvation. Shouldn't you get yourself a brand new modifier now? I began recalling the days I spent as Demon King of Salvation while listening to her talk. It hadn't been that long, but those days were the most brilliant moments in my life. As my vision grew wetter and blurrier, I could see Han Suyong giggling away. Should I make one up for you, then? What will sound nice on you, I wonder? How about I pass out too often, man? Or miraculous pie hole? Hey, you are crying? My face was reflected in her irises, her eyes widening in surprise. Actually, I wanted to ask her, an author. As she was a writer, maybe she'd be able to tell me straight. Tell me that I did good until now, whether I made the wrong choices or not, whether I would get to see the desired conclusion when I reach the end of this story or not. Hey, why are you crying like that? I get it. Okay? I get it, so stop. There. She must have thought up something, as she began rummaging through her pockets next. Soon afterwards, something sweet and slightly sour entered my mouth. Why are you crying on a nice day like today? I mean, it's even snowing, too. I promised to think up a nice modifier later on. Okay? Said Han Suyong, before avoiding my gaze to stare into the far-off distance. Today was the 15th of February. That's what the smartphone said. However, the time of this place and that of Earth weren't the same, therefore this indicator was simply an error. It was a coincidental date with no meaning behind it. Even then, what if there was some kind of a miracle and this date was indeed true? Then today would be my birthday. Han Suyong rubbed her eyes as she spoke. I want to see the others already. I summoned up every ounce of my strength to make my reply. Yeah, me too. As if those words became the signal. Revised text has completed its update. A gift sent by someone arrived at my doorstep. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world, final revision. .txt. Inside the scattering, falling snow, Yu Jung-hyuk was staring at the castle of reincarnators. Most likely, Kim Dokja had regained his consciousness by now, and Yu Sang-ah would be in the middle of reincarnation, having met the master of the island already. That woman. A deep frown crept up on Yu Jung-hyuk's face. He'd never be able to forget the moment when his head rammed into that mysterious wall a few days ago. He got to forcibly observe that wall's insides amidst the horrifying storm of probability sparks. And that was where he bore witness to fragments of a tale he didn't know before. Some of them were as per his expectations, while some of them were definitely news to him. Some of them even took him completely by surprise, too. It all happened for an instant, but he found the information he'd been searching for from that wall, as well as the answers he wanted to find. And now, he realized that it was time to put to practice the answers he found. Secretive plotter. He raised his head to greet the gaze of a certain scheming constellation. Constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at you. The secretive plotter, the constellation that made its first appearance in this regression. And an unidentified existence whose information or evidence couldn't be found in any of the 1863 worlds. Constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at you. Haven't I played along with your schemes long enough now? I'm sure that I have the right to ask you a single question or two. The secretive plotter didn't reply for a brief moment. But then, a portion of the skies suddenly became dyed in darkness. An array of black light fell towards Yu Jung-hyuk. Such-a-chuch-a-chit. As the sparks from probability crackled all around him, the space-time within the near vicinity began distorting noticeably. He was currently in the world ruled by the master of the island. No top-ranked constellation would be able to exert that much probability in this place. Yet, the secretive plotter was an existence who could do exactly that. A pitch-black shadow rose up within the darkness. What are you curious about? Oh, the puppet of the most ancient dream. Why did you show me that book? The shadow of the secretive plotter wavered about as if to mock him. Yu Jung-hyuk continued with his questioning. Did you want me to fall into despair? You wanted me to kill Kim Dokja after reading that book? Maybe. Maybe not. Why did you plot something like that? You think you can understand it after hearing the answer? Its arrogant voice was filled with the confidence of knowing that a lowly being like him would never understand, even after hearing the truth. Yu Jung-hyuk asked another question. Why did you send Kim Dokja to the 1863rd turn? Why did you order him to kill me there? Let's just say that such a scenario would have been fun to observe. The shadow wavered around as if it was cackling. Yu Jung-hyuk remained calm and spoke his piece. All of your schemes were to destroy Kim Dokja. Why do you think that? Do you have any reasons to believe that's the case? Maybe I do. Maybe I do have a pretty good reason. This constellation, holding a mysterious animosity towards Kim Dokja, and at the same time, didn't exist in the original work just like him. Yu Jung-hyuk had been chasing after this constellation for a long time, and he had finally reached the answer to his pursuit in this very moment. Secretive plotter. Are you the Kim Dokja from the future? Episode 70. A story that can't be shared. 4. Finn. Chapter 373, 50 years later, 1. For days passed by since we arrived on the Isle of Reincarnators. I confirmed through Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint that other companions had completed their middle island scenarios and were ready to tackle the next one. Currently, I was staring at the screen of my phone. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world, final revision. .txt. It was possible that the epilogue I so wished to read was waiting for me at the end of this text file. Was that all? If luck was on my side, I might even discover some information on the current third regression turn. 2. The guideline that told me how to act and how to clear upcoming scenarios in order to reach the perfect ending might be there. However, if the end of the story is tragedy. If by any chance the final revision bit implied that ITLL no longer change, are you REALLY capable of cha-inging it? What if the action of me reading this thing only sets the ending in stone instead? Kim Dokja. I raised my head to spot Han Suyong, bandages wrapped around her left hand, staring back at me. She was the only other existence remaining in this world who read the ways of survival besides me. If she was in my shoes, how would she react? If she was me, would she have opened this file? What are you looking at? No, it's nothing. I switched the phone screen off. There might come a day when I get curious about the contents of this story. However, now wasn't it? The epilogue I wished to know probably wasn't in this file. After finishing maintenance on her equipment, Han Suyong lightly jumped off from the bed and spoke to me. Let's get going. The longer we dilly-dally, the further ahead that bastard Yu Jung-hyuk will get. We have someone to meet first before leaving, though. Who? Looks like he's here already. We heard knocking sounds as the door creaked open behind us. The first thing we saw was the thick, brown-colored Buddhist rosary hung around the person's neck. Next up was the gray Buddhist monk robe, and the firm, tough muscles peeking out from underneath it. He was a warrior monk who had gone through the repeated rigorous training for a very long time. I've come to fetch you, benefactor. I nodded my head and replied back. Guide me to your king, please. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world. According to the analysis of the best expert alive on the novel Ways of Survival Me, the 3 ways in its title referred to the 3 main characters of the novel itself. The first was the regressor Yu Jung-hyuk. The second was the returnee Jang Ha-young. And finally, the third was, there was another main character? Han Suyong asked back hurriedly through midday tryst, sounding a bit flustered after listening to my tale. I remembered then that she wouldn't have such information on her, since she only read up to 100 chapters or so. But then again, it'll be a huge ask to keep milking one main character for over 3,000 chapters, won't it? She still remained needlessly sharp, though. Besides all that, 3 protagonists, as expected of this novel, treading on the surefire shortcut to the failed noveldom like that. I couldn't think up of a retort, because that failed novel had messed up our reality in a big way, hadn't it? So, the master of this castle is the 3rd MC. Am I right? Yeah. How important is he in Ways of Survival? As much as Yu Jung-hyuk? No, not really. Regardless of what, the main will always be Yu Jung-hyuk. For sure, the majority of the story spanning over 3,000 chapters unfolded with Yu Jung-hyuk as its focal point. The other 2 were called main characters only according to the narrative description provided during the story itself. However, the other 2 are just as monstrous as Yu Jung-hyuk, alright? Especially in the current point of time, the 3rd protagonist is a far stronger existence than Yu Jung-hyuk is. Even more powerful than that dude? I nodded my head while scanning the empty meditation chamber around us. This was where the reincarnators would perform penance and cleanse themselves, a chamber designed to soothe one's mind. Fatigued and frayed by experiencing many cycles of samsara, I could hear the recitation of Buddhist scriptures coming from here and there, but couldn't see the king anywhere. Where is the king of reincarnators? The king is already with us. But all I see are the baldy monks, though. Han Suyong's words were countered with an emotionless reply from the warrior monk. He is everywhere, yet at the same time nowhere. I'm sure you didn't bring us here to crack jokes. He does not speak to those who lack the qualifications to see him. How amusing. Is that your way of bringing up the next topic of conversation? Replied Han Suyong, as the corner of her lips curled upwards. I silently observed the expression of this mysterious warrior monk for a while, before opening my lips to speak. If your king is everywhere, then that means anyone can become the king, doesn't it? Gyang. The unbreakable faith held in my hand cried out sharply, and at the same time, the illusory sword light shot out towards the Adam's apple of the warrior monk. Such a chuchachit. As if an invisible wall was blocking it, the blade's tip pouring out powerful magical energy came to a dead stop right in front of the warrior monk's nose. He grinned and spoke. You've settled on a rather provocative solution. You're correct. Anyone can become a Buddha once they become enlightened. His mantra reverberated throughout the space itself. Ed true voice mantra. I withdrew my sword and observed the warrior monk once more. An ethereal, subtle aura was oozing out from his entire body. His irises were now dyed in pure white, and within them, the shadow of a mandala spun anti-clockwise. Most likely, this warrior monk was one of the countless incarnations the king of reincarnators operated. However, you won't be able to continue on with the scenarios in that fashion forever. Oh, the apostle of who carries the weight of salvation. Please don't speak as if you're aware of all my methods. I no longer thought of Ways of Survival as a mere novel, and I definitely didn't see my companions as simple characters of it as well. That didn't mean that I would never utilize the information already in my possession, though. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, the guardian of Mandala. Even though the 4th wall was active, I was still subjected to a considerable oppressive force. The friendly status in front of my eyes wavered around gently, the true appearance of the formidable being slowly materialized behind the warrior monk to our observing eyes. There he was, the ruler of the most ancient stratum of darkness in existence. Even if it were Metatron of Eden or the highest-ranked demon kings of the demon world, none of them could contend against this being within this island. The 4th wall is quivering its non-existent eyebrows. Wall that decides samsara is showing an interest in you. Such a chuchachit. Jang Ha-young's unidentifiable wall, Metatron's wall dividing good and evil, and finally, the third wall, the guardian of Mandala, was the owner of the wall that decides samsara. I see that it's the fragment of the final wall. I'm guessing that Nirvana is trapped inside it. You're correct. He was a child who could have become a good bodhisattva. Unfortunately, he met you and had to leave my path of Buddhism. Well, I believe that the person in question feels satisfied. It was around there that Han Suyong butted into our conversation. Hold up. By any chance, are you the Buddha? The Buddha? There are many different types of Buddhas in this world, and I'm merely one of them. Han Suyong now carried a dumbfounded expression on her face. But then again, her reaction was wholly understandable, considering that a constellation claiming to be the Buddha had made his entrance. This Buddhanam carried a gentle smile as he spoke to me. I've watched your stories for a very long time, dear Bodhisattvas. But I don't remember receiving your sponsorships before. There are those constellations who would reveal their gazes and flaunt their authority. And there are also those whose existence is a mystery. The true Buddhist offerings aren't in the forms of sponsorships, but through simple but meditative contemplations. You sure can dress up the fact that you've been watching the show for free. Alright then, what is that you want from me? What I want? Do you believe that this self wishes something from you, dear Bodhisattva? I shifted my gaze over to the giant bell located in the middle of the meditation chamber. A small soul wrapped in a blinding light was inside the bell, made out of transparent material. I already knew whose soul that was. You've decided to reincarnate Usangasi, even though I didn't request it of you. You have invited us here and allowed us to recover. Again, even though I didn't request for your aid. Those are simply a part of one's path to attain Buddhahood. There is this lesson I've learnt while dealing with constellations until now. And that would be, there is no constellation in this world who doesn't expect anything in return when helping you out. Dear Bodhisattva, you have arrived at a rather hasty conclusion. Only the one placing faith in the exceptions of everything can discern the end of the scenario. I wordlessly glared at the warrior monk, before pointing at the bell in the center of the meditation chamber. I addressed the monk. Don't confine the incarnation Usanga to this island, please. She is far more valuable than you can imagine. All beings reincarnating on this island will become a part of the island. I shook my head. Like what you said just now, there are exceptions to everything, aren't there? Shall be able to pick up after where Nirvana left off. Make incarnation Usanga your new Arahat. The Arahat, or the Seekers of Truth, were not shackled to the Isle of Reincarnators, and were free to roam the worlds of scenarios and continue to experience the cycles of reincarnation. I'm willing to make the deal with you when you do that. Making a deal, is it? Do you believe that you know what this self wishes for? Isn't it to stop the great war of saints and demons? A futile attempt, that is. This self does not hold any interest in the contradictory fables such as good and evil, even when those contradictory fables are about to make an unholy mess out of your island. As if he found this topic rather amusing, the eyes of the warrior monk arced rather elegantly. The guardian of Mandala was neither on the side of good nor evil. If I were to describe it in words, then he was in existence far closer to nothingness. So, there was just no way that such a being would welcome the authorities of good and evil growing larger within his territory. He'll try to stop the great war of saints and demons. Do you believe such a thing is achievable with your power? My fables replied in place of me. Great fable, demon world spring is bellowing out. Giant fable, torch that swallowed the myth, is growling menacingly. The air in the surroundings began trembling unstably as the two great fables revved their engines. If my guess was correct, then the guardian of Mandala wouldn't be able to reject my offer. Because he couldn't take part in the upcoming great war of saints and demons, that's why. As a being who was neither good nor evil, he had no pretext to enter the war, you see. Is the incarnation named Usanga becoming the self's Arahat your only wish, dear Bodhisattva? One other thing. You are a greedy Bodhisattva, it seems. Allow my nebula to start the great war from the area we prefer. As the master of the island, I believe that you can interfere with the proceedings at least that much. At that moment, I sensed the quickening of the faint magical energy from throughout the entire temple. It was a riot of status, as if to make its existence known to me. It was a status possessing a certain aura that wasn't at all threatening or murderous, but nevertheless, something that I couldn't even hope to come close to yet. The fourth wall is strongly activating. Wall that decides samsara is smacking its lips. A short while later, the guardian of Mandala nodded his head. I agree to your conditions, dear Bodhisattva. Unfortunately, it's not possible for the whole of your nebula to start from your preferred area on the main island. In that case, I ask of you to send incarnations Yi Gilyong and Shin Yusung at the least. Where do you wish to send them? The next city. The next city, is it? Oh my dear Bodhisattva, could it be? If it was the guardian of Mandala, he should have catoned onto what I was planning here by now. The main island of the Isle of Reincarnators was where the fables from the third generation had been stuck frozen in time. As these fables boasted a far wider spectrum of variety compared to first and second generations, your starting point played a factor in you acquiring unexpected fables. Even if others couldn't, I had to ensure that those two kids would start from the next city. In return, the rest of your companions will start in locations that this self has selected. Understood. Han Suyong, standing next to me, silently observing the unfolding situation until then, sent me a probing glance after hearing my reply. Hey you, what will you do if this baldy monk sends us to a weird place? The warrior monk saw us get into a bit of argument and a strange smile suddenly crept up on his lips. Dear Bodhisattva, this self truly enjoys watching your story, but unfortunately, the fables you have accumulated so far is simply too inadequate to contend with other nebulas participating in the great war of saints and demons. Maybe she felt a bit triggered by the word inadequate. Han Suyong began to retort in a snarky manner. Looks like you haven't heard the news that we smashed apart Olympus not too long ago. The fables dear Bodhisattvas have accumulated are indeed peerless, but they haven't experienced the trials and tribulations of time itself. In the next moment, both Han Suyong's body and mine were suddenly wrapped up in bright light. Constellation, Guardian of Mandala has agreed with your transfer to the next scenario. Transfer to the next scenario has begun. So suddenly? I was taken by surprise a little, but quickly regained my bearings. Finally, I was heading towards the location of the third great fable that complete the climax. Most likely, my other companions were in the middle of transferring, just like me. I shifted my head to find Han Suyong looking up at me. Kim Dokja. I reflexively extended my hand towards her and replied, do your best. They'll try to find you as soon as possible. Yeah, right. The moment Han Suyong's fist bumped into mine, she was completely enveloped in bright light. As I watched her figure disappear, I became aware once more that she had become my comrade for real. Like back when Yu Jung Hyok said it, Han Suyong had become an indispensable existence for me to reach my desired conclusion. On my way to this place, I ended up owing her a lot. So it was time that I pay my debt. However, Kim Dokja then had no idea. It was also in that very moment that the screen of my phone began glowing brightly, as well. Words from a page I didn't recognize began rising up line after line in front of my eyes, as if to foreshadow an ominous future. He didn't know that by the time Kim Dokja got to meet her again. No, hang on a minute here. 50 years had passed by already. What the hell? Episode 71. 50 years later, 1. Finn. Chapter 374, Episode 71, 50 years later, 2. 50 years? What the hell was that all about? As my vision grew blurrier, I caught the smile floating up on the warrior monk's lips. Oh dear Bodhisattva, please try to endure time itself. Transfer to the main island has begun. Wall that decides samsara is investigating information of your fables. Investigation has concluded. The scenario location for you and your comrades has been decided. This was the very last message I heard before losing my consciousness. Subscenario genre selection has begun. Ricardo stared into the pitch-black liquid filling up his transparent cup and recalled the memories of the distant past. Even if you train for 50 years, it'll be difficult for you to become a royal court mage. That was back when he first started learning magic. You don't seem to possess the suitable constitution to become a scholar. That was when the #1 scholar in the Kaiksenix archipelago came to tutor him. Your hands are not suited to holding a sword. And that was back when he grabbed a sword for the first time in the Royal Swordsmanship Training Grounds. Some lives are like that. What's important is to never fall into despair and continue to strive forward. Son. Ricardo's father, Virchin von Kaiksenix, said those words. That couldn't console him, though. A man who had no talent nor desire to do anything wouldn't be consoled after hearing those words. Anyway, even with no talent, he should strive forward regardless? What would he become if he continued to live on like that? Anyway, Ricardo drunk himself into a stupor every single day. He hung around with the archipelago's worst hooligans and did drugs. He even became addicted to gambling and squandered away the fortunes of his family. 2. He even fell in love. Once upon a time. She was older, and the most beautiful woman in the entire archipelago. Unfortunately, even that had to end after she married his oldest brother. Ricardo stared at that black liquid and muttered to himself, "I'll just kill myself." That resolution was the first time he swallowed the brave pill in his life. He lightly grasped the cup, and as if drinking wine, he emptied its contents in one go. Its effect manifested itself not too long afterwards. His complexion became dark and lifeless, and his arms faltered to the side with no energy. And exactly 4 hours later, someone else opened his eyes in Ricardo's body. Besides Ways of Survival, I had read quite a few other stories. When I was young, I read those great works of literature my mother recommended, and after I grew up a bit, I began selecting books on my own volition to read. As an aside, the very first web novel I read began with its protagonist harping on about his misfortune while dying before waking back up again. Just like now. Blurg. Your Highness. Prince Ricardo. Are you all right, my lord? Someone was patting me on the back, and I vomited out the contents of my stomach for a long time. I wiped my mouth and raised my head only to discover a mirror. The handsome face reflected in it was pale and charmingly attractive. It was definitely my face, but something felt unfamiliar about it. Who was I? Ricardo. You probably know this already, but am not a prophet. No, I am as far removed from such a being as you can get. I'm not the demon king of salvation. Am also not the king of a kingless world. I am 28. No, wait. I was 28 and I was an employee of a game company. My hobby was reading web novels. Your fables are resisting against the great fable that sets this world's view. Exclusive skill, the fourth wall, is strongly activating. I slowly closed my eyes before opening them again, and was immediately overcome with the sensation of the world separating itself from me. The fourth wall has impeded your character immersion. Due to the effect of the fourth wall, your ego has been fully retained. Probability of the island is suspicious of your preferential treatment. I was greeted by the feelings of an unfamiliar body. This one didn't belong to me. I am Kim Dokja. My consciousness returned to me in full, and the chain of memories was organized in an instant. I was participating in the Great War of Saints and Demons scenario, and had just entered the main island. It was awash with the various spectrum of third-generation fables. Different fables created different genres of worldviews, and the one right in front of my eyes was body possession. Such a chuchachit. A term not aligned with the worldview has been spoken. Penalty will be imposed. By the time I woke up again, 2 hours would have passed by. Your Highness, are you feeling all right? Someone was calling out to me from beyond my hazy view. Please, may I have some water? You have used language not in line with the worldview. Penalty will. Hand me some water. Here it is. After drinking large gulps of cold water, I felt my reasoning return bit by bit. My head was in a mess as the memories of someone else rushed in. I was now occupying the body of a man who had already lived for over 30 years. In certain areas on the main island, words that don't align with the applicable worldview will be prohibited from being spoken. I could just about remember some stuff from the Ways of Survival. Although this particular turn barely got a passing mention, the novel definitely did feature a scenario such as this one. The so-called possession scenario. I'd be advancing the scenario Great War of Saints and Demons from this person's perspective from here onwards. It is impossible to summon a Dakibi when in the applicable area. You are unable to receive indirect messages from the constellations when in the applicable area. Not only that, strange restrictions were in place too. This was a different development from the Great War of Saints and Demons that I knew of. Looks like you'll have to collect information first. You have performed actions befitting the personality of the host body. Your understanding of the applicable host body is increasing. Straight away, I began rummaging through the memories from the Ways of Survival. The Keixenix Archipelago, the Isle of Heroes that led the Age of Saints and Demons. I couldn't really recall any particularly useful information. Why did it have to be an area that didn't get much of a mention in the Ways of Survival? But it didn't feel like a completely foreign place to me, though. Was that because of the memories of the person I had possessed overflowing into me? Exclusive skill character list has been activated. Now originally I couldn't see my attribute window. However, if it was the one belonging to the host body that I took over, then plus character information. Name Ricardo von Keixenix. Kim Dokja. Age 31. Constellation support. None. Currently. One constellation has shown interest. Exclusive attribute. A gifted hoodlum. Exclusive skills. Royalties outer appearance LV.3. Soliloquy LV.6. Roleplay LV.5. Stigma, none. Overall stats. Physique LV.10. Strength LV.10. Agility LV.10. Magic power LV.10. Overall rating. The person you have taken over is the fourth prince of the Keixenix Archipelago. Unfortunately, he lacks talent in all types of combat abilities, including swordsmanship, magic, etc. Currently afflicted by abnormal status condition. Possessed. Plus, why was I stuck inside such a guy's body? The scenario's message definitely told me that I'd occupy a host related to me. However, what did this wastrel prince have in common with me? Not only that, this dude's natural muscular stat was 10. The only thing similar between us would be our age, but even then, Your Highness, are you immersing yourself in roleplay once more? Roleplay? Last time, you were imitating our first ancestor. You're now wearing an outfit that I haven't seen before, Your Highness. You're dressed like the people from Earth's Chronicles, sir. I took a look at the mirror without thinking too much about it and spotted the familiar outfit. Bizarrely enough, all my equipment had been transferred along with my possession of the host body. I replied in a deadpan manner. It's an outfit of a certain demon king. A demon king, Your Highness? I reached into the coat's inner pocket, and fortunately enough, I could feel the equipment I possessed still in there. I took out my smartphone first. In order to acquire more info on this place, I needed to check the contents of the Ways of Survival. Such it. The applicable item does not line up with the worldview and therefore cannot be used. Screw this damn penalty. The butler alongside me must have interpreted my actions in his own way, since he spoke as thus. Indeed, Your Highness, it'll be better to enjoy yourself for one last time. Soon, His Majesty will call for you. Well then, leaving behind those words, the butler went away from my side, and I was left all alone in this small room. Kim Dokja is lone ly. Right? It's a relief that at least you're here with me. I wonder what had happened to my other companions. According to the last message I heard, it was highly probable that they all ended up in the same area as me. For the time being, I switched the scenario window on. The backlogged messages rose up nonstop in my view. You have entered main island's Kaiksanix Archipelago. Kaiksanix Archipelago is currently cut off from the Great War of Saints and Demons conflict region spacetime. You can advance to the Great War of Saints and Demons after solving the applicable area subscenario. I'd probably have to raise an army here and participate in the Great War of Saints and Demons, meaning this place would serve as a foundation to enter that war. You can't view the information on the scenario yet. The plot of the applicable scenario will change according to the route you have chosen. The route I've chosen? No, hang on a minute. At least I need to know what the conditions for failure is so I can... You want fail the applicable scenario as long as you do not die. Now, this kind of situation would be my first. In any case, I wouldn't fail this scenario as long as I stay alive, was that it? I sat down on the bed and calmly organized my thoughts. My name in the current worldview was Ricardo von Kaiksanix. As this scenario was built upon the basis of possession, I had to perfectly carry on acting like the prince I took over. My current priority should be to search for the other members of Kim Dokja's company. It was highly possible that they were possessing other people like me, so only after I find them would I be. Your Highness, are you in? It's Knight Bilston. Just as I began thinking, someone knocked on the door. The Knight Bilston framer, if Ricardo's memories were correct. Then that guy was supposed to be my escort knight. His Majesty is calling for you, Your Highness. The moment he pushed open the door to enter the room, I was immediately taken over by this unexplainable feeling. The person standing before me was a knight boasting white mustache in his early 40s. Without a doubt, I should have been unfamiliar with his appearance. Your fables are reacting towards the applicable individual. Exclusive attribute, Scenario Interpreter, is displaying its effect. The knight's face was changing bit by bit. Mr. Key, a voice that I really missed entered my head, even though it hadn't been that long since last I heard it. Back when I was still in the military, there was an incident where I lost a spent cartridge. The fable accumulated within the man was talking to me right now. Words that lost the majority of their strength were desperately pleading with me regarding something. I told myself to never lose one ever again. I knew the owner of that particular fable well. Mr. Hyansong? When I spoke up, Hyansong stared back at me. Applicable individual does not understand your words. It is you, isn't it? Mr. Hyansong? Applicable individual does not understand your words. Applicable worldview has recommended that you perfectly act according to the role you were given. Hyansong, staring at me with vacant eyes, soon formed an awkward grin and replied back. Hyansong? Haha, are you still in the middle of your roleplay, Your Highness? May I be permitted to inquire as to who you were imitating just now? It seemed that Hyansong couldn't recognize me at all, along with an expression of someone who didn't remember me on his face. I called out his name. Lord Bilston. Yes, Your Highness. Do you not recognize this outfit? Is that the outfit of the demon hunters? Or maybe a member of revolutionaries? Although my current face was different, my current attire was the white coat that I've been wearing all along. If this man was really Hyansong, there was just no way that he'd not recognize it. But the fact that he still failed to do so could only mean exclusive skill character list has activated, plus character information. Name, Bilston Framer? Age 43. Constellation support, none. Exclusive attribute, loyalty and honorable knight. Exclusive skills, rapid reaction force LV.8. Kingdom's Royal Swordsmanship LV.8. Stigma, none. Overall stats. Physique LV.80. Strength LV. 80. Agility LV. 80. Magic Power LV. 80. Overall rating. Once upon a time, there used to be two souls living within this body. He was a knight of the kingdom, and at the same time a shield of someone else. The shield waited for his master to appear. He waited and then waited some more. Finally, the master of the shield has appeared after a long wait, but the shield can no longer perform its role anymore. Plus, while reading the explanation in the attribute window over and over again, I recalled the invincible fist Yu Hosong's warning. When you get to the main island, be careful of the great fable. If it's a great fable, I think I can control it now. I didn't mean it that way. You will end up fighting against a great fable itself when you get there. Only then did I understand the meaning behind those words. I raised my head to sense the movement of a gigantic probability encasing the entirety of the archipelago. Something was staring at me. Something that was neither a constellation nor a demon king. Great fable, Kaiksenix archipelago, is avariciously staring at you. I clenched my fists and bit down on my lip. The still oblivious Yi Hyunsong continued to mutter to himself in the meantime. If it's not the revolutionaries, then maybe another kingdom's. The Yi Hyunsong that I knew had been swallowed up by this world and disappeared already. Chapter 375, 50 years later, 3. While on our way to the audience chamber, I continued to engage Bilston in conversation. Sir Bilston, by any chance, have you lost anything recently? Maybe often as well? For instance, an empty cartridge. Pardon? A term not fitting the worldview has been used and therefore, such as misplacing a portable magical explosive. Your Highness, do I look like such a pathetic fool capable of doing that? I just couldn't think of what to say here. When looking at that stiff walking posture or the firm pectoral muscles, or even that slightly dopey expression on his face, this guy was definitely Yi Hyunsong. But, according to character list, he was not him but the character of this world setting, Bilston Framer. I reread the overall rating portion at the bottom of the character list. Once upon a time, there used to be two souls living within this body. He was a knight of the kingdom, and at the same time a shield of someone else. The knight of the kingdom bit must be referring to Bilston Framer, while the shield bit must be referring to Yi Hyunsong. The shield waited for his master to appear. He waited and then waited some more. Finally, the master of the shield has appeared after a long wait, but the shield can no longer perform its role anymore. The most important portion was this part. I kind of realized that Yi Hyunsong had been waiting for other companions to arrive. The issue here was with the number, just how much time was this long wait thing implying here? Your Highness? I couldn't help but feel complicated when looking at the man staring back at me with those dopey eyes. There were only two things I could be sure of at the current juncture. 1. Yi Hyunsong had been entered into the scenario far earlier than me. 2. He had been swallowed up by this world's great fable and his ego had disappeared. Great fable, Kaiksenix archipelago, is smacking its lips in your direction. The fourth wall is glaring at Kaiksenix archipelago. In that case, could the others who didn't possess the fourth wall have ended up in the same state as Yi Hyunsong? Your Highness, did something happen? I wordlessly stared into Bilston's large eyes. This guy was definitely Yi Hyunsong. But, could he really be called Yi Hyunsong right now? I'm sorry, Sir Bilston. I beg your pardon? Why so suddenly? I must put you through a lot of hardship. I know that it was difficult for you to protect me until now. I wasn't addressing Bilston Framer right now. I always used the excuse of being too busy and didn't take good care of you. Even though you have saved my life several times already. Yi Hyunsong helped me out many times during our journey towards this scenario. I had enough chances to share a deep, meaningful and personal conversation with him, but as it was the usual case, his spot in the queue continued to get pushed back under the pretext of me preparing for the next scenario. I believed that we understood each other without the need to say something. I believed that the fables we earned together could ably sub for us in that regard. And the end result of that was this. Bilston must have thought of something after he heard me because he wiped his nostrils while shifting his gaze to the outside view. Your Highness, you really do possess a warm, gentle heart. Character, Bilston Framer, has been moved deeply by you. I wasn't trying to impress him but someone else though. Without saying anything else, we continued down the long hallway. Portraits of the previous kings lined up the walls of the hallway in sequence. The one that caught my eyes the most among them was a depiction of a lone man holding up a broken sword in the middle of a storm. The first ancestor, the Storm King Ulysses Kaiksenix I. I stopped walking for a moment and studied that painting. It has been my honor to serve you throughout my life, Your Highness. I turned my head around, and Bilston began telling his tale as thick teardrops formed around his eyes. He locked his gaze at the distant parapets of the castle and continued on. Can you still remember it? I almost lost you when you were around 7 years old, Your Highness. Just by recalling the sight of you precariously dangling on the castle's parapet still causes my heart to tumble to the pits of my stomach, Your Highness. Was that all? When you were 13 years old, you went to the lavatory and then… Hey, hang on a minute. This dude. He's way too similar to Yi Hyunsong, wasn't he? But then, you're still worried about this lowly one even until the last moment. Last moment? Bilston stared back at me with sorrowful eyes, before quickly avoiding meeting my gaze. We've arrived. Let us go inside. The doors to the audience chamber were before us already. They opened up to reveal the royal guards lining up on either side of the red carpet. And the captain of the guards, decked out in the silver crest, stood proudly in the middle. Sir Bilston, why are you so late? I was sharing a final goodbye with His Highness the Prince. There were several spots in their conversation that I wanted to butt in, but thanks to the overall atmosphere, I couldn't squeak a word out. Bilston, who had been in a tearful mood only a minute ago, was now carrying a grave, serious expression. The gazes of two people growling at each other collided in midair. The captain continued on. A final goodbye, is it? A traitor found guilty of high treason dares to enjoy unnecessary luxury. You better watch what you say. The two of them got into a battle stance simultaneously. Bilston pulled out a bastard sword, while the captain… Why was this person carrying that sword? Indeed, the weapon held in the captain's hands was something that I was intimately familiar with. I personally collected the materials and had it crafted for the sake of a certain someone, after all. Sword of Judgment. Sir Bilston, do you wish to become another dewdrop of the execution ground alongside your prince? The captain's red eyes wavered threateningly from beyond his helm. Oh my king, if you will it, then so be it. Dokjasi, you're trying to do it by yourself again. I told you not to do that, didn't I? I knew who this person was. Stop, both of you. Bilston heard my urgent cry and stopped gathering momentum, and stepped back. Meanwhile, the captain of the guard, glaring at me with hostile eyes, removed his helm. And his face matched exactly that of Zhang Huiwan's. Exclusive skill character list is activating. Plus, character information. Name, Eric Stryker? Age, 37. Constellation support, none. Exclusive attributes, loyal servant, swordmaster. Exclusive skills, demon slaying LV.10, kingdom's royal swordsmanship LV.10, stigma, none. Overall stats, physique LV.75, strength LV.80, agility LV.90, magic power LV.70. Overall rating, once upon a time, there used to be two souls living within this body. He was the guard captain of the kingdom, and at the same time a sword of someone else. The sword waited for that someone to appear with the shield. He waited and then waited some more. Finally, the sword met the one he'd been waiting for after all this time, but he can no longer remember him. Plus, bloody hell, even Zhang Huiwan was in that state. 2. The captain staring at me with quiet, still eyes eventually spoke up. It seems that the prince is aware of the situation he is in. Guards, place the criminal under arrest. Under arrest? I was caught by the guards without a chance to resist. But then again, I couldn't fight back even if I wanted to, what with this bonus average stats being only 10. I could see the guillotine beyond the lines of the guards. Only then did I realize why I was brought to this place in the first place. It was quite likely that this scenario would begin with my execution. Among all the novels I read in the past, there was this genre referred to as the so-called hooligan tales. The story usually went along the lines of the hooligan protagonist being born as the last-born child of a royal family or nobility, and had become a better person by going through all sorts of trials and tribulations. Now normally, most of those stories began in a similar way. The Keixenich's royal family was ruined. Such as the family being ruined even before the start, and the ruler of the archipelago died after being stabbed by the dagger of his most trusted advisor. And had fall into moments of mortal danger after his parents and best friends were killed off. The second prince, renowned for his mastery of the sword, and the third prince, renowned for his magical prowess, lost their lives at the hands of the usurpers. What the hell? What was I supposed to do when such important memories came back to me only just now? I shall guide the criminal personally. All thanks to that, I ended up delivering myself to my own execution ground like an idiot. Many different thoughts floated up in my head. I was wondering why this wastrel killed himself. But maybe he didn't want to be executed? Bilston, now being forcibly held back by the guards, could only call out to me in desperation. Your Highness, Prince Ricardo. The captain grabbed a hold of my hair and dragged me towards the gallows. If Zhang Huiwan's consciousness was still here, this would have turned into a rather amusing spectacle, but alas. I spotted a lunette designed to perfectly accommodate my neck. In a short while, I'd be forced up on the gallows and have my head cut off. And when that happened, I fail this scenario. Unique skill, the fourth wall, is strongly activating. I looked up at the face of the guard captain and asked him, "Are you really going to do this?" The captain smirked back. "Oh, so you feel scared now that you've come this far? That's not it. Then what? Didn't you promise to become my sword?" A faint sense of fluster floated up on the captain's face. "What rubbish are you spewing now? Have you forgotten your pledge already? Was that all a lie, your promise of seeing the end of the scenario alongside me?" Character, Eric Stryker, is feeling a small amount of confusion towards you. Looks like you've begun rambling nonsense now that you're about to die. Just like it was with Yi Hyunsong, Zhang Huiwan's ego didn't want to return that quickly. The coldness of the wooden lunette surrounded my neck. It was at this point in time that someone loudly shouted out, "Her Majesty is making her entrance." I heard the sounds of curtains being pulled back. Someone was walking towards the audience chamber enveloped in still silence. The footsteps sounded dignified, light, but at the same time weighty. Accompanying those footsteps, Ricardo's memories flowed into my head like a song. The enemy of my father and my brothers. The dark magician of the Keixenix archipelago. The regicide. And. My heart began powerfully pounding away. The woman that I used to love. Convict, raise your head. I slowly raised my head and saw a short-statured king, decked out in a black medieval-style cloak embroidered in silver, with neat and tidy tights underneath. "Do you have any final words?" I dazedly stared at this king and murmured something inside my mouth. Exclusive skill character list is activating. Due to an unknown reason, only a portion of the applicable individual's information can be viewed. Plus, character information. Name? Age 50. Overall rating. The applicable individuals? Overall rating is still being prepared. Plus, the info on the king didn't show up properly. However, her face looked to be in her early 20s no matter how hard I looked. I stared at the face of this king, the one that couldn't be the age as declared by the character information, for a long time. Both Yi Hyunsong and Zhang Huiwan were characters from the pages of the Ways of Survival. However, what would it be like for someone who wasn't a character to begin with? Just like me, who wasn't the character of the novel. I was holding onto a certain expectation, a hope. I asked you if you have any last words. If it was her, wouldn't she be able to remember me? He didn't know that. By the time Kim Dokja got to meet her again, 50 years would have passed by already. Those were the words from the final revision of the novel that I saw just before I was thrust into the scenario. So this was what they meant, huh? Then, I permit the convict to speak. I forced a smile and spoke up. "I'm sorry that I came so late, Suyanga. Such a chuchachit." Powerful sparks wrapped around me from my declaration that didn't align with the worldview's probability. I had to say those words out loud, though. It was unknown how Han Suyang took my words, but she simply continued to look down on me without any movement whatsoever. But then, she slowly lowered her head and matched my eye level. Her emotionless eyes, the beauty spot just below one of them, and her lips that always mocked me for fun, now arching up in a smooth line. "Proceed with the execution." The guillotine's blade chopped down. But I didn't try to dodge it. I had my reasons, of course. Scenarios of the main island are all based off on the third generation of fables. If my thoughts were correct, then Ricardo Keixenix would not be killed off in this manner. Kaboom! One of the castle's walls exploded, and at the same time the guillotine falling down was destroyed. I could see the broken blade of the guillotine through the gray dust cloud rising up. It's the revolutionaries. Protect Her Majesty, now. Amidst the chaos, I could hear the loud shouts of the royal guards. Soon, the audience chamber became the scene of pure pandemonium filled with pained moans and screams. "Damn it, it's the first prince. Stop him. You must stop him at all cost." It was the first prince of the Keixenix archipelago, Ricardo's blood brother, as well as a genius in swordsmanship and magic as well as academia. "I've come to save my little brother." I was greeted by this overflowing sense of happiness. When the arrestingly beautiful sword light danced and sparkled within the audience chamber, the royal guards rushing in all collapsed one after another like puppets with strings cut. There was someone who'd never change even if the worldview or scenarios around him did. Indeed, there would ever be only one such person even if you searched through this entire world line. But I closed my lips just as they opened up halfway. I wasn't sure why, though. Great fable, Keixenix archipelago, is enjoying the bloody, gory battle. My comrades so far had forgotten about me. I was sure it'd be the same story for that dude, too. In a way, it might be the best thing for him, I thought. Fable, comrade of life and death, has begun its storytelling. It was then the first prince suddenly glared at me. And then, a message popped up in my head. "You fool. You must be Kim Dokja." Episode 71. 50 years later, 3, thin,